even though you were instructed to appear.
Use the word conspicuously absent.
Very well. The table office will
Thank you,
take
Mr.
notes.
Speaker.
Page 11. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, so sorry to take you back to page 8. And some members have been marked absent, when in actual fact they actually sought permission to be at ECOWAS Parliament. And I see Ayamba Ladi, Miss Pusiga, Member of Parliament, Mahama Yariga, Johnson Edu Kweku. Mr. Speaker, they sought permission to be at the ECOWAS Parliament, and they were marked absent.
Do you have copies of the permission? The table office doesn't appear to have any documents from.
Mr. Speaker, I saw that of when they were, Honorable Bejra, when he was filling his, actually took care of others. And
when the table office gets their permission documents, they will correct the record. Page 12. Page 30. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 18. And page 19. Honourable members, in the absence of subject to the corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 34th sitting of first meeting of the first session held on Monday, 29th March 2021 are hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Question time. There's a question standing in the name of Mr. Alistair Tejong, honorable member for Sefia Kontomra. This was carried over from yesterday. Honorable Minister, it's your question to answer. Now you may ask your question, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on order 61 to ask the Minister of Health the type of health facility program to be constructed in Sefia Kontomra, when it will be completed and handed over. Thank you.
Yes, honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has a policy of providing each district with a hospital. The Sefia Kontomra facility is part of the construction of public health care facilities in selected districts in the Western Region project, with funding from Oreo and ING Bank, which commenced in December 2019. Mr. Speaker, the facility will achieve a 42-bed capacity district hospital status. The project is scheduled to be completed and handed over by December 2021. And Mr. Speaker, I want to re-emphasize that this facility is a district hospital we are putting in Akontumra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member Falcon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Can the Minister assure this House that the hospital will be equipped with modern tools? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that is so. The hospital will be fitted with modern tools and equipment. In fact, the 42-bed one we are putting up as part of the existing health center is a turnkey project that is coming with equipment. So the modern tools that my colleague is expecting will be fitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer the question. You are discharged. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I seek your leave, coming under Order 53, for us to vary the order of business and instead of taking statement as agreed, we go on to presentation of papers, after which we'll come back and take the statement. Speaker, with your leave.
You want us to do presentation of papers?
Exactly, Speaker.
Yes, minority. Very well. The order paper is hereby varied. We'll go to item 6, the commencement of public business. Presentation of papers. Yes, which one?
Speaker, we can begin with 6, and again, I seek your leave to do it on behalf of the Majority Leader.
Yes, item 6A by the Majority Leader. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I sought your leave to do it for him.
Yes, go ahead.
Budget performance report in respect of the Office of the Auditor General Audit Service for the period January to December 2020.
The
Speaker,
paper is
6B.
duly laid. It's for distribution to members. Yes.
Madam Speaker, in respect of 6B, I will have no objection if the Honorable Minister for Local Government can lay that. But we need to be assured. You recall that even as I was concluding the debate, this was a document I needed to make reference to. We didn't have it. It is part of 3 documents which should have preceded the reading of the budget. So table must assure Mr. Speaker that you have copies before we will accept anybody bowing to it. The annual public debt management report. If you go back to your record, on 12 March, it was supposed to have been laid. I followed through table, I followed through leader. No copy of it was available. So if the Honorable Dambuche can stand in stead of the Minister for Finance to lay it, but I need assurance that it is ready for distribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The table office has shown me a copy that is in the custody already. So, yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Annual Public Debt Management Report for the 2020 financial year.
The paper is duly presented. It's for distribution to members. Yes.
Speaker, 6C.
6C by the Minister for Local Government.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brim South District Assembly for the year 2019.
Honourable members, the paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Now, I need to vary my order in respect of 6B. The annual public debt management report, which was delayed, is rather referred to the Finance Committee to consider and report. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I conferred with my colleagues and we've come to an agreement that instead of taking the statement, we'll rather take item numbered 11 on page 4, after which we'll come to statement.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is our own budget for Parliament, so we can run through that quite quickly and then come back. But Mr. Speaker, your direction on the annual debt report, I see you are referring it to the Finance Committee. My wish would be that it's distributed for members. It is not just meant for the consumption of members of the Finance Committee. It's a paper which should be distributed for the attention of, just like the annual petroleum funds. That would be my view, but I don't know if that is appropriate within our standing orders. To refer it to the Finance Committee, I'm not sure they will look at it and report back, but I'll be guided by practice, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I think the appropriate thing is for the Finance Committee to review and advise the House. So we think, yes. Item number 11, motion. Yes.
Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 523,639,774 for the services of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service for the year ending 31st December 2021. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report. I invite the Hansard Department to capture the entirety of the report. Speaker, achievements in 2020. Out of these releases, Parliament undertook key activities related to its core mandate, namely legislation, oversight, and representation. Some of the activities implemented in 2020 were as follows: legislative business, parliamentary oversight, representation. Speaker, in conclusion, in view of the need to strengthen Parliament as a key pillar of Ghana's democracy, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 523,639,774 Ghana cedis for the implementation of some of the programs of the Parliament of Ghana for the year 2021 financial year. Speaker, so move.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this House approve the sum of 523,639,774 for the implementation of some of the programs of the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the legislative authority of the state is vested in us. We also exercise the mandate of representation. We exercise oversight over budget, financial scrutiny, approval of loans, and related matters. Mr. Speaker, it's satisfying that particularly for the 2020 period, this House is noted to have passed very significant legislations, and as I refer you to page 6, paragraph 5.1 of your committee's report, the House approved a total of 1,331 papers on various policy proposals. This included 60 bills, 47 legislative instruments, and Mr. Speaker, reports of the Auditor General, and 151 loan agreements. That is significant for our work in 2020. For the 2021 period, Mr. Speaker, the refreshing news is that work will commence on the construction of constituency offices for members of Parliament. The idea begins with the first 70, and probably the next will follow depending upon the availability of resources. Mr. Speaker, I should commend the Speaker and leadership at least for the exchanges between Parliament and the Office of the President that resulted into some additional allocation for the capex of Parliament to undertake this, so that MPs in their constituencies will not operate in their party offices, but have dedicated offices of state. Because as MPs, you represent not just members of your party, but the citizens within that defined geographical area. Mr. Speaker, we are also assured that Wi-Fi presence is not the best for Parliament. The strength of bandwidth and internet connectivity is low. Some deployment will be done in respect of that. Mr. Speaker, Parliament did well in COVID, preventing and combating it, and the conduct of testing which was done, not just for officers of the parliamentary service, but also for members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, our Public Affairs Secretariat, there is some recommendation to up and increase their allocation, improve our engagement with Ghanaian citizens to appreciate better what we do as a house. Mr. Speaker, so I wholeheartedly support the motion moved on behalf of the leader. And Mr. Speaker, employees, we've seen some increase, which is to accommodate some anticipated increases arising out of the Article 71 report. So there will be some adjustment, upward adjustment in terms of the incomes, and that accounts for the increase in the compensation budget for Parliament. The fiscal infrastructure project was completed and handed over to us, Mr. Speaker, if you recall. And our legislative function, Mr. Speaker, I support the notion that the Office of Scrutiny and a Budget Act, we should begin working towards it. We should have a Budget Act as it pertains in other jurisdictions for the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the amount of time, I've just been reading an Africa report on the approval of the Tema port. And it reveals in their words, they say, an unwitting Parliament. We must depart from that as Parliament and be thorough in demanding value for money. We should have time expended on research to understand that every resource we commit means something to the Ghanaian taxpayer and can be a consequence to the taxpayer. So, Mr. Speaker, the e-Parliament should be deployed in earnest, and will continue to exercise our role as representatives of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion moved by the Chief Whip and supported by the Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, just to make these few points. Mr. Speaker, we thank everybody for allocating this amount for the services of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to make these few points. On the amount of money available to support committees to do their oversight work. Mr. Speaker, in last Parliament, it appears many committees could not draw down on monies allocated to the committees for oversight. We always hear that the committees haven't made the application. This time around, committee leadership in every committee would make sure that we make the request to draw down allocations made for committees to carry out their oversight. Mr. Speaker, I'm making this directly to the Majority Leader. It is not the case that some committees don't make requests to draw down their budget for committee work. If this allocation includes our committee allocations, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, when we are doing the budget, let's find out what releases have been given to the various committees in reality, so that we don't make allocations and the money either goes back is reapplied to something. Because our clerks are under pressure. Let's go here, let's do this. And when they make the request, leadership of parliament tells us there's no money. The transport in last parliament, I can count the number of times we made requests to draw down our money to visit sites and other things. On the majority of occasions, we were never approved because they said there's no money. So I hope this budget takes care of that adequately. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to talk about is we thank the leadership of Parliament and Parliament as a whole for approving that MP should have PA research officer. But Mr. Speaker, it appears what has been their first salary is exactly what they are still taking. Mr. Speaker, it's inappropriate. Parliament or parliamentary service must make the decision to adjust the salaries of our PAs, what they take currently, full of sustaining them to do their work. If we want democracy to grow, it must grow at all levels. So we are suggesting that whatever is paid to our special, PAs is not enough. Adjust it upward so that they can provide better services to us. Some of them, the amount of money they take gets swallowed in transportation over in a month. That is not supposed to be continued. Mr. Speaker, with the 70 MP offices that are supposed to be built, if I work this out, it means one office will be about 640,000. The average 6-unit classroom block under the Coastal Development Authority is 900,000 cedis. What kind of offices are you building for MPs for 640,000? We would like to know the type so that you don't give us anything that is not fit for purpose. We want to know what the design is and what are the facilities in those offices. Is it a porter cabin or something like that? We want to know so that we will see whether the 640,000 is capable of doing that. Mr. Speaker, the last one. Mr. Speaker, it will be appropriate for Parliament to insist on having a master plan of physical development. The piecemeal development of Parliament. Today, we want to do extension to Job 600. The other one, we want to do something for drivers. And we are just dotting things around. Can't we have a proper master plan of Parliament that as and when we have the resources, everybody knows we are to build this, whether it's chamber or this thing. This piecemeal development is not very helpful. So I will urge leadership to see whether we can have a proper physical development master plan for Parliament that everybody can identify with, so that if we are sorting, we know we are doing these things in totality. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I encourage colleagues to support this, and hopefully, when these monies are released, particularly committees will be able to have access to their money to do their proper oversight in the 8th Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few comments, especially in respect of issues that have been raised by colleagues. And first, to respond to what has been captured in bullet 8.5, that Ghana has been nominated to host the International Conference on the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association scheduled for 2022. The Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the International Conference has now been pushed to 2023. It's no longer 2022 because Canada, that was supposed to host it in 2021, rather for Ghana to host it 2022, has now given indication that it will be hosting rather in 2022. So Ghana now is to host 2023. As we are given the COVID circumstances, I think their request makes sense, and Ghana to follow after Canada in 2023. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we need to begin in earnest preparation towards the hosting of the conference this year. Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised by the Honorable Abuja in respect for one office is also very important. The initial costing that came to us from our own development office was in the region of 450,000. The Speaker, we sat down and did a computation and realized that if you have to provide basic facilities in the 2-3 unit room that we want to develop for the constituency offices, the 450,000 would not be, which is why we increased it to 650,000. It's required to provide some basic facilities. One office for the MP, one for the secretary, and one for the general public. The Speaker, maybe a conference facility. And then, of course, some 2 washrooms, some tiling to be done at appropriate places, some basic office furniture, plus some curtaining. Speaker, some maybe a laptop for the MP, an office, a desktop computer for the secretary. I believe 650 should be able to cater for this. So that's the costing, which was done together with our development office. Mr. Speaker, what we must insist is that with the release of the funding, we must commit it to the development of these 70 units. 275 of us, we anticipate that over a 4-year period, we should be able to finish with the 275. That is the anticipation. Speaker, when the money comes, we should ring fence same for the construction of the offices. That is what is intended to be done. Yesterday, we had some information that somebody has gone to sit somewhere and increased the cost to 1. We will resist it. We should, assure ourselves that nobody sits anywhere and puts any price tag on this. Let the general public not come at us. We are developing a 3-unit facility, and we are saying that it's going to cost us 1.2. It can't happen, and nobody would allow that to happen in Parliament. 650,000, so be it. We ring fence him and dedicate him to the construction of those facilities. Mr. Speaker, the issue about committees drawing up programs and making requests for monies to be released to them. So the problem has always been that monies that come to Parliament, they come statutorily on quarterly basis. We have been striving to have these releases to us on monthly basis. Sometimes we run into difficulties. If we are able to have them on monthly basis, then leadership will sit down together with the clerk and the speaker to determine where those monies should be going. We've had situations where monies are released to Parliament, and the speakers will sit down with the clerks and the directors of finance to determine where the money should go. From now onwards, we will not allow that, because the allocations are supposed to serve Parliament. A situation where we say that we want to do this without, on the blind side of leadership, will no longer be tolerated. That is how to move the agenda of Parliament forward. And indeed and in truth, a lot of work that we do revolves around the committee systems. So if monies come and they are not released to the committees, we disable Parliament. And I agree that we should take charge of our own fate and ensure that monies that come are utilized for the purpose for which they are released. Mr. Speaker, finally, I also want to agree that we have a master fiscal development Parliament. But it should begin with securing the presence of Parliament. Fortunately, we've made some tremendous advancement in this. The current president himself, a former member of Parliament, agrees with us that we should secure the presence of Parliament. And we'll be working together with the Development Office and The Honorable Oko Vanderpoy has been of tremendous assistance in demarcating the various parcels of land for Parliament. We are putting everything together. We've about finished with it, and we are dealing with the Lands Department to ensure that we have absolute control. And then title will be given to Parliament for that. Unfortunately, as of yet, we don't have title to many of our lands. The reason is, even where we are now, it belongs to state protocol. And fortunately, as I said, the President has agreed, we need to move it forward, secure title for it, and then we can development that we want on the presence and premises of Parliament. The Speaker, having said so, just to conclude by appealing to members to vote to approve of the allocation that has been granted Parliament. I thank you very much, Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. This Honourable House has approved a sum of 523,639,774 Ghana cedis for the services of the Parliamentary Service for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Speaker, if we may go back to statements as agreed.
Very well. We will return to item number 5, statements. There's one statement before me admitted by Mr. Speaker. The statement in the name of Honorable Habib Idris, MP for Tolong. Yes, so we may move. Read your statement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the elegy of the life of Alahaji Yakubu Tali Tolina and the Northern People's Party, the then MPP. Mr. Speaker, Alahaji Yakubu Tali was the first child born in a polygamous family in 1916 in the Tolong Traditional Council. His parents were the late Talina Alasan Sulemana, and his mother was of Tolong and Kumbungu respectively. Mr. Speaker, he started school at an early age of 9, and during those days, students were identified based on the communities that they hail from. He then got the name Yakubu Tali because he was from Tali. In 1930, after obtaining his Gold Coast Standard Certificate 7, and per the policy of the colonial government then, no student from the Northern Territory, no matter how academically sound, was allowed into a second school division. However, because of the intelligence and smartness of the beloved chief, he was admitted to the Achimota School. He became the first Northerner to ever be admitted to Achimota School. However, he obtained his teacher's A in 1936. Mr. Speaker, in 1952, Kubu Tali became the paramount traditional area. It was this remarkable development that of the Northern Territory remarked, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, appointment of young literates and forward-looking chiefs such as this, that the salvation of the Dagon chief lies, unquote. Mr. Speaker, Alahaji Yakubu Tali he was elected to represent the Western Dagon State Council to the Northern Territory Council in 1948, following his unprecedented stewardship to the Western Dagomba Side Council, to the Northern Territory,
In 1952, he was elected the president of the Northern Territory Council, a post which he was mandated was renewed 6 times in 1950. Mr. Speaker, during the period of the president of the Northern Territory Council, he was also a member of the historic Keti Constitutional Committee that drafted the Independence Constitution in 1950 and whose constitutional proposal provided the roadmap to Ghana independence in 1957. Mr. Speaker, in the Legislative Assembly of the Gold Coast, the late Alahaji Yakubu Tali served as a special member for the Northern Territory in 1950. He won the 1954 and 1956 parliamentary election, served as an independent candidate, and then in 1965 he won again, but as a candidate of the then MPP, Northern People's Party, until 1965. In 1954, Mr. Speaker, during the formation of the Northern People's Party, which was established to advance the interests of the northern region of the North in a new political atmosphere in 1950. It must be noted that the late Talina Alahaji Yakubu and other prominent political as S.D. Dombo, Alahaji Mumuni Bawumia, and J.A. Brahma launched the party in Tolona Palace in Tamale. The constitution of the MPP, the Northern People's Party, was drafted. Executive for the various political parties were elected, and various electoral colleges and local branches were established. Mr. Speaker, as a new political party, the then MPP faced a lot of challenges, but won a lot of elections until 1954. Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, the late Alahaji Yakubu Tali was known as the man of golden voice from the North because of the influence of his expression. He was very instrumental, effective, and eloquent debater. He was a patriot icon who held the principle that matters of national interest must supersede the political and parochial interests, and that politicians should temporarily set aside their political philosophy and come together in unity for the good of the country. He remarked, Mr. Speaker, in 1979 Constituent Assembly, which prepared the constitution of the short-lived Third Republic, Alahaji Yakubu Tali was part of the SMC2 member of the Assembly. When he left Parliament, he joined the diplomatic service. Mr. Speaker, he was Ghana High Commissioner to Nigeria from 1965 to 1968. He was Ghana Ambassador to the then Yugoslavia during the Second Republic. In 1972, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, too many of us are on their feet. Can members resume their seats, please? Thank you. Now you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1972, he was recalled and appointed Ghana High Commissioner to Sierra Leone. He was also accredited to Guinea as an ambassador. Duration of the PFP, that is the Popular Front Party, he was a founding member and was made the first national chairman of the party. He was also considered as the surest bet and was nominated the running mate to Victor Owusu in 1979 presidential election, but the party subsequently lost the election. The late Alahaji Yakubu Tali, at the tail end of his political career, was appointed a member of the Judicial Service Council as a representative of the Provisional Defense Council, PNDC government. As what seems to be the end of his political history, the late Alahaji Yakubu Tali died on Wednesday, 1986. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in the blessed memory of the late Alahaji Yakubu Tali, an educated and cultivated man, one of the first modernists to pass through Achimota in 1930, a teacher of many of the young northerners and an Alahaji, a man whom even his opponent regards with respect, a man who avoided the rough and tumble of the party conflict and was considered by many as the above politics. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, described him as this was a great man who led a full and varied life, worthy of celebration, a politician, a diplomat, and a statesman. Alahaji Yakubu Tali was also a chief of a high traditional standard, an educated and cultivated man. He was a person of deep-seated faith, a threat respected by all. He was a true embodiment of a dignity of tradition and chieftaincy in Ghana. He is skillful, blended with faith, tradition, and public service, much to be admired by many. Mr. Speaker, he belongs to the age representing the best element of the noble tradition, that is the Dankwa-Busia tradition, political tradition of Ghana, reflecting integrity, loyalty, principle, selflessness, commitment to honest public service. Mr. Speaker, the late Tolna Alahaji Yakubu Tali still have many of his sons still participating in active party politics. One of his sons is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, and his other son is the Deputy Managing Director of ADB. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for me to add my voice to the tribute written by my honorable colleague. Yes, it is true that Alahaji Yakubu Tali was one of the great politicians this country has produced. It is instructive to note that together with prominent figures in the I'm referring to Simon Didon Dombo and the rest, they formed the Northern People's Party, a party that later joined parties like the NLM, National Liberation Movement, the United Party, UP, in the year 1957. The Speaker, you see that Alahaji Yakubu Tali had so many attributes and credentials on his part. He was a king, he was an effective teacher, he was an astute and great politician, and he became a diplomat. The Speaker, as the maker of the statement did say, in the year 1979, he was one of the founding members of the Popular Front Party led by Victor Usu. He became the national chairman and also the running mate. The Speaker, he also rose to become second deputy speaker in the year 1960. But for his credentials and his astuteness in politics, he couldn't have risen to this highest feat in politics. The Speaker, again, what he said in the Legislative Assembly in 1955 is very instructive. According to him, his side were not fighting for the government for the next elections, but they were fighting as statesmen for the next generation. The Speaker, this is a very profound statement that he made, and I think that it should guide us all. If we want to build this country, we must be guided by this statement, because we are here not because of our own selves. We are here because we think about the next generation. And now, if the leaders of our various political parties would take it upon themselves to let their followers understand the need for us to put the national interest on the front burner. Mr. Speaker, if there is a deliberate attempt to achieve this, I'm sure that our followers will understand us and decisions that we take. Extreme partisanship attitude by us as politicians, the Speaker, will not inure to our collective benefit or advantage of ensuring a better Ghana that we are all envisaging. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that this statement has been made at this juncture, and we must all be guided. And I'm very proud that such a personality arose from our tradition. The likes of Alahaji Yakubu Tali, the likes of J.B. Dankwa, the likes of Ochame Bafo Osakoto, Buzia, and the rest are persons who have contributed to ensuring a deepening of our democracy. On that score, I thank you, and I pray that the soul of Alahaji Yakubu Tali, the King of Tolon, will rest in perpetual and continual peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I should thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Deputy Whip, the Honorable Habib, my father Idrisu, eulogizing Alahaji Yakubu Tali, one of the founding fathers of the political tradition that he belongs to. Mr. Speaker, growing up in Tamale, I'm not too sure what age Habib was, but there was this fine Benz, a very fine white Benz. That is rated Alahaji Yakubu Tali. If he was entering Tamale, he was noted with that particular respected Benz at that particular age. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, he died in 1986. He's made profound contribution to the development of the chieftaincy institution in Dagbang and have made remarkable contribution to inspiring many people up north. The like of Lugu Terra, who was a respected lawyer at the time, Ara Alasan, who also became ambassador also of late. We just buried Alhaji Seydi Seni. They are contemporary, and I think we still have Alhaji Ibrahim Mahama still alive. Many of them are those who endeared themselves to the North, contributing to the politics of the North. Mr. Speaker, the current occupant of the Tolan scheme, Tolana Suleimana Abdullahi, a very respected chief and a friend of mine, he is one few chiefs in Dagbang today who does not sell land. He has a particular arrangement when it comes to access to land and how chiefs relate to land. And he believes in what he learned from his fathers, that the land does not belong to him, it belongs to generations to come. And he has insisted that every land you are acquiring, he will say that he wants generations tomorrow to benefit from that particular. Mr. Speaker, if you've read about the Dagbang state, I probably may not get my anthropology right. I think Christine Opon wrote on the Dagbang state, the Dagbang constitution, and the Tolun scheme. They are like the warriors of the Yana. They are the warriors of the Yana. If the Yana has to, in those days, go to war, his most reliable leader will be the Kumbuna, supported by the Toluna, to accompany him as the head of the Dagbang state. Even as the Yana passes, the Toluna has some role to play at his burial and many other related issues. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I should commend the maker of the statement, Mr. Speaker, between 1986 and today, significant improvement in the education levels up north and in Dagbang in particular. And it warms my heart that many have learned from the example of the late Tolena Yakubu Tali. And as he said, Tali is a sub-community of the Tolun skin. And normally they also have their rotational plan, how you get to the Tolun skin, sometimes passing through it. Recently, I think Alahaji Abdullahi, I joined him when my good friend at the secondary school level, their father was enskined as a new Talena Abdullahi. I want to use this opportunity to wish him well. But Mr. Speaker, a lot to learn from him, much more to learn as all of us. What we have to commit is to ensure stable peace in Dagbang and beyond, and to take advantage of the area. You know, Tolun shares very close boundary with Nyankpala, where the university is. One of them to explore, and my colleague can look at it, is the ceramics industry. There's a lot of clay between where Avanage has that rice factory, driving through Nyankpala through Tolun. So maybe 1D1F in future, you should be talking about a ceramic facility taking advantage of the clay in that particular area. Mr. Speaker, I can only say that may his soul rest in perfect peace, and may Allah bless those who followed after him, and may they grow, imbibing souls to which he contributed to the development of Tolun and Dagbang generally. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement every made by the Honorable MP Tolong and our Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Speaker, it's very important that we find time in our political discourse to celebrate the lives of people like Alahaji Yakubu Tali Tolona. Mr. Speaker, those of us at your age do remember Alahaji Yakubu Tali Tolona as the running mate, the party chairman of the great Popular Front Party, and also the running mate to Mr. Vitousu. And Mr. Speaker, I say boldly that this country, Ghana, will have benefited so much under the leadership or under the presidency of Mr. Vitousu, with Alahaji Yakubu Tali as the vice president. Unfortunately, it wasn't so. But the statement made today by our colleague, talks about the life of Alahaji Yakubu Tali. Mr. Speaker, as a teacher, as a chief, and also as a politician, this puts him in a very special place. A teacher in 1936 in the history of Gold Coast will be a person who will be a center for development of knowledge and service to his community. Then as a chief, even in our current political differentiation, we know the role chiefs play in our development. So you can imagine a chief in the northern part of Ghana in the 1950s, Alahaji Yakubu Tali will have contributed so much to the upliftment of his people in the northern part of Ghana. Then again, as a politician. And Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we celebrate these great men who took part in politics in the before independence and also beyond independence. Yakubu Tali, the Tolona, needs to be celebrated alongside the SD Dombos, J.A. Brahima, Salifu Bawa Diaka, Mumuni Baumia, the father of the current Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, for having done so much for our people, especially in the northern part of Ghana. Not forgetting Mr. C.K. Chedam and many others. It's so important that they sacrificed their lives and fought to make sure that education and also socio-economic development in the northern part of Ghana. Now, Mr. Speaker, to end, I want to say that, yes, such periodic statements to honor them is good. But I will wish that the maker of the statement and others will want to institute some lectures, if not every year, at least from every 5 years, so that people, the current generation, will know that yes, we have had such people who took part in politics, and yet they were able to distinguish themselves. And that politics is a very, very noble profession. You can still be a politician and come out as a very good person to help develop your country and also to help develop your people. It's so important that we celebrate the lives of Yakubu Tali. Let's have scholarship schemes in their memory, rewarding people who distinguish themselves, even right from JHS, SHS, and even the university, in the memory of the lives of Alahaji Yakubu Tali, so they will know that it is important to put ourselves up for politics, to be a leader, to be of service to them. And the most important thing, that even though they are no longer with us, their lives, as the Venerable Pauli said when Professor Buzia died, that we will learn from what they have done, their contribution, so that we will pick up the torch and run the race where they left off, so that even in death, they will live to inspire us, and we shall also continue from where they left off. May the soul of Alahaji Yakubu Tali, a very distinguished teacher, traditional ruler, and politician, rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute in the statement made by the Deputy Chief Whip of the majority. Right Honorable Speaker, I am contributing to this statement not just as a member of Parliament representing the people of Tamale Central, but as a grandson of Alahaji Yakubu Tali. It will be interesting to know that even though politically and ideologically I disagreed with the position of my grandfather, and for which reason I have chosen the NDC as the right path in emancipating and elevating the people of the North, which was the most important consideration of my grandfather. I cannot deny the fact that he serves as a symbol of inspiration for many politicians in northern Ghana. And even though I disagreed with him on his political ideology, I still maintained, and like the minority leader indicated, that he didn't just inspire those who believe in the ideology of the Buza Danko tradition, but he inspired every single Dagbang young man or young woman who had the intention of engaging in politics. I am not going to eulogize him talking about his political achievement. I'm going to talk about him as a family man. I'm going to talk about him as a unifier. I'm going to talk about him as someone who inspired every single member of the family. And as a young boy growing up, when I became matured and decided to go with the center left, I had many of my uncles who said that they would have loved that I joined the NPP because they could not fathom why my grandfather, who was one of the founding fathers of the UP tradition, I have chosen to go to the center left. And Right Honorable Speaker, my mother's final funeral rites ended in the palace of Tolam. And I know that with this statement, my uncle, who is now the current chief of Tolam, would be watching. And I know that the family will be watching. One thing I want everybody to understand, that in politics we may disagree. We may believe in different ideological positions. Important is our collective interest as Ghanaians to help nurture the democracy that we have helped build at least since 1992. We have had transitions. We have had changes in governments. We have had our democratic processes truncated. I have no doubt in mind that the vision of my grandfather and the vision of his contemporaries, at the time when he was a member of parliament, their vision was to see how long that democracy, which they contributed in building and participated in, traveled long. And I know that wherever he is, and by Allah's will, I pray that he would be in the safe and the merciful hands of Allah, that he would be a very happy person, that what he and many of his colleagues stood for is something that the current parliament and the current participant of our democratic dispensation are protecting and protecting jealously. And with these few words, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to eulogize my grandfather, who served as an inspiration. People in northern Ghana, many people in this country, and who will continue to inspire us, even though we disagreed with some of his ideological positions. And I pray that Allah forgive him. He was not just a politician, he was also a Muslim who engaged in the 5 daily prayers religiously. He also engaged in the fasting of Ramadan and other supplementary prayer. And this statement could not have been made at a better time than now. And I want to thank my brother, even though he belongs to a political party that I disagree, for making this statement, that we should continue with the prayer, and may the good Lord Allah let him get the mercies as this month of Ramadan is approaching us pretty soon. With these few words, I thank the maker of this statement. Perhaps after this, consider defecting to the National Democratic Congress.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me thank my colleague for bringing memories that we have kept in our cupboards for a very long time into the limelight and as a front burner instead of being a back burner. Mr. Speaker, the trailblazers of the Ghanaian politics of the North are names that some of us to recount what they have done for us as a people, and especially as Northerners, we cannot forget the front runners, including Tolona Yakubu Tali, who together with his friends decided that they will use politics for the service of the people and use politics to uplift the image of the people and not for themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is important to point out these were royals. They were not just ordinary people. If it were for themselves, they would remain in their palaces and be adored by the people and be carried by the people, but not engage in politics. But they decided, Mr. Speaker, that for the sake of the people, they did not just need to lead from the palaces, but they needed to also lead in the political people and shape what politics is. Politics of selflessness, politics of devotion, politics of giving and development, and nothing more and nothing less. And they fought for what we call freedom in development. Today, the motto of the MPP. Mr. Speaker, the original MPP was formed by these people from the North. But then it was the Northern People's Party. Yes. It was the Northern People's Party. History will have it, and it's true, that they had 15 seats. But they decided that to be able to bring the country together, they will pick somebody from Ashanti to be the leader of the party. And that's what I use the word selflessness means. That they could have decided that we are majority. And so we want the leadership for ourselves. Yakubu Tali, Baumia then, Chief Baumia, Dombo, and Co could have decided that, well, we have 15 seats. But they said, no. No. For the sake of our people and for bringing out the people together, we'll pick somebody from Ashanti who has just one seat to become the leader. And today we are seeing the fruit of it. We are seeing the benefit of bringing the people together. So as we celebrate Tolona Yakubu Tali, who rose to become a running mate to Victor Wusu, we celebrate a man who was part of a few selfless northern politicians or politicians in Ghana in those days who decided that enough was enough and that they will fight to gain independence for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, if you check the nature of northern politics in those days, where there was no car plying between Bolga and Tamale, there was no car plying between Wa and Tamale, which then was the capital of the Northern Territory. And these people had to walk, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of kilometers just to hold a meeting, just to campaign. You would understand the sacrifices that they made when they could have, Mr. Speaker, just enjoyed the natural resources that they had in those days through ruling their people, through getting in charge with central government. But they said, no, we will sacrifice. That is what I am calling for today's politicians, that we who have taken over from them must begin to learn how they did it, and we'll do same. We'll do same by sacrificing for our people. Let's that they left behind. We'll do same by saying that enough is enough. What can we do for our people, not what we can do for ourselves? Mr. Speaker, I dream to be like Tolona Yakubu Tali one day. I dream not to be a chief, but to be able to say, oh, I left this for my people. I sacrifice for my people and not for myself. And this is the type of man we are eulogizing today. They were the forebearers. They were those who left the mark that we are copying today. And for the North in particular, they were the people who stood and said enough was enough and led the Northerners into the limelight. Remember that it was difficult to get even a government school in those days. There was a school in Gambaga, maybe a school in Tamale, and then a school in the Vrango. Very few places could you access education. And these people were royals who thought that it was time to liberate their people. And it was time to join forces with the rest of Ghana to liberate their people. We should celebrate them. We should celebrate the likes of Yakubu Tali. We should celebrate the likes of Dombo. We should celebrate the likes of J. A. Brahma, Baumia. These are the people we should celebrate. Because for us in particular, these are the trailblazers. This in the sphere of politics are our forefathers. We have no other. It doesn't matter that they belong to this side of the tradition. But we as Northerners must be proud that our people stood firm when they were needed. When they were needed to be counted as men, they stood very firm and fought for us. And today, we can call ourselves politicians and great politicians. Today, we are producing presidents. We are producing speakers of parliament. We are producing majority and minority leaders. We are producing politicians who are ministers. But we owe it a duty to remember that it was these people who set the pace. But they did not take, if you were to ask, what did they leave for themselves? What wealth did they leave for themselves? Mr. Speaker, you will not get. You will not get because they could then, in those days, sell millions of acres of land to make money, but they didn't do it. They could sell minerals, but they didn't do it. Mr. Speaker, in fact, they could sell the people, but they didn't do it. They felt that it was a sacred duty to ensure that our people were free, because largely less than 5% of the Northerners were educated. So once they got the opportunity to be educated, it was their civic duty to ensure that our people were free, and they did it. And that's why when I hear statements, or when I read a statement made by my colleague, I am very excited and proud. Let us look for the free market policies that these people espoused. Let us look for the freedom in development policy that these people espoused. Let us look for the rule of law that these people espoused. Let us look for the elephant in the room that these people espoused, and see what good that they stood for and copy them. I am extremely happy that their successors in the form of the New Patriotic Party has brought social reliefs to the people, including Northerners. That's why when I go to Tamale and I see the huge overpass through the streets of Tamale, I'm happy. And Mr. Speaker, when I go and see the project that is coming up for the Palu Dam, I am happy. You are not happy that are you not happy that there is this in your constituency? In your constituency, you are not happy that there is an overpass in your constituency?
Honorable Minister, please address me.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to belong to the side that our forefathers chose. I am happy today I have an opportunity to serve the ideals and stand for the ideals that our forefathers chose. And I'm happy that I have the opportunity to be here today to eulogize now Yakubu Tali, that he and his colleagues stood for what many people would have been afraid to stand for. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that brings us to the end of statement time. Yes, Honourable Leader, what next?
Speaker, I think we can now take item 12 on page 4. Item 12 on page 4.
Which one? Item number. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 1,471,089,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ghana Revenue Authority for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority exists to ensure domestic resource mobilization and tax revenue administration. The authority is made up of Domestic Tax Revenue Division, the Customs and the Support Services Division. The Speaker, GRA in 2020 embarked on improved compliance activities, ensuring some positive domestic revenue performance. The Revenue Administration Act 2020 Mr. Speaker, the Revenue Administration Act 2020, Act 1029, was passed to establish an independent tax appeals board and enhance the existing voluntary disclosure procedures and the transfer pricing regulations 2020 LI 2414. The Speaker passed to further improve the transfer pricing regime. Mr. Speaker, 2021 expenditure estimate is informed by the GRA strategic plan and its imperatives. The strategy aims to achieve the new GRA is driven by tactical initiatives comprising fixed and variable costs for immediate revenue mobilization and transformational initiatives for sustainable revenue administration. This includes expenditure critical to the achievement of transformational initiatives to propel the plan of GRA to achieve the 17.5% tax to GDP ratio. Thus, the GRA focus for 2021 includes 1. Implement end-to-end ITAS systems for both direct and indirect tax, including VAT. The Speaker, they embark on phase 2 deployment of the ICOMS, SUMS, and a tech connectivity project to connect all GRA offices, install a rationalized and consolidated data center, implement data warehouse solution to provide 360 view of taxpayer liability, and migrate to cashless GRA offices dubbed Ghana Gov. They are to build capabilities and skills of staff through well-defined competency frameworks and skills gap assessment, and deploy enterprise platform solutions, the middle of office automation. Speaker, further, the Ghana Revenue Authority will complete guidelines and practice notes for implementation of the voluntary disclosure program pricing regulations. Mr. Speaker, it is for these and many other programs and activities that the sum of 1,471,889,000 is being requested for the Ghana Revenue Authority for their operations for the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, and in this, pursuant to this, that I move this motion for members to approve of the allocation to JRA. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and in the process submit his report. Report on the estimates, Mr. Speaker, on the estimate that was referred to the committee by your good self on the 12th of March 2021. Officials from the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority attended on the committee and took us through the objectives and functions of GRA, which we have reflected under paragraph 4 of the report, and then the performance for 2020, which we have reflected under paragraph 5, and the paragraph 6. I'm not good there. But I'm not mentioning any figure. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 6, we have the 2021
annual estimates, and then the observations and recommendations of the committee are reflected under paragraph 7. And here they took us through their strategic plan, their transformational activities, and the focus of their activities. Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention, as we have indicated in the report under paragraph 7.5, that in 2021, GRA projects to collect for this country some 57 billion and is looking to do so with a budget of some 1.47 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the committee concludes that we have examined the 2021 estimates for the Ghana Revenue Authority and found the programs and activities for which the sums have been allocated to be necessary for the effective and efficient collection of revenue for the development of the country. The committee therefore respectfully recommends the report and approves the sum of 1,471,890 sorry, I take that again, Mr. Speaker. Some 1,471,890,000 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the GRA. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to state that GRA is supposed to retain up to 3% of the total revenue they collect. Mr. Speaker, GRA again is the one clothed with the responsibility in ensuring that they correct and implement all tax revenues that has been approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, the government has given the Ghana Revenue Authority the approval to retain up to 2.58% of the taxes that they collect. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we were informed that in the year 2020, the Ghana Revenue Authority targeted to collect taxes amounting to 42.8 billion Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority indeed outperformed their target and collected taxes up to 44.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly curious about this, considering the fact that we have been told consistently that the economy is indeed not in good shape as a result of COVID. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, if you are permitted to refer you to page 206 of the budget statement, you will notice clearly that GRA actually outperformed their tax revenue, not necessarily because of compliance, Mr. Speaker, but because the economy indeed was doing well. Mr. Speaker, I said this because, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that taxes on income and property, Government of Ghana had projected that the Ghana Revenue Authority was 3.7. And Speaker, indeed, they collected 23.7. The Speaker, taxes on domestic goods and services, Ghana Revenue Authority and Government of Ghana had projected to collect 15.8. However, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, they collected 17.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of an economy that has been damaged so much by COVID-19 to the extent that the economic activities within the particular year is suffering, the Speaker, and will still be able to collect taxes on goods and services far in excess of what they projected to collect. The Speaker, in the same vein, taxes on international trade taxes, the Speaker, this is largely due to imports. The Speaker, we were told that again the economy isn't doing well. The Speaker, if the economy is not doing well, you will see it from the import coming into the economy. The Speaker, this has nothing to do with the volumes, but actually increased more than expected. Mr. Speaker, and this is what they told us at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, this is information that they gave to us at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, again, if I'm to refer you to page 206 of the budget statement, you will notice that the budget projected that they are going to collect 4.7 billion Ghana cedis on import duties. However, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year 2020, the government of Ghana collected 5.5 billion Ghana cedis on the back of import duties. Mr. Speaker, indeed, National Health Insurance Levy outperformed. Indeed, Ghana Education Fund Levy outperformed. And clearly you could see that most of the tax handles, Mr. Speaker, performed far better than what was projected. And that is why we could see an increase of about 2.2 billion Ghana cedis being overperformance. Speaker, my argument simply means that the economy indeed went through some level of stress. But it can never be the same magnitude that they are making us to feel. Mr. Speaker, yes, at the macro level, some businesses went through some stress. But Mr. Speaker, the truth is that at the governmental level, nothing significant has happened to Ghanaian economy. And impressions should not be created that the economy is not in good shape because of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I have repeatedly said the government of Ghana should not blame its inefficiencies on COVID-19. Because, Mr. Speaker, at the governmental level, particularly at the macro level, COVID-19 has not done so much damage as we are made to believe. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the Ghana Revenue Authority itself needs to check its expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I say this because we were told that they spent quite a chunk of their money for the purposes of engaging in consultants. Mr. Speaker, when we probed, we were told they engaged a consultant called Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, apparently, Mr. Speaker, was to assist them in the work of collecting taxes. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Ghanaian companies and the professionals at the Ghana Revenue are capable in performing the functions that Mackenzie is actually performing to date. Mr. Speaker, an amount of about 18 billion apparently has been paid to Mackenzie. Mr. Speaker, I requested that the Ghana Revenue Authority submit to us details of how much has been paid to Mackenzie. Mr. Speaker, sadly, they have not submitted it to us. Mr. Speaker, but they have promised us that going forward, they will bring those information. So we are still in the waiting. That hopefully, when we go on recess, we will engage Ghana Revenue Authority further and look at how they use the retention of 2.58% of total tax revenue collected over the period for the purposes of running the operations. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to encourage colleagues to approve the amount for Ghana Revenue Authority for them to be able to perform the functions of and implementing our tax policies and to generate enough revenue to be able to run the office of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Kankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rise to add my voice to the motion on the floor for the approval of it in the order paper of today. Order motion number 12. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority stands in a position in this troubling times of economic recovery to ensure that they perform to their optimal best in ensuring what is stated under paragraph 7.3 of the report before you, in ensuring optimal revenue collection this year. Mr. Speaker, their performance in 2020 was very good, but we expect that the target as set out for 2021 is achieved, and we believe that they will be able to go beyond the set target. Mr. Speaker, the focus activities of the Revenue Authority, especially on digitization of the greater use of technology to transform revenue administration, particularly through committed implementation of TRIPS to ensure efficient revenue administration, is very important. Mr. Speaker, especially when this year in the budget
will be introducing an income tax amendment bill, which government, based on the suffering of the ordinary people, is seeking to reduce the burden on susu collectors, drinking and chop bar operators, drivers, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, it requires of the Revenue Authority to ensure compliance, and in doing so, they should also have in mind not to obstruct such low-income earners or those in the informal sector in the collection of revenue, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important state institution that must be supported, and I urge my colleagues to support the motion before us in approving the set sum for the activities for 2021. I beg to support the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Podo, I haven't heard your voice in a long while. Yes, Honorable Podo. Honorable Member for Ho Central.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that seeks to approve budgetary allocation to the Ghana Revenue Authority. The sums have been mentioned already, so no need to repeat them. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Ghana Revenue Authority on the broad efforts that they have made to implement the policy on tax stamp, excise tax stamp. Because if you go everywhere now to buy anything, you virtually see the tax stamp on it. That's by way of making people to comply with the law which was passed by this August House sometime. And I'm sure that that has contributed to the tax revenue collection largely. But, Mr. Speaker, there is still a very wide gap between talk and practice. In practical terms, we could do more and therefore rake in more tax revenue. Mr. Speaker, this House passed a bill on the POS, point of sales device. But we find out that these are not being used in many establishments. Many businesses are not using it. And it is the duty of GRA, according to the law, to enforce the use of point of sale devices. Because then all sales made by SMEs and big companies can be tracked and the appropriate profits taxed for those companies. But they have not implemented them. And they have not, I'm not sure they even have trained staff that go on these tax audit ventures. That is why you can find that there are many up and coming SMEs who are not paying the appropriate taxes. In fact, in the districts and the municipalities, and even in Accra here, when people go and obtain BOP, business operating permits, they think that is the end. They think that is the end of their tax obligations to the nation. I think there should be wider, more intensive tax education for people to distinguish between business operating permit, BOP, and tax on actual business activities, which come at the end of each year. So GRA has a lot more to do, both from the end point of technology and from the point of education. If we can get our people to comply with the POS, the use of the POS device, we can then accurately determine what taxes are due, what sales have been made by businesses and firms. In fact, law firms, accounting firms, I believe, are not being taxed adequately because we don't track their revenues. Contractors pay the withholding tax, and they think that is the end. And we don't follow up. These are the reasons why we have wide gap between actual tax that the nation can collect. So they need to do more. They have to up their game. Train, deploy the people, and let them carry out the real audit of revenues being realized by the various businesses, so that we can collect more taxes. I agree that we should approve this amount for them because it is within the statutory arrangement, not beyond 3%. But their performance last year shows that they were prudent in using whatever was given to them. We hope they will do the same and not overrun their budget for the year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Oh, the chairman himself.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is to make a correction to the figure that has been stated on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, as we can see on the order paper, the figure is 1,471,089,000. That shouldn't be. If you go to what was presented in the budget statement, which has been captured by the report, 1,471,891,745 Ghana cedis. This is the correct figure that ought to be captured for the record. I thank you.
Very well. One more contribution. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, my ranking member and the chairman have explained the report to the House, so I will not waste my time. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer members to page 4 of the report. Ghana Revenue Authority is reporting that, Mr. Speaker, they collected an amount of 45.4 Ghana cedis by the end of 2020. But if you look through the budget, the Ministry of Finance is also reporting that the total collection amounted to 45.15 billion, a difference of about 248 million. Mr. Speaker, we interrogated these numbers at the committee level, and then they gave us an explanation that the difference is cash in transit, meaning they've done the correction, but the Ministry of Finance could not capture same in their tables. So we are pleading with the ministry, since the leader who presented the budget is here, during the mid-year review, the difference, that the cash in transit, they have to report on it. Because GRA is saying they've collected 45.4 billion, but the ministry captured 45.154 billion. So they are not reporting on the same numbers. So if you have 284 million as cash in transit, by mid-year, they have to report to the House or the committee so that the actual numbers will be captured to avoid this kind of discrepancies, because they will tell you they exceeded their targets. But the Ministry of Finance will also say, no, you did not exceed their target by so much. I read this issue because Ghana Revenue Authority is paid on retention. If you look at page 206 of the budget, the budgeted correction or the projected correction for 2020 was 47 billion, which was revised to 42.7 billion. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, by correcting 45.154 billion, and they applied their percentage on 45.154 billion in respect of retention. Meanwhile, Minister of Finance will say, no, you did not correct 45.15 billion. So the question is, on what basis were they applying the 2.75% on the 45.154 to get the 1.206 billion in respect of retention? So we need to correct these anomalies to avoid a situation where we create doubt in the minds of other people. Mr. Speaker, again, item 7.2 of the report, GRA is saying going forward 2021, they will undertake activities. Mr. Speaker, they need to help us plug the loopholes, correct more taxes, so that we can also look at other ways of reducing our borrowing. Because if they don't collect so much, government cannot meet its expected expenditures. And government will resort to borrowing, and it will create unnecessary burden on the existing system. So what do? We need to motivate GRA to correct more, get more retention, so that we can also give us enough revenue for us to do many things in the country, because we cannot continue borrowing to service debt, borrowing to do other projects. Whereas if they are motivated, they can also do more, like my colleague said. Point of sale device, more than 5 years ago, they are not being implemented. How can you correct enough revenue so that the state can also get what is due the state and do other things to help the development of all of us? So they've implemented a lot of activities they will undertake in 2021. It is my prayer that they walk the talk, and then we'll also make sure that we monitor the activities, so that by the end of the day, we'll come back here and say, are equal to Ghana Revenue Authority, but not to come and then be crying among ourselves that we set target for them and they could not meet the target set for them. With these few observations, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to approve their budget for them to correct enough resources for us to run this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, to thank colleagues for their various contributions, and maybe to make a few in respect of the overperformance of GRA. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues knows very well that the automation process at the ports really contributed significantly, and really cutting off the human interface resulted hugely in the taxes collected. But perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we should look at this going forward. Is it the case the targets that we set for GRA are on the low side, such that maybe they will perform? Because this is not the first time that we are seeing this. Is it the case that the targets that we set for them are beneath the floor level? We should look at that, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I think the other side that we should look at in respect of the intervention of the ranking member is whether or not we're able to increase our export revenues. You must match that. Otherwise, if you depend only on the imports, you'll be getting it wrong. You must compare exports, the revenue generated from imports, and revenue generated from exports. That then will give you a better idea. But Mr. Speaker, is a subject for debate with him at another forum. Mr. Speaker, I would express appreciation. I will express appreciation to colleagues for the points made. Mr. Speaker, the other matter related to by the Honorable Champon, in respect of cash in transit, I think it's something that is germane, because you can never, when you do the aggregation, even on weekly basis, be able to everything in the basket. You cannot. But we must have a look at it to see how much was in the system circulating before the curtain came down. We should look at that to get the correct picture. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I believe honorable members have made useful contributions and approve of the estimates for the GRA. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has approved the sum of 1,471,089,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ghana Revenue Authority for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Speaker, shall we go on to page and take item number 10?
Very well. Item number 10, motion. Yes, Honourable
Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move that this honourable House approves a sum of 2,677,117,284 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2021. Speaker, the government machinery embraces the entire architecture of the Office of the President as the seat of government, and those organizations whose operations fall out the traditional areas of sectoral responsibilities for which the Office of the President, the core government machinery, exists to provide administrative, managerial, and technical services. The Speaker, you would include the Office of the President itself, the Office of the Vice President, the Office of the Chief of Staff, Cabinet Secretariat, Office of the Chief of State Protocol, the Ghana AIDS Commission, commissions and councils, National Appropriation Council, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Internal Audit Agency, Office of Administrator General, Millennium Development Authority, State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA, the Public Sector Reforms. Then you have the Public Enterprises Scholarship Secretariat, Nations Builders Corps, the Microfinance and Small Loan Center, the National Identification Authority, the Inner City and Zonal Development Secretariat, the Special Development Initiatives, embracing the three development authorities, Northern Middle Belt, Coastal Development Authorities, and the Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat at the Presidency now. The Speaker, the Office of Government Machinery exists to institutionalize open, transparent, and accountable attainment of government development agenda of improving the quality of life of Ghanaians. The Office of Government Machinery policy objectives, among others, include improving the balance amongst the arms government, governance institutions, and their functioning, ensuring inclusive and equitable political system, ensuring effective implementation of the decentralization policy and program, ensuring efficient and effective resource mobilization, internal revenue generation and resource management, strengthening policy and development planning processes for equitable and balanced spatial and economic development, rationalizing and defining structures, roles, and procedures for state institutions, enhancing supervision and productivity in the public service, improving the responsiveness of the public service in service delivery, and mainstreaming development communication across the public sector policy cycle. The Speaker, it is for these and other unmentioned programs and projects that the Office of Government Machinery is seeking, and indeed has been allocated, of 2,677,117,284 Ghana cedis for their operations. Speaker, accordingly, I move for members to support this allocation and approve of same. As so submit, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to make a contribution. I'll come now.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process lay your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, as we will recall, these estimates were referred to the Finance Committee, and we met with the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Emmanuel Edumwa Bosman, and other senior officials of the office of the President. I present this report. Under paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, you will see the list of entities that fall under this particular allocation, the goals and objectives of the entities have been captured from paragraph 2.1 on page 2. That takes us to paragraph 3.14, where we review the outturn for 2020. Under paragraph 4, we have the 2021 budget estimates, for which we seek approval for the entities involved. Under paragraph 5, you see some of the things the Office of the President and the agencies under it intend to do in 2021. And then the committee makes some general observations, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 6. Which observations lead us to the conclusions we have captured under paragraph 7, namely, that after critically examining the 2021 budget estimates of the Office of the Government Machine, the committee recommends that the House approves the sum of 2,677,117,284 cedis for the 2021 financial year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion that was moved by the able acting Minister for Finance. Mr. Chairman, the acting Finance Minister, who I'm very sure by close of day, his term as a Minister of Finance will elapse. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, in speaking to the Office of Government Machinery motion, Speaker, due to the large nature of the agencies under the Office of Government Machinery, I would like to speak to two of the agencies. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to speak on the Special Development Initiative, which used to be a ministry, the elsewhere Ministry of Special Development Initiative. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that as part of the engagement with the committee, we were informed that the Special Development Initiative that used to be a ministry, but today, at the time that we were meeting them, they have contracts with a book value of about 2.1 billion yet to be paid. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that all of us can testify that across our constituencies, there are projects funded by the Special Development Initiatives Ministry, the elsewhere ministry, that as we speak, they are in various forms of completion. And most oftentimes, contractors are complaining due to the fact that there hasn't been paid and there are backlog of arrests accumulated over the period. And there's the need for us to indeed look for funding to ensure some of these projects are completed. That in the year 2020, the awarded contracts, the number of contract awards is 4,547, 4,547 individual contracts. Speaker, I'm wondering as to whether they have financial clearance for all of this. And I've already urged the minister responsible for finance to ensure that all these contracts indeed are in line with the Public Financial Management Act. And going forward, Speaker, enough resources should be made available for them to be able to pay these contractors. Failure, Mr. Speaker, will mean that the financial sector may suffer. Speaker, we all know what arrest does to an economy, particularly the financial sector. The fact that oftentimes when contractors go to the banks and borrow money and they are not paid for them to be able to pay their banks, then it becomes a problem. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this matter is something that I'm very much concerned about, and there's a need for us to have a handle on. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, the allocation in the budget for the Special Development Initiative is woefully inadequate to be able to pay for these contractors. And so I urge the minister responsible for finance that in the media review, they should make allocation for the Special Development Initiative for the purposes of paying for this arrest accumulated by the Special Development Initiative Ministry elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I also want to speak on the allocation that has been made to the Office of the President proper. Mr. Speaker, we were told that in the year 2020, the Office of the President proper spent an amount of 480 Ghana cedis. We were also told that the Office of the President has 6 cost centers. The first one is the General Administration. The second one is the Office of the Chief of Staff. Third is the Vice President Secretariat, the Press Secretary, and the Policy Coordination Delivery Unit. Mr. Speaker, the goods and services spent for the period for January 2020 to December 2020 amounted to 305.7 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I think that amount is too big. It's too big, Mr. Speaker, because there are other functions of state that perform equally very important function of state, yet they were denied enough resources to function properly. The Office of the Chief of Staff alone spent 240 million Ghana cedis for 12 months. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President Secretariat spent 18 million Ghana cedis for 12 months. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the General Administration spent about 37.6 million. Mr. Speaker, what saddens me is the fact that the Office of the Chief of Staff spent 100.1 million on capital expenditure alone. Capital expenditure, 100.1 million. Mr. Speaker, I requested for details because, Speaker, I'm worried. I'm worried in the sense that structure ministries like Ministry of Roads, Ministry of Works and Housing, and others that have a core function of ensuring that we build on our infrastructure. Yet, the Office of the Chief of Staff spent 100 million Ghana cedis on capital expenditure. Is it the case of buying cars or what? Mr. Speaker, we were not given the details. I asked for this information, and up to date, the details are yet to come. Mr. Speaker, as part of our oversight responsibility, we have a responsibility to get details of expenditures like this so that we can drill down and, where possible, give advice and cut them. Because I think that 100 million Ghana cedis for the purposes of capital expenditure under the Office of the Chief of Staff is too much. The Speaker, my colleague is saying they did not hear me well. But for emphasis, I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, that the Office of the Chief of Staff alone, between January to December 2020, spent 100 million Ghana cedis as capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, not only that, the same Office of the Chief of Staff, from January to December 2020, spent an amount of 240 million for goods and services. 240 million. Mr. Speaker, this is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot, and so it's important for them to look at it. Mr. Speaker, overall, all the 6 cost centers under the Office of the President spent an amount of 84 million
million Ghana cedis for 12 months. Mr. Speaker, going forward, we have also been informed that in the year 2021, the same Office of the Chief of Staff is going to spend 246.1 million Ghana cedis for the same goods and services. And then the capital expenditure under the Office of the Chief of Staff this time is coming down to 35 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in what they spend the capital 100 million Ghana cedis on in the year 2020. In the year 2020. Because we need to ascertain what they spend the money on so that we can advise going forward. So, in the year 2021, the Office of the President is going to spend an amount of 672 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I think time has come for us to realign some of this expenditure. Because, Mr. Speaker, we were told that by the acting Minister of Finance that the time has come for all of us to share the burden. He has called on all of us to tighten our belt. He's called on all of us to accept an expenditure cut. Yet, the expenditure at the Office of the President keeps going up. And that is why I'm saying that the Office of the President should lead by example. Should lead by example. Cut first, and then we will accordingly cut second. Mr. Speaker, this expenditure is nowhere near that of Parliament. This expenditure is nowhere near that of Parliament, so we should not draw the comparison as if we are comparing the 6 cost centers under the Office of the President to that of. Mr. Speaker, in any case, under Parliament, we have 275 members of Parliament. Under the Office of the President, we do not have 275 ministers. 275 ministers of states. And Mr. Speaker, I am now, unless he's telling me that you have intention to add more to the ministries. But as I know, we do not have 275 ministers of state. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the government, in as much as I support this motion, that they should put some brakes to some of this expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honourable Member for Ishaiso.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to touch on 2 areas that, in my opinion, are of extreme importance to us. Although, under our leadership, we've done exclusively well as a government. I'm talking about Maslock and the Scotland. I am saying this simply because our market is the defensive type whose risk index is less than 1. And that will mean that the performance of our economy has extremely sluggish correlation with our market. Mr. Speaker, as I am speaking now, the SMEs forms about 90% of our market. And that anytime that whether NDC or MPP, we are in government, we are touting ourselves with the achievement in the primary micro indicators, the Ghanaian community, they said, we don't feel in our pocket, simply because of the sluggish correlation I'm talking about. I think the allocations we are making to Maslock, I support, is good, but I am suggesting that in the near future, areas such as Maslock, we need to make sure that we increase allocations to those areas so that this issue of the economy not impacting the grassroots will be handled. Then, when you come to scholarship, Mr. Speaker, we all know that performance is the function of ability, opportunity, and motivation. And that ability comes. Mr. Speaker, we all know that ability comes as a result of one formal education, and then so I am saying that our government exclusively did well, especially between the years 2017 and 19. You realize that the Ghanaian student, in terms of acquiring educational laurels that in our locality we really don't have the expertise. We spend so much there and it's really helping us as a country. However, I'm also proposing that we need to expand our expenditures in these areas, because without having that high level of human development index, attaining stability and growth in terms of our economy will be extremely difficult. Mr. Speaker, my minority friends just said that Office of Government Machinery, we are spending so much and that they are raising issues. Of course, constitutionally they have their right to raise their issues. However, they have not stated or defined the responsibility framework of Office of Government Machinery entities under the scope of work, the infrastructural scope that we are talking about. They have not. Before you criticize such expenditures, you should have been able to provide a research work and data that you have, information that you have to support your statement.
Hold on.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, hold on. Yes, ranking member, can this take please?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my good friend made a reference that I said Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly careful. I zoomed into the Office of the President and never said Office of Government Machinery, knowing very well Office of Government Machinery is so huge. And that is why I said, for reference, I'm going to talk only on the Office of the President and Special Development Initiative. So my argument has nothing to do with Office of Government Machinery, but Office of the President. So it will say so.
Yes, Honourable, please.
Mr. Speaker, I am quite astonished. The point that I was making, and I still emphasize, is that before you make such criticisms, you should be able to provide scope of work, define the define the work that will enable you to criticize the work without understanding the responsibility framework of Office of Government Machinery and precisely the President Office. You cannot draw these arbitrary inferences. Mr. Speaker, in fact, under the NDC, if you do consider time value of money and do the necessary financial adjustment, they have rather had actually expended, about 10-folds of what they are talking about. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, about judicial use of state resources that yielded results that we can all attest to. Yeah. In terms of what our government has achieved through Office of Government Machinery and precisely the Chief of Staff's outfit. So I think we need to analyze these things with respect to scope of work, responsibility framework, the output, the results that we have, and its impact on our society. Mr. Speaker, this is what that I want to say.
Yeah. Yes. Honourable Champion.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to support the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I heard my colleague say that he is a former CEO of Maslow. So he was trying to make a case for Maslow in terms of budgetary allocation. And then there's a saying, Mr. Speaker, which goes that to whom much is given, much is expected. Because in 2021, Mr. Speaker, Maslow is projecting to spend 49.7 million on goods and services. And then compensation is 7.5 million Ghana cedis. Total allocation of 80.4 million cedis. Mr. Speaker, when they appear before the committee, the facilities that we give to the micro enterprises, small loans and the rest, is a revolving fund. They could not account to us how much they've been able to recover. And you're asking us to give you more allocation. On what basis can this house give you enough allocation to be disbursed to other businesses?
You should have accounted to us that we gave us, if we recover, let's say 200 million, then there will be a basis to make a case on your behalf. So as a former boss, I'm sure you will not go back to Masrock again. Try to advise them to do what is needful, so that when the picture is clear, then we'll get the opportunity to also make a case for Maslow going forward. Mr. Speaker, we've heard over and over again public sector reforms. We are spending money and recruiting people in the name of public sector reforms. Right now, we put Ghana Beyond Aid and the public sector reform being led by our former senior minister, Honorable Yawasafu Maasfu, as the senior advisor to the president. Mr. Speaker, Auditor General has presented several reports, and we've seen a lot of infractions, misappropriation, misapplication of funds. By the end of the day, we spend money for platforms. So what are we achieving in all these exercises? So, Mr. Speaker, let's put the money in where our mouth is, so that we know that the limited resources that we have, we are making judicious use of it. And I want to tie in with this, Mr. Speaker. When the Internal Audit Service appeared before the House, we asked them, they work under the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, if a DCE, you write a nasty, excuse my language, report about a DCE, the next day you'll be transferred. So the independence of the institution will not be there. So let's find a way of allowing the internal audit system to operate, so that anything that is happening within the MMDAs, they can report appropriately, so that we know that there's value in whatever we do in all our state institutions. Mr. Speaker, SIGA informed the committee that they've signed performance contract. Mr. Speaker, if you sign performance contract, that shouldn't be the end of it, because somebody has set targets for himself that by the end of the period, I'm going to achieve so much. So if by the end of the period, not able to achieve their own set target, do you have a punishment regime for them? Are you going to demote them, transfer them, so that it will serve as a disincentive for others? By the sign the contract, by the end of the period, they will not deliver. They will take their salaries, their allowances, and will keep allocating resources to the same institutions in the name of budget allocation. Mr. Speaker, let's try to do something different and expect a different result, which will kneel to the benefit of all of us. Mr. Speaker, with these few observations, yes, I will conclude by saying the House should help make sure that our oversight responsibility over state institutions are performed and perform well. Because by the end of the day, we give them resources. We are complaining that we don't have enough resources in our national kitty. But the limited that we have, let's make sure that it is put to good use to the benefit of all of us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And in supporting it, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the House to some policy directions, so long as our governance structure and this report as a whole is concerned. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to page 7 of the report, and that is paragraph 3.7, the Council of State. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will read portions of it. For the year 2020, the Council of State facilitated the passage of the Council of State Act 2020, Act 1037. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if after passage of this act, the proper place for the budget of the Council of State should still be under the office of the President, or as part of the other government obligations as we are seeing here.
Mr. Speaker, the Council of State is a constitutional creation, and we have passed an act in this House to support that. And Mr. Speaker, when you go to the Constitution, 89, 7, clause 7 and 8, and with your permission, I'll read. The chairman and members of the Council of State shall be entitled to such allowances and privileges as may be determined in accordance with Article 71 of this Constitution. The allowances and privileges of the chairman and other members of the Council of State shall be a charge on the consolidated fund and shall not be varied to their disadvantage while they hold office. Mr. Speaker, with these provisions and with the act that was passed in this House, I think the Council of State should be able to prepare a budget which should come under the special budget of the committee of this House, just as we do for SHRAG, just as we do for NCCE, just as we do for the Electoral Commission, just as we do to independent constitutional bodies. I think, Mr. Speaker, going forward, time may not be on our side, but as we are moving towards the 2022 budget, or we are moving towards a supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, we must take a critical look at this policy direction. Mr. Speaker, if you read the report, the Council of State, all the money for monitoring and evaluation are boxed into one figure. Are we saying even if the Council of State is trying to embark upon some monitoring and evaluation project to come and inform His Excellency the President, they have to go to the President for something before they can even carry out such a duty? These are constitutional problems, and I think, Mr. Speaker, we must draw the House attention and the Minister for Finance to that there has been a new act. An act for the Council of State has been passed to support the Constitution, and therefore they must be regarded as such. Mr. Speaker, secondly, going through the report, I want to come when the local government committee met and presented a budget to this House. A serious issue was raised in the report about whether the proper location for the Ministry of Special Development Initiatives should be the Committee of Finance. Whether after dissolving the ministry, whether it proper locate the development authorities, and with respect to Speaker, I'm referring to the Middle Development Authority, Coastal Development Authority, and the Northern Development Authority, whether their proper location should be under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, we are raising these issues because when you go through the activities and the projects that were carried on by this ministry, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot. And I even want to question even the Committee on Finance, whether they have ever organized a monitoring tour to go and look at the proper locations of these over 3,000, 4,000 so-called projects that we find in this report. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, a lot of projects are said to have been completed by the Ministry of Special Development Initiative. You and I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Committee on Finance is always inundated by international agreements to go through their terms and references and other financial bills. And I'm wondering whether they will have time to go and see whether these projects that are being enumerated here were properly completed, those in work, which they are said to be in work in progress are truly work in progress, and whether what we saw when the government track record, achievement tracker was brought, the toilets of the Ghana Fest are not part of this project that have been written here. Mr. Speaker, these are issues that we have to interrogate, and I will not be surprised if this House will constitute a committee and embark upon a nationwide tour. Because, Mr. Speaker, the amount we are giving them, about 850 million Ghana cedis for
I don't know whether it is Ministry of Special Development Initiative, or it's Office of the Special Development Initiative, or it's a Commission of Special Development Initiative, or it's a department or agency. They alone, this year, are even being given about 800 and something million. Mr. Speaker, you can't give this money out, and you will not go about to go and supervise or monitor as to whether these projects are there or not. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is dissolved, and I think the best person to be able to perform supervisory role on these development authorities should be the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization. The Ministry for Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization, because they have presence in over 260 districts in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to date, the Ministry for the Local Government Service alone have recruited not less than 4,000 university graduates. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of staff strength, they have the capacity and they have the numerical strength to be able to monitor and supervise all these things. Mr. Speaker, this ministry inherited an authority that you and I know what happened in SADA or Northern Accelerated Development Authority. Mr. Speaker, if we don't tighten the monitoring mechanisms, one day, Mr. Speaker, this country will be overtaken by events or some eventualities that you and I will find it very difficult to explain. So with this, I want to make a humble submission that one, the budget of the Council of State should be treated as an independent constitutional body and should be referred to the ministry, the Committee on Special Budget, just to be treated like the budget, that of the Electoral Commission. And secondly, the proper location for the 3 development authorities, Mr. Speaker, should be under the Ministry for Local Government and Rural Development. Mr. Speaker, that should not be all. Even Zongo, we are told that the Zongo Ministry is dissolved or collapsed. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, and I don't want to believe, that with this kind of budget that we are seeing, there are going to be ministers of state at the office of presidency who will still be supervising these agencies or departments that we are seeing. If that is the case, let's call a spade. Call that minister of state in charge of Middle Belt or Local Coastal Development Authority or Northern Development Authority as a minister for special development initiatives. Call that minister of state in charge of Zongo Development Fund as a minister in charge of Zongos. If you don't do this, then you say they've all been brought to the office of the president under other government obligations. Then we are sending 4 billion Ghana cedis to the office of government machinery as other government obligations. Mr. Speaker, who is going to monitor these funds? Which committee will be doing the supervisory role? To fight, seriously be united and fighting against corruption, let's relocate agencies and departments into their proper perspectives. In that way, Mr. Speaker, we will together help to fight corruption. With these few words, I am submission and call upon the House to adopt the report while waiting to do the further corrections in the subsequent budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to provide a clarification to the point raised by the Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, I do so because, Speaker, I recall that at the committee we asked the issue of the Council of State and as to whether the Council of State, and to get reasons why they did not create a separate cost center for the Council of State. Mr. Speaker, we were told that due to the short nature of the budget, we should accept it for now, and then going into the media review or at the latest by November when they submit the 2022 budget, the issue of Council of State will be addressed. So in fact, we spent extensive time debating it and addressing it, but we came into an agreement that we'll accept it for now, but going to the next budget, we will treat it as a separate item of which will require parliamentary motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the ranking member has provided clarification. Indeed, throughout, we have had the budget of the Council of State in the belly of the. That has always been the case. But December last year, we passed the new bill on the Council of State. And that now means that they should be able to stand on their feet. So going forward, we should make a separate allocation to them as a standalone constitutional creature. We should prevent them from what role or what perception that people have of them as glorified errand men and women of the president. That cannot be. Speaker, they stand not only to proffer advice to the president, but to Parliament and all other constitutional creatures. Unfortunately, they've not been liberated to perform that role. I think with the new act, they should have sufficient muscle to play that role, and that then will mean that going forward, they should have their own budget. The Speaker, let me also say that I agree by and large with the exposition of the Deputy Whip for the minority relating to the special development initiatives. They were ideas generated by the current president. Mr. Speaker, what it is, the purpose of the special development initiative really responds to the imperatives of Article 36(2)(d) of the Constitution, to have development decentralized into the various regions and districts, and even within the districts, circle development. If that is the case, then I will agree that because these ought to be also supervised by members of Parliament and district assemblies, going forward, perhaps the proper location should be within the ambit of the assemblies, in that case, to be superintended by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. But we are not there yet. I believe that we can debate this matter. And I think that ultimately, if we have to continue with the program, that ultimately will have to be the location. But for now, we are where we are, the brainchild of the current president. But I think that, the Speaker, as I said, in principle, I agree with what issues that my colleague, the Deputy Whip for the minority, has related to. As for what the ranking member said in respect of the office of the president, Mr. Speaker, the office of the president does not house the office of the president, strictly speaking, that is technically, that office alone. The office of the vice president comes under the office of the president. The office of the vice president comes under the office of the president. The chief of staff, under the office of the president. There are many, many others that come under the, Mr. Speaker, more than six. More than six. Mr. Speaker, they have more than six. The ranking member is disputing. There are more than six. Because the office of vice president, office of the chief of staff, cabinet secretariat, office of the chief of state protocol, all others, they come under the office of the president. Mr. Speaker, there are many others. But this is not an arena for debate of this. So, Mr. Speaker, I think where we are is to approve of the allocation. And the ranking member knows what to do when we have to litigate this further. So I thank colleagues for their contribution. I think the purpose of all this is to enrich the architecture of our governance. And I think that that really should be the bottom line in considering these estimates. Mr. Speaker, I will invite you to put the question. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is: all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. This House has approved the sum of 2,677,117,284 Ghana cedis for the services, the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2021. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of...
Honorable Leader, I'm not aware of which motion you're moving. I was asking for your guidance.
Mr. Speaker, item number 13.
Number 13.
Yes.
Very well. Other government obligations. Yes. You may please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the sum of 80,869,525,482 for the services of other government obligations for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, for the avoidance of doubt, that this House approve the sum of Ghana cedi 80,869,525,482 for the services of the other government obligations for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the goal of government, the goal of government is to ensure efficient and effective management of the economy towards the attainment of efficient and effective management of the economy, and also to bringing us up to upper middle income status, and also ensuring poverty reduction. The Speaker, the other government obligations comprises allocations set aside to meet statutory and other government expenditures, such as general government, the ESLA transfers, COVID-19 related expenditures, payment of subscriptions, pensions, gratuities, salary arrears, gratuities and salary arrears, and that should be of great concern to members of Parliament. Gratuities and salary arrears. The Speaker, Social Security interest payments, payment of subsidies. The amount will be utilized to meet statutory obligations in the form of payments into the National Health Funds, the Education Trust Fund, the Road Fund, etc., and other earmarked funds for instance, Youth Employment Authority and Student Loan Trust. The Speaker, the General Government Services includes budget for government obligations such as payment for value groups, service level agreements, judgment debts, legal charges, license renewals, payment for 2020 amounting to 317 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, 1 billion will be used for mitigating the effects of the pandemic through economic and social measures, agriculture and agribusiness, modernization, supply technology, digitization, regional hubs programs, establishment of national unemployment insurance scheme, training and retraining scheme, amongst others. The Speaker, 929,296 Ghana cedis 610 is allocated as government support to Ghana COVID-19 vaccination program in support of the COVAX APC, the M-Pharma, to procure over 42 million vaccines before the year end. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that when we started this effort, the vaccine, the cost per vaccine was in the region of less than $4. As we speak today, the price has escalated to $26. And the herd immunization that we are targeting, that is over 20 million, which because of the 2 ampules will translate to 42 million, the Speaker, certainly then would translate into something in the region of $1 billion. That is scary. Mr. Speaker, these allocations to other government machinery are supposed to cater for all this. Ranking member, I know you are shocked to the marrow, but that's where we are as a country. Mr. Speaker, the allocation of 1.9 billion has been made for the National Health Insurance Fund and is determined as a product of the weight of the NHIF and the earmark funds cap of 25% of tax revenue plus restoration. In accordance with the National Health Insurance Amendment Act 2018, the fund is entitled to a 2.5% straight levy on goods. Mr. Speaker, this amount does not include the 2.5% on the contributions from Social Security and the pension scheme. Speaker, the sum of 1,442,796,479 Ghana cedis has been allocated to the GET Fund. The Speaker, this and many others are the reasons the approval for the request, the sum of 80,869,525,482 Ghana cedis is made for the other government obligations. Speaker, I believe this is explanatory enough, and it is in that context, Speaker, that I move that the House approves of this sum for the services of other government obligations. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, but also to make the observation, Mr. Speaker, that in spite of the difficulties imposed on us by the global pandemic we suffered in 2020, that government managed transfers, the Speaker, was very impressive. In fact, for those funds that depend on revenues, and that suffered because in the light of COVID, revenues had underperformed, not just in Ghana, but across the world. As a result of government management of the situation, government succeeded in restoring the shortfall arising from the underperformance of revenue. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we recognize the good strategies that have produced these outcomes and improve them for even better results. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will proceed to present the Finance Committee's report on the estimates relating to other government obligations, which, Mr. Speaker, you refer to the Finance Committee, and as a result, the committee had to meet the President representative at the Ministry of Finance and other senior officials of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, a total of 80 million, as was indicated by the majority leader, 80,869,525,482 Ghana cedis has been projected to be spent under this expenditure line. And Mr. Speaker, the unlisted financial obligations referred to as statutory payments for the 2021 financial year has been indicated in the committee's report on page 2. Mr. Speaker, on page 3, the committee submits its observations and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, there was one particular observation that is worth laying out for mention. It was in respect of the Ghana Exim Bank. The committee was unanimous in expressing concerns about the expenditure profile of the Ghana Export-Import Bank. Projected expenditure of some 456.5 million Ghana cedis, only 84.5, roughly, had been earmarked for the bank's core mandate, that is, loans to loan applicants in the export sector. Projected costs for non-core activities such as property, plant, and equipment to be acquired, legal and other professional services, public relations and marketing costs, directors' fees and other related costs, staff training and other staff-related costs, etc., have been projected to increase several folds over the previous year's actuals. The committee therefore recommends, Mr. Speaker, that the Ghana Exim Bank's expenditures for non-quantities in 2021 be revised to generate a savings of some 80 million Ghana cedis, which must be added to the funds earmarked for loans to loan applicants. The committee further recommends, Mr. Speaker, that an efficiency audit be done on the operations of Ghana Exim Bank as part of a process to ensure that the bank prioritizes its core mandate. Attached to our report are the assumptions and justifications underlining these other government obligations. In conclusion, the committee, having carefully examined the estimates of the other government obligations, recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 80,869,525,482 Ghana cedis for the discharge of the other government obligation for the financial year commencing on the first day of January 2021 and ending on the 31st day of December 2021. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the other government obligation is about 62% of the entire appropriations. Mr. Speaker, simply put, since Parliament started considering this estimate, all the work we've done is about 48%, leaving this singular motion about 62%. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I plead that you indulge us so we can speak extensively on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the other government obligation is such an important function of state performed by the Ministry of Finance.
Honorable Ranking Member, kindly hold on. Honorable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, the other government obligation is an important function performed by the Ministry of Finance as a central government management agency. Mr. Speaker, over the years, this has not changed, and it has become a core function of the ministry. They transfer monies to statutory agencies, pay interest on behalf of government, amortize government loans, and do others. Mr. Speaker, just to start with, I would like to refer the House to the committee's report, page 5, item 3.5, under Ghana Exim Bank. Mr. Speaker, of the amount that Government of Ghana intends to transfer for the purpose of the work at the Ghana Exim Bank, the Ghana Exim Bank was supposed to spend an amount of 456.5 million Ghana cedis for their functions. However, of this 456.5 million, the Ghana Exim Bank has decided to use only 84 million of this amount for their core mandate and spending the rest on themselves. Mr. Speaker, we strongly believe that that is not right, because Exim Bank was established for a purpose, and a chunk of the resources should be used for the purpose as they were established. Mr. Speaker, to surprise you to note that even though they are going to spend 84.4 million only on loans, they have projected that they are going to spend 150 million to buy property, plant, equipment for themselves. They have said that they are going to do what they call community support of 5.5 million Ghana cedis. They've said that they are going to spend 15 million on legal and professional services. And then they are also going to spend 7 million for the purposes of taking their board members on courses abroad. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is not right. And so the committee unanimously concluded that we are referring this matter to the plenary, and we are recommending that they should cut their expenditure down and make a savings of 80 million to add to the 84 million that they intend to spend on loans. Mr. Speaker, we know government intends to continue with the one district, one factory, which will require enough resources. How on earth should we allow the Exim Bank to spend so much money on themselves? I believe that we've even been very generous. If I have my own way, Ghana Exim Bank should not spend more than 30 million on themselves. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's just too much. It's just too much. And we've signaled that going forward, we will be looking into the expenditure of some of these agencies, not only Ghana Exim Bank. And I believe the majority leader will make budget available to the Finance Committee to undertake this important exercise. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we do this, we will be saving money. We'll be saving money. And it's Parliament that has the function to ensure that things of this sort are actually uncovered and then possible recommendations were made. Mr. Speaker, moving away from the Ghana Exim Bank, I also wish to say that if you are to look at page 206 of the budget statement and page 207 of the budget statement, clearly we see how the other government obligations was expended in the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, as part of the budget for other government obligation in the year 2020, we were told initially that government of Ghana was 11 billion for the purposes of COVID-19 related expenditure. However, Mr. Speaker, the outturn for COVID-19 related expenditure for the year 2020 amounting to 8.1 billion Ghana cedis according to the budget statement. Of this amount, Mr. Speaker, you recall that Parliament approved COVID-19 alleviation program cap 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, subsequent to our approval, this Parliament have not seen cap 2. Yet the Ministry of Finance has suspended cap 2. They've gone ahead and spent on COVID-19 plan. They've spent on plan 1, plan 2, plan 3. Yet, Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Ghana do not have the full complement of what they spend amount on. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to be part of the estimate and notice that they are not accounting for some of the COVID-19 expenditures, and they are referring it to the Ministry of Finance. Yet, anytime we meet the Ministry of Finance, they do not give us the full breakdown of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, what I want to signal is that in the coming days, I'll be bringing to call on this August House, Speaker, to investigate some of these expenditures on COVID-19. 8.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we need to look into it. Because, Mr. Speaker, this amount, none of us have the full complement of how the 8.1 was expanded. None of us. And that is why, as Parliament, we need to go into that matter. Mr. Speaker, apart from that also, we were also informed by the Ministry of Finance that going into the year 2021, they are making some allocation to statutory agencies. Some include the Ghana National Petroleum Company, GNPC. Speaker, to surprise you to know that the Ministry of Finance has capped the GNPC allocation to the extent that even the equity financing commitment of the GNPC, being the national oil company, that amount is not enough to pay for the equity financing. And so we want to urge the Minister of Finance, the Acting Minister of Finance, before he hands off your handing over notes, please inform the Minister of Finance that this equity financing commitment of GNPC can never be breached. And so they should make money available for financing, because these are cash calls backed by agreement, and we cannot ignore it because it's the responsibility of state. Just like we have a responsibility to service our debt, we have our responsibility to pay our equity when it falls due. Speaker, Road Fund. As part of our engagement with Ghana Road Fund informed us that they have arrests amounting to almost 4 billion Ghana cedis. 4 billion. Arrests, 4 billion. Mr. Speaker, 4 billion is a lot of money. And 4 billion has an impact on our economy. These poor contractors, Mr. Speaker, they are poor because of their state. Mr. Speaker, they have gone to the banks, borrowed money. Some of them have used their hard-earned revenue, and then they've constructed road, and government of Ghana is supposed to pay them. Yet, you are not paying them. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to see that in spite of all of these arrests, the Ministry of Finance has decided to cap their revenues, to the extent that almost 500 million Ghana cedis has been taken away from them. Mr. Speaker, we urge the Ministry of Finance. To ensure that road fund, at the minimum, they should not cap road fund. They should give the money to road fund.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable is grossly misleading this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I get very surprised if anybody from the other side veers into the road, the road fund operations and arrears. I get very, very surprised. Mr. Speaker, this fund was established to take care of maintenance in our country. By November 2016, Mr. Speaker, the fund was mortgaged. Mr. Speaker, by 2016 November, the fund was mortgaged to UBA. And the NDC government at the time took a loan of 1.2 billion Ghana cedis against the fund at an interest rate of 32%.
Honorable Minister.
At an interest rate of 32%.
Honorable Minister. I want to understand what you're complaining about. Well, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bauer, you sit down. Please sit down.
And as at the close, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I want to understand.
Sit down. I hope you give me the opportunity again.
Order. Honorable Minister, I was trying to find out what he said. The Honorable Ranking Member said, which he said he was misleading the House. I didn't get it. I want to catch that before the ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said he was misleading this Honorable House because, in the first place, he made two statements. He said the outstanding payments as at the close of 2020 was 4 billion. Mr. Speaker, is not true in the first place. Two, he said that we have not been paying contractors out of the road fund. That is, I wanted to point it out to them that it was during their time that they collapsed the road fund.
Honorable, the point you made is that he has made a statement of fact which is not true. Right.
That is so.
And then you're saying that he says you're not paying contractors. And what are you saying to that? Is that true or not?
Mr. Speaker, as of the 2020, the outstanding payment was 3.2 billion. It wasn't 4 billion. So it's not true.
Your point is well made.
It's not true. But
your point is well made. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member, take note of the corrected statement and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the information was given to us at the committee by the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, there were documents to this effect. Sadly, I left the document in my office. I've asked that they bring it to me. I'll try and lay it so that between me and the minister responsible for roads, we will know who is actually saying the truth. Mr. Speaker, papers do not lie. These are documents given to us at the Finance Committee when we had a meeting, and I'll try and get you a copy. Mr. Speaker, back to the point on road fund. Mr. Speaker, my argument is simple. In spite of the arrest, borrowing the words of the minister, that the road fund owes 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. Your words, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. We all know what 3.2 billion Ghana cedis can do to the economy. In arrest, Speaker, I would have thought that the minister responsible for roads would have worked with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that they will find a lasting solution to this arresting situation. Speaker, again, I heard him when he spoke that the previous administration went and borrowed 1.2 billion. Speaker, I beg to say that when he became the minister for roads, he has since he has gone to Ghana Commercial Bank, GCB, and Fidelity Bank to extend additional loan, 800 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 800 million Ghana cedis. Additional. Mr. Speaker, I thought when he had the opportunity, he would have used to say that that is not happening. Mr. Speaker, we should compare like with like. But my argument is not to criticize him, but to speak for him, that the system needs additional injection. We need revenue, money. Road fund needs money, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that he would have fought against the capping of road fund arrest. Instead of you doing that, Mr. Speaker, you are concentrating your efforts, Mr. Speaker. That is not the way to go. That is not the way to go because, Mr. Speaker, I was only rather going to speak for him to ensure that he gets the money for the purposes of building additional roads. Mr. Speaker, going into the matters, we were also told that by the Ministry of Finance that we are spending 15.2 billion for the purposes of amortization. Mr. Speaker, this matter is so dear to me. This matter is so dear to me because, Speaker, I have consistently raised the issue how we have classified amortization over the years. The minister responsible for finance, the acting minister, had given us an assurance that in the year 2022, going forward, they are going to change the treatment. The Speaker, I would have thought that starting from this year, starting 2021, that unconventional and unacceptable treatment of America, sadly, as part of the assumptions that they gave to us, an amount of billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for amortization under energy sector payments. Mr. Speaker, for the records, that cannot be treated as amortization. It is an expenditure. So all what you are seeking to do is to reduce your expenditure and create impressions that you are doing something. Mr. Speaker, anyone who claims he's amortizing or paying a debt, yet what he's paying adds to the public debt, who does that? Who does that? You should show me one country in the world
Who does amortizing? And yet the public debt increases. 6.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is unconventional and we should stop treating our fiscal like this. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague rightly said, this distorts our fiscal framework and we should not be allowed. So I will urge our Minister of Finance to stop this unconventional way of reporting our fiscal, because, Mr. Speaker, we become a laughing stock in the global arena. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, last year, in the year 2020, Mr. Speaker, we spent 20 billion. Today, in the year 2021, we are spending 35.6 billion Ghana cedis on interest. So within the space of 1 year, 1 calendar year, Mr. Speaker, our public debt, because it's ballooning and increasing at an increasing rate, we are adding about 15 billion Ghana cedis to our interest. Mr. Speaker, that is alarming and stressful. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, a time will come, we'll end up using all our total revenue for the purposes of servicing interest. And when that happens, Mr. Speaker, it is certainly going to affect our economic growth and very important sectors of the economy, that is supposed to receive investment from our tax revenue will not receive that. And so I want to caution the Minister of Finance that this issue of interest and our public debt increasing, we should not just take it as political item. It is not. It is a matter of national security. The Speaker, this goes to the core of our national building. The Speaker, if care is not taken, a time will come we will not even have money to pay wages and salaries, because interest certainly is taking it. The Speaker, there is a chance that we can default. There is a chance until we put barriers. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I think we should take our fiscal responsibility issues serious. We should guard the Ministry of Finance so that borrowing will not be the order of the day, that they think every single fiscal program, the solution is financing or going to borrow. That is not the way to solve problems. When you are in the pit already, you don't continue digging. I'm aware that they are in the bond market. I wish them well, Mr. Speaker. I wish them well. But, Mr. Speaker, in as much as we are out there borrowing, we should guard against the possibility of us not being able to pay this debt. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, that other government obligation of about 80 billion be approved for the services of what has been approved. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in view of the statement that the honorable ranking member of the Finance Committee has just made, that our public debt is increasing at an increasing rate, I think, Mr. Speaker, it would be helpful for this House if I put some figures into the records. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2000, the year 2000, I'm providing information. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2000, our public debt at the close of the year stood at 4.11 billion. By the close of 2004, it has increased to 7.52 billion, representing an increase of 83%. Mr. Speaker, by the close of 2008, it had increased to 9.75 billion, representing an increase of 30%. And we remember, Mr. Speaker, that this was due to debt relief. Mr. Speaker, by the close of 2012.
Yes, Honorable Member, hold on. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just want to know what the chairman of the Finance Committee is doing. A motion was moved, he seconded the motion, presented the report. We started commenting on the report, then he stood up again and started debating.
Yes, he's entitled to after presenting the committee's report.
No.
Our rules.
If you're the chairman, you can be given opportunity to wind up. We have not finished the debate. What is he doing? So I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, he's entitled to after if he chooses to debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not arguing any point. I'm putting raw in the record. I'm not arguing any point.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, by the close of 2012, our public debt between 2008 and 2012, Mr. Speaker, our public debt rose to 36 billion, representing 268%. Mr. Speaker, by the close of 2016, our public debt had hit 122.17%, representing a percentage increase of 239%. Mr. Speaker, by the close of 2020, in the light of COVID, public debt had increased to 291.61 billion cedis, representing 139%. Mr. Speaker, anybody is allowed to pick this increase, compare it with the earlier increases, and see whether the statement that our public debt is increasing at an increasing rate is a legitimate statement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention, which I did earlier on, that the honourable member did not stand on point of order after seconding the motion and presenting the report. He had the chance, you have given him another chance to debate, to speak. I just want to draw your attention to that, Mr. Speaker.
I thought I had ruled already that under our rules, the chairman, after presenting the committee's report, if he so wishes, may also contribute to the debate. As no such thing as winding up if he so wishes. So he is entitled to contribute to the debate. He has not breached any rule. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we are witnessing some economics analysis here that for me defies logic. Mr. Speaker, if I have 100 cedis and I borrow 100 cedis, 100% increment, it then takes me to 200 cedis. If the next year I borrow 150 cedis, it will no longer be 100% because the denominator, which is 200 million, the base is increased. And in calculating public debt, it's on a compounding basis. So when you say that I borrowed 100 million, when the base was 100, and now you borrowed 150 million, you have to be taught some elements of rudimentary mathematical issues. That is why in economics, we say that it's your debt as a percentage of your GDP. Because when you borrow, and when you look at the financing, sit down. Okay. When you look at financing, there are project loans. You borrow to invest in critical infrastructure so that you can get revenue to grow your economy. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, our interest payment, and that is the critical issue, Japan's debt to GDP is more than 100%. It doesn't mean that they are in debt distress. It's that you service the loan, which means that you pay the interest. So if they are paying 0.5% and you are paying 10%, even with a smaller figure, at the end of the year, you'll be paying higher. So in 2016, the economy that you claim was in tatters. We were paying 11 billion for interest payments. 2020, Mr. Speaker, the figure has skyrocketed to 35 billion.
That is interest payment. Because at the end of the day, you are looking at how much you need to service that facility. If you look at our tax revenue today, which is about 45 billion, I'm saying that, Minister, interest payment is escalated to 35 billion.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the figure is there. You can cross-check. You can cross-check from the budget outtakes and check how much we spent on interest payments and how much we are budgeting to pay for these payments. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, and the figures are here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister was arguing about road fund. Mr. Speaker, we instituted the energy sector levies, which we even kicked against. We gave all the monies to the ministry. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at this document that we are debating, road fund is supposed to get 1.1 billion. But if you go to the budget appendix proper and look at economic classification, the revenue side, road fund is giving us 1.9 billion. Minister, you are supposed to be given the 1.9 billion so that you as Minister of Roads, you can. The government is taking 800 million of your money. We are crying for you. We want you to succeed. But in other case, you are my uncle. Are you not my uncle? Or you want to deny me because of politics? Am I not your nephew? I am saying that this money should be returned to you as Minister of Roads so that you can function well, so that you can be one of the best ministers as far as this government is concerned. You know, Mr. Speaker, if you take the NHIL, another 400 million is being taken off. And they've been complaining. They have been complaining year on year. But even more interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the COVID-related expenditure. The issue of Development Bank, we started this discussion way before COVID. So what has that got to do all of a sudden, as if because of COVID, we are establishing a Development Bank? Look, if we want to deal with direct COVID-related expenditures, let's do that. Don't run on the back of COVID and develop an octopus and begin to drag everything into the net. Even when you look at what they describe as COVID, page 1, there's an amount for electricity subsidy. Page 2, there's another amount for electricity subsidy. So which is which? You cannot even tell which one is the other. This document we are considering is what you call other government obligations, which means that the core ones are available. That is what the ministries themselves do, the real agencies. I think that is not proper that for any country, the core ministries are getting less than what goes to other government obligations. I think that we should begin to look at how our financial architecture and our financial structure is looked at. And several people have held the view that the presidency is already overwhelmed. So most of these institutions and agencies, they can find space at the various ministries. Why do you want to go and put them under the presidency when the presidency is supposed to supervise the ministries? I think that the presidency should be empowered to supervise the ministers so that the ministers, all these agencies that we are seeing, they will find expression under the presidency. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from the figures we are seeing that this budget is what the medical doctors will tell us: osteomalacia, osteoporosis, which means that this budget, this economy cannot stand on its legs. This economy is suffering. Mr. Speaker, we must begin to reduce the debt level. If we continue like this, in 2 years' time, I'm not a prophet of doom, but clearly we can no longer service our debts. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader. I was bringing the debate to a close.
we are recycling and indeed reprocessing the argument. The issue about but the issue about debt sustainability, I believe, should concern all of us as a country. I think going forward, as a country, as a parliament, we should delve into that, and especially the debt to GDP ratio. The Speaker, I know of certain parliaments that will set upper limits, that we can't go beyond this extent. Is it a way to go as a parliament for us? As to who is increasing what, I think that if we do the aggregation, talking about maybe the financial sector cleanup, we're talking about extra payment, we're talking about interest payment. Because if you let out how much has been borrowed since 2017 up to now, if you do the netting out and dollarizing the rate of borrowing, you see which regime has borrowed much. If you made an exchange rate of 1 cedi 10 pesos to $1 over 8-year period, go to the Bank of Ghana, you see how much was borrowed. It's about 47 billion. What the money was applied for should interest all of us. The past 4 years, yes, in the region of about 22 billion. We should begin to argue it out. Where are we going as a country? I will appreciate that argument. And if Parliament has to intervene, may not be able to go beyond a certain level. Let's make that determination. I'm not too sure that just the flat argument that this one has borrowed more is going to add value to the debate at all. Because in that case, one is going to say that, 47 billion is higher than 22 billion. But how sustainable is a debt stock? That should interest us going forward. And as I said, some parliaments establish ceilings of the debt stock per GDP ratio. Where are we going? Should us, as a parliament, come to that determination? So, Speaker, those are matters that should really interest us. For road construction, and I appreciate the allergy displayed by the minister. Yes, over 8 years. Network, the expansion in the network from 69,000 to 73,000, an increase of 4,000 kilometers under the NDC. It was something. It was an improvement. Between then and now, from 73,000 to 78,000 plus, about 5,000 kilometers expansion. Is that enough? Could we have done much better than we have done as a country going forward? Those are matters that should engage our attention. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe, as I said, we are beginning to listen to a reprocessing and a recycling of the issues that have been raised. And I would implore you to put the question now so that we make progress. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak before the leader, but it's very important that the issues that I have, I bring it to the attention of the House. The issues I have, Mr. Speaker, the leader has touched on those issues. Now, the issue about debt. As a House, as a government, we should be concerned. It should not be a situation where if one side of the House is raising the issue, the other side should see as an issue that is of the politics, and therefore, that matter, they don't take any action. We should come together as one people and ensure that certain actions are taken so that the way we are going, we can reverse it. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we are proving for other government obligations, 80.8 billion. 80.8 billion. That is meant to cover a number of items, including amortization, interest payment, and the rest. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 208 of the budget, the 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker, the total revenue, that is tax revenue and grant, that we are expecting as a country is 72 billion. 72 billion, that's what we are expecting. Yet, the obligations we have is 80 billion. Mr. Speaker, it means that total revenue that is coming to us cannot meet our obligations. We have not come to compensation, we have not come to goods and services, we have not come to what? Capital expenditure. For compensation, we need to pay about 30.3 billion Ghana cedi for compensation. For goods and services, it's about 5.9 or 6 billion. And for capital expenditure, it's 3.3 billion. The three put together give you about 39 billion. Mr. Speaker, if the obligations we have to pay, which is 80 billion, our total revenue, that is the tax revenue and grants and other revenue, cannot meet that, then we should be concerned as a country. Because, Mr. Speaker, it means that we have to use our 72 billion to pay part of our obligations. Then we'll have to go and borrow to pay for the difference, continue to borrow to pay salaries, borrow to pay for goods and services, borrow to pay for capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, we should be concerned. Because assuming revenue and grants are not available to us as a country, what is the total tax revenue which we rely on? It's 55 billion. Total tax revenue is 55 billion. And if you take only two items out of the other government obligation, which is interest payment, 35 billion, and amortization, 15 billion, it gives you about 51 billion. If you express that over the tax revenue, we are using 92% of our total tax revenue to pay for only two items: interest payment and amortization. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a problem. We should find ways of going about it.
No, the point is more.
If we are recycling the same information, it means that we need to hit and hit and hit until it is straightened. That is what blacksmiths do all the time. So, if you said you are a government, a competent government, you don't go borrowing all the time. You don't go borrowing. It was said somewhere, some time ago, that, oh, if it's about borrowing, my 18-year-old boy can be a president. It was said by somebody that if it's about borrowing, my 18-year-old boy can be president. Now you have come, you are now going galloping in borrowing, then we can reduce even the age to 15 years. Mr. Speaker, is very important. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing in the other government obligation. The payments that we're supposed to make to the District Assembly Common Fund. The District Assembly Common this assembly have been increased from 216 to 264. So as we speak now, we have more district assemblies who need to benefit from the Assembly Common Fund. About 4,000 graduates have been employed into this service. They need to be paid. Now, the amount that we are allocating for District Assembly Common Fund, we are going to use 488.8 billion to pay school feeding. Mr. Speaker, is this something that we should accept? No. School feeding. We have GET Fund, which is meant for infrastructure development in the education sector. Now we want to use the District Assembly Common Fund, which is also meant for development project at Assembly. We are taking 500 million to education sector to pay school feeding. Mr. Speaker, I think that as a House we should kick against this.
Yes.
We should kick against it. What do you expect assemblies to do? You take 500 million out of their money. You have increased the number of assemblies. The expenditure has increased. Now you are reducing. At the end, you will not perform. At the end, assemblies will not do anything. So we should not allow almost 500 million to be taken.
Hold on. Yes, what is your point of order, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side is, or the leadership on the other side is saying that we have aligned school feeding to DACF, and so we are going to kick against it. One, the PFM law allows us to do that. The PFM law allows government to align its macro-fiscal targets to its statutory funds, to any of its statutory funds. And then two, this is not something new. In 2016, almost all the amount of our school feeding was aligned to the local government, and under which DACF is. In 2017, we did that. In 2019, it was done.
We have not said anything wrong.
Yes.
What he's saying is correct.
What he's saying is correct.
So he's not misleading the House. He's
yes. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm also saying is that it is not illegal. It is not something that government cannot do.
That's okay. When you get the opportunity, you argue your version.
No, I just want to. I don't think I'll get the opportunity, but I just want to set the record straight.
Yes,
it is not illegal. It is something government can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue is not about realignment or alignment. Fine, I don't have any proof you want to realign. But the issue is that what should be the source of funding of school fees? Should it be out of the common fund, or should it be out of our tax revenue?
Or get fund.
Or should it be out of which fund? That is my concern. So if you have decided to take part of the Assembly Common Fund for school feeding, my issue is that the number or the amount of revenue going to be made available to the assemblies will not be sufficient for them to perform. And for that matter, our local development agenda will be affected. That is the point I'm raising. And it should be a concern for all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for finance, I'm praying that we pass this appropriation so that it will be in his name before the new minister take over.
Yes. Appropriation.
At least to go into the record that Chairman Sir was the minister responsible when we passed the 2021 appropriation. Mr. Speaker, he should do something about this. I think that if nothing can be done today, then in the mid-year review, we should look at it again. Look for funding somewhere and release the fund that is supposed to go to the Assembly so that the Assembly can have sufficient money. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has approved the sum of 80,869,525,482 Ghana cedis for the services of the other government obligations for the year ending 31st December 2020. Yes.
The Speaker, I believe having finished with the consideration of the sector estimates, I can now present the appropriation bill to the House. The Speaker, so we'll go to item 7. Item 7.
Item number 7, presentation and first reading of bills by the Minister responsible for finance.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government as the 2021 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
The bill is read the first time. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Leader. We are done with the first reading. What next?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe we can suspend sitting 1 hour and come back.
Yes. Minority Leadership, the proposal is that we suspend sitting for 1 hour. Yes.
We are sure. Okay, 4 weeks. But are we sure we'll come back at 4?
Yeah, we are sure.
Very well, honourable members. Sitting of the House is suspended until 4 p.m.
Honourable members, you are welcome. Honourable Majority Leader, any indications?
Mr. Speaker, we will now deal with the presentation of papers, and then we'll await the reports on the various taxes. I understand they've run 2 of them, and we'll wait for the distribution of same. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we can deal with the addendum order paper and do the presentation of the papers listed as 1A and 1B. 1A, 1B.
Honourable members, addendum paper, page 2,
Presentation of papers. Minister responsible for finance.
Annual report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. One B.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation Bill 21.
Honorable members, report duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to 1A. The report is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can take the motion listed as item 22 on the item 22.
Mr. Speaker, Leader, is it on the addendum?
On paper, item 22. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128, sub 1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time,
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, what the leader should be doing is to arrest Standing Order 81, which require that, and with your indulgence, I quote, no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed. So Order 81, to allow for the second reading of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. So if he has no objection, I so move. Second it and then move to the motion. All right, thank you. So we're asking for suspension of Order 81.
Should I consider that the motion is moved?
Leader is getting himself ready, so we can wait for him.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was looking for how it's been listed on the original order paper. Mr. Speaker, so really is order 40, item 44. 44 on the original order paper. That's what I was looking for. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 80 sub 1, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, this procedural motion. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable Leader, you can now move the motion. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, Majority Leader, you can move the motion.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund will be now the second time. Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014 to provide for additional sources of funds and extend the period of exemption from taxes. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the bill has been captured appropriately, and it states that the committee would respond to the rationale for this appropriately as captured in their report. So, Mr. Speaker, to save time, I just want to move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. I so move.
The Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise and the motion and to submit the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, as you directed, you met with representatives from the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Levy, where they
Mr. Speaker, in line with our standing orders, we don't second reading. You speak to second reading after the motion has been moved. So I urge the chairman to speak to it and not to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, take the Q&A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the correction. I'm new to this job. I rise to speak to this motion and in the process present
the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, we met representatives from the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the committee, after some deliberation, determined that this bill was of an urgent nature and therefore certified that it must be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with relevant provisions of the Constitution and outstanding orders. The object of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to provide for additional resources of funds and extend the period of exemption from taxation. The committee observed that the fund is a permanent capital investment vehicle, initially capitalized $250 million United States dollars. The fund subsequently received $70 million United States dollars from the annual budget funding amount AFA. The fund subsequently received $75 million United States from the annual budget funding amount under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. The last allocation to the fund amounted to $6,900,000 United States dollars in 2017. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, the fund has been able to invest $300 million United States dollars in a portfolio of some 14 infrastructure projects in 7 different sectors covering various sectors of the economy. The bill, therefore, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend Act 877 to provide for resources of funds for GIF and to enable it to finance its projects. The fiscal impact of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is that the exemption is estimated to be 168 million Ghana cedis, and I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to correct the figure in figures from 60 million, it should be 168 million, while the additional revenue sources will amount to approximately 361 million Ghana cedis, again corrected in the figures for the fund of the year. In conclusion, after a careful consideration, the committee is of the view that the bill is in the right direction, as it will help provide the needed funding to enable the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to undertake its projects. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and to pass the GIF Amendment Bill 2021 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the House. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion, and in doing so, Mr. Speaker, today let me say, Mr. Speaker, that my heart is at peace. Mr. Speaker, my heart is at peace for a reason that not long ago, this Parliament approved for the Ministry of Finance to take a major revenue line that was meant for the development of the nation's infrastructure to be used for consumption. The Speaker, this House in 2014 approved that 2.5% of the country's value-added tax and up to 20% of the annual budget funding amount from our oil revenue be allocated for the purposes of our infrastructure, and it should have gone to the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the previous NDC administration had capitalized Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund with $2 million as a seed fund, on top of the revenue flows, tax revenue flows that was supposed to go to the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2017, the MPP administration decided to withdraw this amount that is supposed to go and support the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, to the extent that even the ABFA amount, the annual budget funding amount from the oil revenue that was supposed to go to the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund was taken away. The Speaker, that amount was used for consumption. And for so many times, the Speaker, we have criticized it. For 4 years, our brothers were living in a denial. Today, Mr. Speaker, they have accepted it. They are going to restore the 20% of the ABFA that was supposed to have gone into the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I said I'm happy today. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the government that when we criticize, we don't criticize for criticizing sake. We criticize so that they will learn from it. The Speaker, so that they will free is on proper tangent. The Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, today they have come before us to restore the 20% of the VAT revenue of the ABFA amount. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. They are still using the 2.5% of the VAT revenue for the purposes of consumption. So in good faith, please restore the 2.5 also, so the Ghana infrastructure will have the benefit. The Speaker, if you are to look at our budget, the money, the revenues are going into consumption too much. So the Speaker, yes, I commend them for listening to us after 4 years. 4 good years for listening to us. But do more. Restore the 2.5% of the VAT, because Ghana infrastructure needs support. The Speaker, we were told that they are going to use the revenue flows to the Ghana Infrastructure Fund to deal with infrastructure such as Agenda 111, the building of hospitals. And then, Mr. Speaker, they've also said that they are looking at the possibility of engaging a PPP arrangement for Accra-Tamamoto Way, of which Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund will play a major role. For me, at least for nothing at all, you are using the money for infrastructure. What you're supposed to do, what you're supposed to have been used the money for. So, Speaker, I support this. I support this bill, and I think it's in the right, but it is very too little. Do more. Bring the 2.5%, because that is where the money is. This is too small. Bring more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, opportune time for the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, having gone through a 4-year cycle under the Akufo-Addo administration, with some very important strategy. Government has listened. Government has taken a very bold strategy to extend the period of taxation, non-taxation of the activities of the fund to another 10 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the project listed under paragraph 5.3, that is to undertake the area of the President's Agenda 111, it's a laudable initiative that must be commended. The area of affordable housing, this fund has a major role to play to enable the real estate sector to leverage on the funds that will accumulate to the fund to undertake a lot of infrastructure or housing facilities. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the annual budget funding amount that was initially earmarked for the fund is now going to be a major source of revenue prior to the passage of this act to support the fund to carry out the mandate of the fund within the local and international market. Mr. Speaker, globally, every country or entity is looking for the financial support that it requires for it to develop the sectors of the economy. And I think GIF has a very important role to play and must be commended. The fiscal impact, as earlier stated, is very impressive. About 361 million Ghana cedis to be realized, and also the tax exemption estimated at about 168 million, which I believe is not going to affect growth or revenue mobilization project. I believe that it's a good step by the Ministry of Finance, the President and the government to open up GIFT to live up to its expectation as established under law. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Right. Honourable Member for Adaku.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend government for finally yielding to the call from the NDC side over the years to reactivate this very important fund. Mr. Speaker, historically, we were hoping it would be an anchor fund from which we can develop a lot of infrastructure. Indeed, a portion of the cost of Terminal 3 airport was paid from the Ghana Infrastructure Fund. But sadly, as the report says, since President Akufo-Addo came to power from 2017, this fund has been made dormant. Mr. Speaker, and the inability of government putting money in this fund did not help in any way. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the government is anchoring a lot of the development projects on this fund. But Mr. Speaker, we can only do that if we put in a lot more money. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 3.2, the government is saying, for instance, agenda would be partly funded from this. Mr. Speaker, the last time we approved a loan for a 100-bed district hospital in this house, which is Shamar District Hospital, it was 32 million euros. 34 million. How are we going to be able to build 101 district hospitals based on this fund? Mr. Speaker, 2, I am happy the road minister is here. On the 16th of December 2016, the minister told us he signed a contract with Motor Angels, an EPC 10-key contract. He kept referring to that contract as a PPP contract. We told him it is not a PPP contract because yourself, on the 6th of December, you cancelled the PPP procurement process. So you signed an EPC contract with Motor Angels. They don't have a penny to invest in the project. You are now telling us you are going to build a fund. You are going to build a fund using Ghana's money and give to Motor Angels, which is a foreign company. So what is the use of Motor Angels contract? We still tell you, whatever you have in Motor Angel is not a contract fit for purpose. So if you are going to do a PPP, you need to go back and institute a new PPP procurement process. You cannot do anything about it, Minister. The Procurement Act does not allow you to do what you have done. We are telling you, you have to do a new PPP procurement process. Others can be touting this, that they've got a contract with the government of Ghana. They do not have a contract with a valid contract with the government of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, you are saying this fund can fund 570 million motorway expansion, 101 district hospitals, pay the debt of Terminal 3. Mr. Speaker, you are overloading this fund. Though you haven't put in 1 CD yet, I will be happy if you put in more money to do this. Mr. Speaker, the only thing you have ever done with this fund, Mr. Speaker, this side of the house, under President Akufo-Addo, made this house to take money from Ghana Infrastructure Fund to fund the Pullman Hotel at the airport. When we were building airports, you were funding a private hotel at the airport. I remember. This is the difference between NDC and NPP. You invest in things that help the whole country. You invest in things that fund people close to you. This is the difference. And we told you so. Sadly, 4 years, in the 5th year, you are now coming back. But welcome. Welcome to the situation where you fund projects that benefit people of this country. If you were to choose funding a hotel, an airport, which one will you fund? You have reminded me. Which one will you fund? Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful and want to commend government for coming to our level. But it's too late, and we want them to continue with this. Mr. Speaker, with these very few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for contributing to the motion. And as Mr. Speaker, as rightly observed by the committee, and may I, with respect, refer you to paragraph 5.1, page 3 of the committee's report for purpose of emphasis. The committee observed that the fund is a permanent capital investment vehicle initially capitalized at $250 million. The fund subsequently received $75 million from the annual budget funding amount. Mr. Speaker, all this because the previous NDC government introduced the Ghana Infrastructure Fund and funded it with $250 million plus an additional $75 million. Mr. Speaker, government needs to be serious about this fund and what it wants to do with the fund. Mr. Speaker, a paltry $6.9 million was added to the fund in 2017. Yet we are told that they have invested $300 million in a portfolio of 14 infrastructure projects in 7 different sectors, covering airports. Mr. Speaker, we are demanding that you have a copy because you are a member of the Finance Committee. I am not. Mr. Speaker, we need the details of the projects the GIF has funded over the period. We all are entitled to information in the interest of transparency, so that in the exercise of oversight, we can know whether value for money provisions have been respected in the award of this project. For instance, the Agenda 111, we are already hearing that there is a dedicated insurance company, and anybody who has an award letter should look at it. A dedicated insurance company that every entity or contractor who is to execute this must work with a particular insurance company. That borders on conflict of interest. And that conflict of interest remains a veritable source of corruption and abuse of office. It cannot be so. Ghana is not run only by one insurance company. We are denying other insurance companies legitimate businesses. That is not right. Up to this House with a copy of the award letter, which is instructing contractors which particular insurance company they should deal with. Mr. Speaker, the committee's report in page 4 has this to say, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, the Accra Tema Motorway project, affordable housing. Which affordable housing project? We need to know. Renewable energy. Which renewable energy project? We need to know. Then, Mr. Speaker, it asks this without any adequate information to help address the shortages in university accommodation. Why? Then why was GET Fund set up? GET Fund was to deal with expanding access to higher education, including accommodation for students in the universities. Why do we now want to offload some of the burdens of the GET Fund to the Ghana Infrastructure Fund? That is not right. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, Ghana will just pass the Public-Private Partnership Act. It means that this Ghana Infrastructure Fund, as it was contemplated when it was set up in 2015, must provide some mechanism for the state to engage with other private sector players or stakeholders to undertake major infrastructure projects. We cannot do so, as was observed by the Honorable Ranking Member for Finance. What has happened to the 2.5% VAT, which was dedicated to GIF at birth? We need to revisit it and make sure that that money is not used for other budget support purposes, but is dedicated to the infrastructure fund. If we are to succeed in doing, for instance, The Bonkra Inland Port, you need a public-private partnership. Dualization of the Accra-Kumasi Nkoko Road, you need a public-private partnership. Kasua Winneba Cape Coast Road, dualization, you need a public-private partner. So this GIF must be positioned as if that is providing the government of Ghana its basic equity to engage with other private sector players for this major infrastructure project. But Mr. Speaker, finally, if you read your committee's report, paragraph 5.4, we are being called upon to grant tax exemption for the next 10 years. Where is the tax exemption bill which was introduced by Minister Ken Ofori-Atta then to this House, when he was told that Ghana lost about 10 billion Ghana cedis annually to the grant of tax exemption? We want to know the fate of that particular bill. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Speaker, I think recognizably we all do appreciate that there's a huge deficit in infrastructure in the country, and that indeed is the purpose of this bill. And Speaker, I believe that spreading ourselves thinly, even with this accumulation, would not help this country. And I believe going forward as a House, perhaps we can come to some determination on which specific areas to apply, so that when we look over our shoulders, maybe 10 years after, we will know that these are the areas that we have applied the amounts to. To me, that's the most important. Otherwise, if we spread ourselves thinly, we will not be able to achieve much, regardless of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that with that understanding, I believe we can now put the question. I thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Members, the ayes have it.
And ask to amend the
The
Ghana
motion
Infrastructure
is adopted.
And ask to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to provide for additional sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 is duly read the second time. Honorable Majority Leader, motion on the normal paper 46.
Speaker, I beg to motion listed as item 46 on the original order paper. The Speaker, it appears also as item 22 on the addendum order paper. I'm sorry. The Speaker, so yes, that's what I was saying. It appears as item 22 on the addendum order paper, but it's the same thing as the item 46 on the original order paper. The Speaker, being conservative, I would restrict myself to the original order paper. So, item 46, and I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. the consideration stage of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Chairman of the committee. Oh, okay. It's okay. Honorable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is procedural motion. So the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amended Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no amendments to this bill, so accordingly we can proceed to the next stage.
Honorable members, cross one.
Section 5 of
The question is, those in Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I risk being ruled out of order by you. I know that we are at consideration stage. And we are taking through this in accordance with Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution. I just want to get that understanding from the chairman, because normally as I take a copy of my bill, I'm interested in the Gazette publication to satisfy myself that the minimum requirements of Article 106 have been so satisfied. But if the chairman, as I saw in the report, convinces me that we are taking this under 106(13), maybe leader will help him, because I just got my copy of the bill and I went to see Gazette.
Minority Leader, specifically, which area are you? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the Minority Leader quoted Article 106. And in respect of money bills, they don't come by Gazette. You should know that.
Honorable members, we shall proceed. So cross one.
Section 5 of Act 877 amended.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are taking
the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Amendment Bill. And we're supposed to have copy so that when you move from clause to clause, we'll find out whether there is a need for an amendment to the clauses or not. Mr. Speaker, members from my side do not have copies of the bill, so we need copies so that we can proceed. They have. Do you have now? Yes. Okay, my attention has been drawn to the copies being distributed.
Honorable members, let's move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I earlier indicated, there are no amendments to this bill.
No amendment.
No advertised amendment.
So the question is, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no.
Mr. Speaker, we want to know the motion to which you are putting the question. We don't know the motion you are putting the question. Which motion?
Honorable members, those in favor that clause 1 stands as part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The clause 1 stands part of the bill. Chairman, clause 2.
Section 19 of Act 877 amended.
Honorable members, there is no listed amendment. So the question is, clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause is part of the stands part of the bill. Clause 3, Chairman.
Repeal.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader, do you have any amendment or what?
Mr. Speaker, I need explanation to clause 2. Clause 2 says that the fund is exempted from payment of any form of tax for the first 15 years of the operation of the fund. But, Mr. Speaker, the report that we just looked at talk about extension under paragraph 5.4 on page 4, extension of tax exemption. Here, the report is talking about extending the tax to 10 years. So I need explanation.
Rank member.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, this is not a tax bill. This is an expenditure bill. Mr. Speaker, what this seeks to do is that the existing law, the Enabling Act, imposes exempt the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund from the payment of tax for 5 years. However, this amendment seeks to add 10 more years to the existing 5 years. So overall, what we seek to do is to exempt them from the payment of tax for 15 years from the date of establishment. That is why it is explained for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's an explanation. So we move to clause 3.
Repeal.
Clause 3.
Repeal.
Clause 3.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment to clause 3.
Won't read it. Honorable members, the question then is, clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause stands part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 8, to provide for additional sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment, and therefore I shall put the question. Those in favor of the long title say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage. Honorable Minister responsible. Now, the motion. Honorable Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
The chairman of committee.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion, and
I just asked for a quick answer. So when she comes to the office, she's going to call me. Or just be monitoring.
and therefore I will just go to the question.
Then we can go.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I now move the substantive motion for the third reading of the bill. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Second the motion.
Now I can.
This is the appropriation bill. And now we
Oh, no.
Honorable members, I can now put the question. And the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye.
What happens to that problem?
Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 is duly read the third time and passed. Honorable Majority Leader. Respectfully, Honorable Majority Leader.
Appropriation, you and say, tax.
Mr. Speaker.
If you didn't do appropriation, now you appropriation. I said the same. Who told you that? If you didn't do appropriation, you don't have appropriation.
Mr. Speaker, I implore us to go back to the order paper, the original order paper, and to deal with item 32. 32. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2020 being moved today. I so move.
Honorable Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion, and in the process,
second the motion, procedural.
Oh, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no.
So this is the motion itself.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the second time. Mr. Speaker, the Energy Sector Levies Act 899 was enacted to consolidate the existing energy sector levies for their efficient utilization, defray legacy debts and other liabilities within the energy sector.
The chairman of the committee.
Tell them to keep quiet.
So certainly, I just get up to speak to the motion and to present the report.
Honorable members, order. Please, there's too much noise here. Now, the committee chairman.
The Speaker, as I was saying, the Energy Sector Levies Act was enacted to consolidate existing energy sector levies for the efficient utilization, defray legacy debts and other liabilities within the energy sector, and to facilitate sustainable long-term investments in the energy sector and provide for related matters. Speaker, since its passage, The levies have contributed significantly to the part payment of the legacy liabilities of state-owned enterprises operating in the sector. Speaker, it's become necessary now to come with an amendment to the Levies Amendment Bill to consolidate and to reap greater harvest from it to fulfill the purpose for which it was established, which is why we come in with this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members, there's too much noise. Please. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion and in doing so present the committee's report. The Speaker, officials of the Ministry of Finance and Ghana Revenue Authority attended upon the committee. The committee in its deliberation considered that this bill was of an urgent nature and may be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and law. The Speaker, the objective of the bill, as has already been indicated, is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an Energy Sector Recovery Levy and Sanitation and Pollution Levy. The bill has a total of 3 clauses, Mr. Speaker, and the committee, after its deliberation, made the following observations. That the proceeds from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy will be utilized to meet the funding shortfall occasioned by the inability of the electricity distribution company to cover the cost of power supplied by power producers and associated capacity costs and related matters. Mr. Speaker, the other observations have been listed on page 6 of the report. The fiscal impact is some 666,230,000 and 311,660,000 cedis being the estimated receipts from these 2 levies for the energy sector recovery and the sanitation and pollution, respectively, in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the concerns of the minority, as registered during the meeting, have been captured under paragraph 6.4. The committee proposed to the bill. And Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Energy Sector Amendment Bill 2021 into law, subject to the amendment proposed in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and law. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion. Mr. Speaker, you recall that when the minister responsible for finance, the Honorable Osei Chairman Sabosu, when he read the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021, the Speaker, we were informed that the government intends to introduce additional increases in the Energy Sector Levies Act. The Speaker, at that point, if you are to look at the budget statement,
Honorable members, please, there's too much noise.
Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the budget statement, page 59, paragraph 260. Speaker, the impression as created in the budget statement was that the government intends to increase the price of petrol and diesel by 20 pesos. 20 pesos, petrol and diesel. But the Speaker, strangely, the bill before us intends to increase the prices of petrol and diesel by 20 for the purposes of energy sector recovery levy and, Mr. Speaker, 18 pesos per kilogram of LPG. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement did not mention an increment in the LPG for the purposes of the payment of the energy sector recovery levy. But strangely, when the bill was sent to us, through the back door, the government has imposed an 18 pesos increment in every kilogram of LPG that we buy. Mr. Speaker, I believe that is not in order, because, Mr. Speaker, that was not the intention of government. Mr. Speaker, the policy that Parliament approved, the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021 financial year did not anticipate an increase of 18 pesos per kilogram in LPG. Yet, the Ministry of Finance, once again through the back door, has introduced an increase of tax. Mr. Speaker, the issue became a major one. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the committee's report, page 7, the increment there says per kilogram, Mr. Speaker, but that is not the case. It's not 8 pesos per kilogram. The bill before us is 18 pesos per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, aside that, not long ago, in the year 2019, during the media review, the Minister of Finance.
Honorable Member, hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct something that my colleague on the other side is saying. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we drew the attention to the fact that the gas levy was in the memo, and that it was part of the cabinet memo that was sent to cabinet. And cabinet has given us the approval. And in the figures, the fiscal tables too, the amount that we will raise from the gas is in there. We pointed, and that in addition to the fuel, the petrol, is 661 million Ghana cedis. So Ministry of Finance has not sneaked anything through the back door. It is in the budget statement, and we pointed it out to them very clearly. We omitted it in the write-up. Yes. Thank you. And Atu was there when you mentioned this.
Honorable Member.
Yes, Speaker, my name is Elisha. It's true I was there. What she said is true. What she said is true. It's all true. We were there. We understood it. She's raising it all up. Mr. Speaker, put the question and let's get going, because you got to all mix that completely.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Finance would have eaten a humble pie and apologized. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleague, my colleague Honorable Abina, to show me where in the budget statement that says that you are imposing 18 pesos in the increment for the purposes of increasing the LPG. Mr. Speaker, it is nowhere in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I have referred you to page 59 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, in particular, paragraph 260. And Mr. Speaker, paragraph 260 said the increment related petrol and diesel. And so, Mr. Speaker, for her to rise up and challenge something that she knew is not in the budget, I challenge her. She's telling me that it is in the fiscal table. Show me where in the fiscal table. Show me where in the fiscal table that says that you have increased 18% for LPG. The Speaker, show me. The Speaker, simply put, this is an imposition of tax through the back door. This is an imposition of tax through the back door, Mr. Speaker, because the very policy that this tax was premised on.
Honorable Member, hold on. Honorable Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, for my honorable colleague to be standing in Parliament, debating on a tax that is evident. And at the committee, it being explained, to say that we are imposing tax by the back door, he should honorably withdraw. If it was a back door, you would have seen it. You have seen it, it has been discussed, you have accepted, you have written a report, and you are still talking about back door. What kind of back door is this? If this is a back door, then I don't know what will pass through the front door. Withdraw and let us continue.
Please hold on. Honorable Abner, you'll get the opportunity to speak to the issue. Let the ranking member finish his.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I'll give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I said it is through the back door for a simple reason. Mr. Speaker, the simple reason is that this budget statement.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable member for Etiwa East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we pointed it out to them on page 210 of the budget.
Appendix 3B.
Under other revenues, Appendix 3B, it says the Delta Fund, 666,256,700 Ghana.
Yes.
The petrol and the gas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable ranking.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, my colleague has said nothing. Mr. Speaker, she said nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, Delta Fund is the energy sector recovery levy. And already you said the energy sector recovery levy, you are imposing 20 pesos. I would have thought that she's pointing out to the fact that you have already indicated that you are increasing the levy for LPG. So, Speaker, that is not the case. She said nothing. Because there's nothing like LPG increase of 18 pesos. So, Speaker, I stand by my argument. So, Speaker, and my point is simple. The very policy that introduced this tax is the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021. Yet, Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the very budget statement, page 59, paragraph, there was nothing like LPG increase, a tax on LPG. And so, Mr. Speaker, an imposition of a tax with LPG, it is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, moving away from that, it is important for us to understand that not long ago, during the media review, our minister responsible for finance in the year 2019 appeared before us and said that, Mr. Speaker, there is the need for us to contribute for the purposes of paying energy sector obligations. Mr. Speaker, this House accepted it in good faith and granted our minister responsible for finance the opportunity to increase taxes for the purposes of settling the energy sector related expenditures. The Speaker, a year or just about more than a year, the minister has come before us again, telling us that we should give him another opportunity to go and impose additional taxes for the same purposes. Why? The Speaker, yet he has failed to tell us what the original one was used for. The Speaker, that is where my difficulty is. Because I've given you a mandate, all of us voted by consensus to support you to raise that resources. And you've not accounted for it, and you are asking us to support you once again to raise additional revenue. The Speaker, to conclude on this matter, it has become apparent that this government sees petroleum as the major source of raising revenue. So anytime they need money, they just think like, go and impose taxes on petroleum. The Speaker, that is worrying. So I'm responsible for finance to look at other ways of raising revenue and not necessary to consider petroleum other ways. Not necessary to consider the petroleum as the only option. Because there are other options other than petroleum. If you want revenue, pass the tax exemption bill. If you want revenue, implement the EPOS, that fiscal
devices approved. The Speaker, for these few words, the Speaker support the motion.
Thank you, honorable member. Input to question. Honorable member.
Speaker. No, I thought we were concluding.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, I haven't called you.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, I haven't called you. Honorable John Jinapo, but I'll. Please hold on.
At the consideration stage, yeah.
Honorable John Jinapo, but before then, I will give the seat to
the committee
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, today is the 30th in the year of our Lord 2021. And I hold in my hand a proposal from the MPP government led by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, proposing that we should increase taxes on diesel, petrol, and LPG. Mr. Speaker, in 2015 December, I was in this house as the Deputy Minister responsible for power. I was here with Honorable Secretary. Our colleagues on the other side described the energy sector levies as obnoxious, as a nuisance levy, and went ahead to promise the people of Ghana that on assumption of office, under the able leadership of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, they will abolish this levy. Today, not only have they failed to abolish the levy, they are here to impoverish the already impoverished Ghanaian by increasing these levies. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, when we were handing over in 2017, out of what we collected in 2016, we left a cash amount 234 million cedis. They told us. Make sure I'm a number. Continue.
John Mama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just started when you entered, so I sat down to wait for you. Okay.
Are you done? Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now taxiing. I haven't even taken off. Yeah. I'm now going to take off. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that when we were handing over under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we handed over $234 million to the Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, this levy that they described as obnoxious, 2017, it accrued 3.1 billion. 2018, 3.5. 2019, 3.7 billion. 2020, over 4 billion. So far, under the visionary and able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama,
President Akufo-Addo has received a colossal amount of more than 12 billion from the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, in the media review of 2019, as if this is not enough, the minister appeared before us and told us that the energy sector needed to be increased again. Hey! He increased diesel by 17.5%, increased petrol by 17%, and increased LPG by 8.7%. The rationale was that he needed this increment in order to deal with the energy sector payments. Mr. Speaker, 1 year down the lane, he is here again, asking us to increase diesel, increase petrol, and increase LPG. Mr. Speaker, if this is not a failure, then what is it? F9. And Dr. Baumia owes us an apology as far as this country is concerned. Mr. Speaker, if President Akufo-Addo was in class 1, I tell you with this result, they will Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, these funds have not been managed well. For instance, under the energy sector levies, all the amounts accruing to the road fund, more than 2 billion of that amount has been withheld and has not been handed over to them. Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody saying it's never true. When we rise up to speak, we speak with facts. Facts! Mr. Speaker, 2018, out of a total collection of 1.2 billion, 569 billion was withheld. In 2019, out of a collection of 1.5 billion, 890 million was withheld. In 2020, out of 1.8 billion, 900 million was withheld. 2021, this year, they are withholding another $800 million. No wonder our roads are in such a poor and abysmal state as far as the state is concerned. Mr. Speaker, this state is happening at a time His Excellency the President has brought. We on the minority side, led by
Hold on. I ask you to hold on. Madam, watching those who are shouting, that's why. Those who are shouting. Can you hold on? Yes. Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister, your point of order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mortgage Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague is again misleading this honorable house from so many angles. The amount that he's talking about is not true. There is no way that the ministry was given 2 billion from the amount he's talking about. And again, Mr. Speaker, he is creating the wrong and erroneous impression that Akufo-Addo's government has visited upon this country West Rose in its history. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the other side and the NDC want to challenge them, and I can debate them at any time, any forum, that they lack this country the best road infrastructure in this country's history. So they should not take their impression that we have bad roads upon this country.
All members of their
road infrastructure
Honorable Minister,
so significant.
Honorable Grandpa, please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, when some of us rise to speak, we speak with facts. He says that I'm misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the 2021 budget, and I'm quoting the page 206, Appendix 2B, Energy Road Fund Levy. The provisional outturn is 1.8 billion. It's in the budget. This is not my budget. This is the budget read by the venerable majority leader, the Honorable Sechemen Sabus. Then when you go to the classification in terms of expenditure, Mr. Speaker, when you go to expenditure, Mr. Speaker, when you go to page 207, Appendix 2C, Economic Classification of Central Government Expenditure, Provisional Outturn, Road Fund, 544 million. So out of 1.8 billion, in the year of roads, they got only 544 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the state of Ghana's economy. Under Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia as the chairman of the economic management team. Mr. Speaker, the world over, following the COVID-19 pandemic, what sensitive governments are doing is to rather help industry. It's rather cushion their citizenry. It's to rather pursue policies and measures that are proper and that will ameliorate the suffering of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing today is a plethora of draconian, a multiplicity of draconian taxes that will put the ordinary Ghanaian in a state of melancholy. Mr. Speaker, let them point to me one country, Mr. Speaker, just one country that is imposing these harsh taxes. Just one country. Mr. Speaker, in summing up, in concluding, in winding up, Mr. Speaker, let me serve notice to our colleagues on the other side that even though we have about 4 years to elections, begin to write your handing over those people. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015 Act 8 to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products
Item number
related
37.
matters.
Item number 37.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Speaker. Now, item 34. And if you agree, Speaker, I want to move the motion. And the motion is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the energy sector levies amendment 1 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 35, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Energy sector, the amendment on the order paper, we don't have some here. But bring some here immediately. All right. Leader, don't make answer because at the consideration stage, when I get up, what do I say? The consideration stage, so no, because the amendments. Okay, so okay. Okay. Oh, okay. And say maybe Jana no I can clause 1. Answer me. All right.
Honourable members, clause 1.
Sections 5A and 5B inserted.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Amendment proposed. 55B 3B. Delete and insert the following. Before Fimi. No. Design, construct, and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment and disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, landfill sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before we come to the advertised amendment, we got the bill just today, so I couldn't advertise my amendment. 2 clause 1 5A2. I want to propose amendment with your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, kindly repeat what you said.
Repeat what you said. Which one? Mr. Speaker, clause 1 5A2.
5A2. Where is 5A2?
Yes. 5A2. 2. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose an amendment. Mr. Speaker, the 5A2 reads, the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account to be known as the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, we have departed from the use of to be known as. So my proposal is that leader of government business will agree with me that we delete an account to be known as, so that a new rendition will be the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable member, hold on.
Obi, Oh, baby, down, Bill. Energy sector. Not a report, the bill itself.
Very well. Honorable Kanu, because I was looking at the wrong bill, so I can now follow you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to propose clause 15A2. Mr. Speaker, it reads, the minister shall cause to be opened and maintained an account to be known as the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that we delete an account to be known as. Just being that we draft in the present, we don't draft in the future tense. So this House has departed from the use of to be known as. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition should be the minister shall cause to be opened and maintain the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Going through this motion, I direct the draft persons to effect the corrections accordingly.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with him. The old construct, heuristic, and we have moved away from there. So we either say the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account known as, not to be known as, known as, or if you like, you can delete the entirety of to be known as and say the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the Energy Sector Recovery Account. Simplicity. The value is the same. It shouldn't be futuristic. I think that is all that my colleague on the other side is saying. And I agree entirely with him on the principle that he espouses.
Very well. I direct the draft persons to take note and effect the correction accordingly. Now, Chairman, you may move your motion again. Chairman, your motion was to delete paragraph 3B and insert a new one. Is that right?
I take my amendment again, the committee's amendment again.
Yes, please do.
Clause 1 amendment proposed 5B, 3B, delete and insert the following. B, design, construct and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment and disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. This is really in line with paragraph 256 of the budget that we just considered.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is aye.
Aye. Plus 1 amendment proposed 5B, 3D, line 1. Before fumigation, insert disinfestation, disinfection, end. And after schools, insert lorry parks.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item I. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, amendment moved by the Honorable Member for Akachi South. There is a consequential one that ought to have been moved in respect of 5B2. The minister shall cause to be opened and maintain an account to be known as the sanitation and pollution account. The Speaker, we should have the same rendition affecting 52B.
I can't hear a thing.
The Speaker, I was saying that consequential to the amendment moved by the member for Akachi for 5B2, we should have a consequential amendment to read, the minister shall cause to be open and maintained the sanitation and pollution account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the sanitation and pollution levy. Just so that it will be in symmetry. I was hoping that we'll
finish with clause 1 before we go there.
So that the two same constructs.
Very well. I was on item I. When I finish, we'll take that one. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
I, plus 1. Amendment proposed, 5B3, paragraph E, as follows. Provide dedicated support for the maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no.
Aye. Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, Leader, the proposed amendment was in respect of the same clause, right? 5B.
The Speaker, that indeed should precede the amendment effected by the Chair. Rather, is 5B2. What the Chairman just effected is 5B3. What are related to is 5B2.
Yes, let's take that now because it was not advertised.
Right. The Speaker, I beg to move that we delete in line 1 and 2 of 5B2 the word an account to be known as, so that we have the minister shall cause to be open and maintained the sanitation and pollution account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the sanitation and pollution levy. Speaker, so moved.
In the earlier case, I directed that the draft persons effect that correction. So I give the same instructions, the draft persons to effect
very well
the correction.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Now, clause 1 adversely amended. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just the clause that the leader moved will be the role of the Controller and Accountant General. Are we leaving the obligation just to the minister, or the minister, together with the Controller and Accountant General, shall open that account? I'm doing so within the meaning of the Public Financial Management Act. So if you can improve it further, we will support it in the form. Agreed. So improve it for our purposes. Thank you.
I think the text takes care of it.
So, Mr. Speaker, the minister will do so in the form prescribed by the Controller and Accountant General. I so add.
I think if you look at the clause, it's saying the minister shall cause to be. So not the minister himself or herself who would open the account, would rather cause to be opened. And that is where the Accountant General comes in. Am I right? Yes,
Mr. Speaker, just to say that in the PFM Act, the Minister of Finance instructs the Controller and Accountant General to open the account. So it's the Minister who is instructing the Controller to open that.
Very well. Clause 1, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before the question is put on the entire clause 1, I see that two terms are being used, not interchangeably but distinctly. If you look at the amendment in item 2, clause 1, the use of disinfestation and disinfection, I see that it's a new clause we are inserting in the law, but there's no provision for interpretation in the new bill. And in the Parent Act, there's no provision for explaining these two terms. So I want the chairman of the committee to offer some explanation before the question is put on these two terms.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman.
this came up at a committee meeting, and we considered that these were ordinary words with ordinary meanings and did not require any special definition and interpretation.
Very well. So clause 1 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 6 of Act 899 amended.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Chairman of the committee, your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 2, amendment proposed. Management of account. Delete lines 1 to 4.
What is that? What is before me? The advertise is to delete the entire subsection 6. What is advertised is to delete the entire subsection 6. But what you said is delete some lines. I want to be clear what we're doing.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, I please didn't get what you said.
You look at the other paper addendum, page 6, item IV, amendment proposed, section 6, subsection 1, delete. But what you said is different from what is advertised. That's why I want you to reconcile.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we may adopt either of them. They come to the same thing.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, Honorable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your leave for us to look at item 3, clause 1, the amendment proposed for section 5B. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we intend to say to the effect that provide dedicated support, I believe for
Honorable, I think we were taking a decision on clause 2. We haven't finished.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll seek your leave to come back.
Very well. All again say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, item V.
Mr. Speaker, actually item B is consequential. An amendment proposed as follows. In the third column of the second row, delete paragraph B and insert the following. Design, construct, and re-engineer solid and liquid waste disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, landfill sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities. B, in the third column of the second row, delete paragraph D and insert the following. Support disinfection, and fumigation of public places, schools, lorry parks, health centers, and markets. C, in the third column of the second row, insert a new paragraph E as follows. E, provide dedicated support for the maintenance and management of landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country. Thank you, Speaker.
First, let me put the question on clause 2 as amended. The question is that clause 2 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, item V was on clause 3.
Schedule of Act 899 amended.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment in clause 3, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI.
VI, amendment proposed, add a new clause as follows. Section 8 of Act 899 amended. The principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery levy of feedstock means fuel utilized by a power plant to generate and produce energy. Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I take that again. The principal enactment, the principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the definition for debt recovery levy.
Honourable Member, hold on. What is before me is different from what you're reading. The other paper addendum which is before me. Item amendment proposed. The schedule under the column headed. That's what is before me.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I actually put all together because they were all under V. So I took all of them together.
Kindly let's go advertised. Because what is advertised is saying a schedule. Or what you're reading does not mention any schedule according to Section 8, which is not before me, so I get confused.
So then okay, so
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause BI, clause 3 post. The schedule under the column headed purpose, second row, paragraph D, delete and insert the following. Support disinfestation, disinfection and fumigation of public spaces, schools, lorry parks, health centers and markets.
Yes.
Markets.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Market.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but using COVID as an example. Assuming that some space, not public, and some space, not market, not lorry park, was evidence that they are contributing to COVID. Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer. You give them generics. We are limiting it only to this. What then happens if tomorrow the state, as an intervention, has to expand those others that may benefit? So I'm just going to seek your leave. If we can even just add the word and others. And others. It will be too wide. Not private. Are you saying public spaces in Ghana are only the 4 you have listed? Is it only lorry park, markets and others? So I'm saying, for instance, COVID. Maybe it's identified as some other place, not identified in the words we are using now. How do we deal with it? It's just a question. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I get the point of the minority leader, but we ought to appreciate that this is not the only source for addressing sanitation matters in the country. This is a special account being created with special sources, and I think if the policy objective is to focus on public places for the purposes of the utilization of inflows into this account, we, Parliament, should not be seen to be varying it. We should not be seen to be varying it.
Very well. All against it? Yes, the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion that the position by the minority leader in this matter should hold sway. In this matter.
Yes, I'm listening. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to my colleague to drop that. Mr. Speaker, this is because the fund as established, we want to dedicate some sources for the purposes of dealing with certain situations. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, anytime there is an epidemic or a pandemic, there is a special response for that purpose. And we cannot use this for the purposes of addressing an epidemic or a pandemic. In cases like that, there will be a national emergency. An emergency situation will apply. So I don't think we should open it up like that. It's very dangerous.
Very well. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item VII.
VII, clause 3, amendment proposed. The schedule under the column headed purpose, second row, add the following paragraph. Dedicated support for the maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, clause 3, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Item VII, new clause.
VII, new clause, amendment proposed. Add the following new clause. Section 8 of Act 899, amended. 3. The principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery of feedstock means fuel utilized by a power plant to generate or produce energy.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the new clause, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The new clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products and for related matters.
The long title shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2021. Item number 18. Leader, is that right?
Mr. Speaker, item 36.
36 in the original order paper.
Yes.
Very well. Item number 36. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 131.1, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be moved today. I shall move.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 30.
The Speaker, item 37 on the original order paper and 17 on the order paper addendum. The Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products and for related matters.
The Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed.
Income penalty.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Energy sector. I think it's here.
Yes, Honourable Leader. What item?
I can't find it here. Penalty and interest waiver. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that
we're going to do the penalty and
Mr. Speaker, motion 20.
Penalty.
Item 20 on the original order paper. Item 20.
On the addendum order paper or
Original
the
order
original?
paper. Original. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
These are for where you mommy or report. Oh.
I second the motion. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 21. Item 21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 being now read a second time. The Speaker, the object of this bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulators up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021. Speaker, that indeed is at the heart of this proposal that is before Parliament. So, Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion. And I proceed, Mr. Speaker, by reporting that the committee met and determined that the bill was of an urgent nature and therefore certifies that it must be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution orders. The object of the bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021. The bill contains 12 clauses, Mr. Speaker. Our observations as a committee was informed by the fact that COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the livelihoods of many Ghanaians and enterprises. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic, such as job losses and closure of businesses. It has additionally created cash flow challenges for some businesses. To this, that a bill grants a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by the close of 2021. The fiscal impact, Mr. Speaker, is some 204 million from the waiver of the interest, and then 536 for the waiver of the penalties. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully scrutinized the bill, proposes the following amendment. Propose some amendments to this House. We further urge this House that the bill is in the right direction, as it will provide some relief to tax-paying public and enhance compliance. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to, one, ensure that taxpayers that owes tax obligation or are yet to settle their tax obligation with Ghana Revenue Authority without imposing a penalty or an interest on them. Mr. Speaker, there is a belief that this will go a long way in encouraging taxpayers to settle the obligation of paying their taxes.
Penalties and interest waiver.
Mr. Speaker, if I may refer you to the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, in particular, refer you to the observation. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the rationale for the bill is that the committee was informed that COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the livelihood of many Ghanaians. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic, such as job losses and closure of businesses. It has additionally created cash flow challenges for some businesses. Mr. Speaker, we were told that to cushion the effect of the pandemic on individuals and businesses, government has decided to introduce this bill. Mr. Speaker, I see some inconsistencies in government policy. In one breath, you are acknowledging that COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on Ghanaian businesses and livelihood. In another breath, you are saying that as a result of that, you are going to give them some form of waivers
But the same government is imposing taxes on the same livelihood and businesses. So you see the inconsistencies. And that is why I'm saying that government needs to go back to the drawing board and realign its own policy, because you are the same person acknowledging that livelihood and businesses are suffering as a result of the pandemic. And so you are giving something to them. How then can you go back and impose additional taxes on the same livelihood and businesses? Mr. Speaker, when we get there, we'll cross it. But currently, Mr. Speaker, with this tax, I support it. And because, Mr. Speaker, it is not a tax, it is a waiver of interest. It is indeed going to help businesses to pay their obligation to the Ghana Revenue Authority and to the state. It will also help Ghana Revenue Authority to implement their compliance policy. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in the long run, government of Ghana stands to gain and the taxpayers will pay their obligation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a colleague knows that economic management is moving money from one place to the other, in order to cushion the people and stimulate the economy. Mr. Speaker, there are just two sources of making money. Either you raise it domestically or you borrow. Mr. Speaker, you raise it domestically or you borrow. Either way, if you borrow, you provide momentary relief, and in due time, hardships will be imposed on the people to pay back. Or you provide momentary inconvenience to cushion the benefit for tomorrow. My colleague knows that. So I believe that the principle, he appreciates that monies should be raised to stimulate the economy, and cushion is at the heart of it. So I believe you can put a question on this.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and to provide for related matters.
The penalty interest waiver bill 2021 is now read the second time. Item number 22.
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall not pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken. It shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Yes.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 23. The penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
One clause.
Yes. Chairman, amendment according to the clause 9. Sorry. I just want to be sure. There's only clause 9 that is intended to be amended.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Clause 1. There's no proposed amendment to clause 1. All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Conditions for waiver of interest.
Hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of clause 1, I have a worry that we may not be complying with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 174 of the Constitution, particularly the terms of clause 3, the terms of clause 3, it would appear that any such waiver or variation of the tax must be done with the prior approval of Parliament. This seems to me to be a blanket waiver or grant of the power to waive the taxes without further recourse to Parliament. And I think that it is unconstitutional. Potentially, it is unconstitutional because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 3, it says that Parliament may by a resolution as supported by the vote less than 2/3 of the members of Parliament exempt the exercise of any power from the provisions of clause 2 of this article. Now, Mr. Speaker, what clause 2 does is to give Parliament the power to enact laws and to invest persons and authority with the power to waive or vary a tax.
Let's see, is a penalty and interest a tax? This one is to waive penalty and interest. Is it the same as the taxes envisaged by clause 174?
Mr. Speaker, a penalty or interest arises out of and in connection with your tax obligation. So it is part of revenue. If you do not default in your primary obligation to pay the tax, there is no penalty that accrues as a result of non-payment. And so it's part of revenue. And therefore, if we are granting the power to waive or vary that tax, it must be done in accordance with Article 174 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And so this blanket grant of the power of waiver is potentially unconstitutional, and the bill has to be recrafted.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague is getting it totally wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is at stake here is Article 1742, which provides where an act enacted in accordance with clause 1 of this. First, 171 provides no taxation shall be imposed otherwise by or under the authority of an act of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's exactly what we are doing. When we come to 2 then provides enacted in accordance with clause 1 of this article confers power on any person or authority to waive or vary a tax imposed by that act. The exercise of power of waiver or variation in favor of any person or authority shall be subject to prior approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when Parliament decides not to do this, but grant an authority to another body to do that, then you will kick in Article 1743. What you are saying now does not apply. It is 1741. The Speaker is totally wrong in his understanding of Article 174.
Leader, you got it wrong.
Mr. Speaker, for precisely the reasons given by the majority leader, I am perfectly correct in the interpretation that I have given of 174. Because 172, 1742 is very clear that when Parliament by an act grants the power, the exercise of that power is subject to the prior approval of Parliament. Yeah. And this is what we are doing in this case, right? That is what we are doing. We are granting the power of waiver. We are granting the power of waiver to the Commissioner General. We are shifting that primary responsibility of Parliament to the Commissioner General. And therefore, it must be done with the prior approval of Parliament. Now, the mechanism that allows it not to be done with the prior approval.
When we pass this bill, we grant the power to the commissioner. Is that right?
That is so.
So when does the commissioner exercise the power?
A simple political argument.
Relying on this act to grant a waiver, that he will need the resolution. But now we are, by this act, giving him the power to grant a waiver.
Sure.
So he will look at, or you confess your sins, and then say, okay, I should have charged you, sorry, can you resume your seat? I should have charged you 10%, but because the law gives me the power to grant you, I'm preparing this resolution to Parliament to say that this company has confessed, or these companies have confessed, and therefore I kindly, by resolution, grant them the concession. But the law must give the power first before the exercise of it will require the resolution. So I think we are not wrong. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Article 1743 becomes odious if we go by the logic that is on the floor now. It becomes odious. And the Constitution was enacted to become effective in compliance, and we cannot allow a provision of the Constitution to become odious in practice. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, we do not, contemplate a situation where this piece of legislation that we are enacting today would become contested as unconstitutional. And we can prevent that by couching it in a way that prevents future litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that you are right in saying that it is at the point of the waiver, that the Commissioner General exercises the power. But, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, is there anything that contemplates that the Commissioner General will resort to Parliament for a resolution to exempt him from the exercise of the power of waiver in that particular instance that the Speaker is talking about?
Yes, leader. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we should have some. There is a legislation imposing a tax, and then there is a penalty on failure to pay. The penalty on failure to pay is simply a penal provision.
Yes, it's not a tax.
It is not a tax imposing provision. It's a penal provision. So if you don't pay the tax on time, then the penal provisions kick in. And it is the penal provisions that generate the interest, the possible interest. Is that okay? The possible interest that will accrue itself is not a tax. It is a penalty. So in this legislation, it is revenue if it is paid. If it is paid, it is revenue. It is revenue, but it is not a taxing provision. And so in this, is what the legislation is doing is waiving the penal provisions if you haven't paid. And Parliament is doing that. So I beg to say, not to disagree, but to say, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that to the extent that we are not doing anything about this vision imposing the tax, but that we are tinkering with the penal provision, then the constitutional argument has to be around our capacity to waive a penal provision. That is a penalty that has arisen, not the tax. We're not touching the tax. We are touching interest that will arise as a penalty if you don't pay the tax. And Parliament is saying that it is waiving that consequential penal effect of not paying the tax. Nothing is being done about the tax itself. And so I am minded to think that this Parliament is not in any way undermining the constitutional provisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's proceed. Clause 2.
Conditions for waiver of penalty and interest.
All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Scope of waiver.
All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bill, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Application for waiver.
All in favor of clause 4 being a part of the bill, say aye. Say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Consideration of application for waiver.
Clause 5 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Complaint and determination of complaint.
All in favor of clause 6 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7, clause 8.
Terms of payment, remission of tax.
All in favor of clause 7 and clause 8 being part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 and 8 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Reporting.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. Clause 9. Amendment proposed. Paragraph A. Delete a waiver and insert waivers.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? All in favor of the proposed amendment being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 9, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9, as amended, is out of the bill. Clause 10.
Regulations.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 10. All in favor of clause 10 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11. Clause
Administrative guidelines.
Clause 12.
Interpretation.
All in favor of clauses 11 and 12 being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we did not take 7II.
Clause what?
Clause 9. 7II, clause 9. There's a second.
Very well. There were two amendments.
The amendment to 7II, clause 9, amendment proposed, paragraph B, delete a waiver and insert waivers.
Delete a waiver and insert?
And insert waivers.
Waivers. Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 9 as amended. Shall stand. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand. stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021. Item number 24.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 may be moved today. The Speaker has so moved.
Yes. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 25.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes. Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for the third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and for related matters.
The Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Leader. What next?
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding, I move item listed as 26. Speaker,
item 26. Yes, you may move.
I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be so moved.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 27.
I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Income Tax Act 2015 to provide for a rebate for specified industrial sectors and to suspend quarterly installment payments by self-employed persons using the tax stamp system and owners of commercial vehicles using the vehicle income tax stamp system for second for the second, third, and fourth quarters of 2021. This indeed is the government of the bill before us, and I commend same to us. I so move, Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion and in the process submit the committee's report. The committee, Mr. Speaker, determined in respect of the bill you referred to us that it was of an urgent nature and must be taken through all stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant constitutional provisions and outstanding orders. The object of the bill is to amend the income. The structure. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the committee observed that this is part of measures to support the transport sector and to reduce the cost of transportation, and therefore urge the House to support this bill to become law in order that we may benefit from its impact. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal impact of the rebate is estimated at 55,450,000 Ghana cedis, while the suspended installment payments are estimated at 16,800,000 Ghana cedis for the year. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the bill is in the right direction as it will provide some relief to businesses and transport operators. The committee therefore recommends the House to adopt its report and pass the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 in accordance with the Constitution and outstanding orders. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also speak to this motion and to support. Mr. Speaker, it is important that government grant some form of tax rebate to certain sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, this tax rebate is to ensure that people in category A, such as retail traders, susu collectors, drinking and tobacco owners, bakeries, business centers, state and accommodation agents, and others be given some form of tax rebate. Mr. Speaker, the intent here is to rebate on the chargeable income payable for the second, third, and fourth quarter of 2021. Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is that if this rebate is to support households and businesses in the informal sector that are really suffering from the impact of the pandemic, then it is important this rebate to the year 2022 at a minimum. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important that we extend the rebate not only to the second, third, and fourth quarter of 2021, but into the year 2022. Because projections from government shows that the COVID-related expenditure and its impact is staying with us till 2023, according to the Acting Minister of Finance. The Speaker, and if he's saying that the impact is going to stay with us till 2023, why are you only rebating these individuals and companies till end 2021? The Speaker, I recommend strongly that we extend this further at a minimum to December 2022. To serve notice that when we get there, I will move an amendment that this continues to the year 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important and welcoming bill for the good people of this country, especially looking at the fiscal impact of this bill under paragraph 5.2, that the committee was informed that the rebate is estimated at 55,450,000 Ghana cedis, and the suspended installment payments are estimated at 16,800,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill and the category of persons that this government seeks to support in these trying times under this pandemic, government has to be commended. It's very unfortunate that when government seeks to cushion the poor in society, you won't get the same response from my brothers on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the retail traders, Susukin and Choba operators, bakeries, business centers, estate and accommodation agents, and those in Category B, Mr. Speaker, dressmakers, tailors, hairdressers, artisans, plumbers, laborers, hiring services, butchers, individuals within that are being supported by government to enable them pick up their businesses to the level before the pandemic. So government ought to be commended for coming to the aid of those in the informal sector. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ho Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the starting point for this bill is to really clarify. We have to clarify to the intended beneficiaries that it is a suspension, either a suspension or a cancellation. Let's be very clear about that. Is it forgiveness of those taxes, or is just a suspension, so that they could be called upon to subsequently pay the same taxes? Because the word suspension means hold it for now. I could come back for it, just as the Japan deal was suspended and it is going to be brought back. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I have asked for this clarification is that we are here. Government announced a reduction in electricity tariffs by up to 17.5%. But gradually, this has been clawed back. The increases have been clawed back. Mr. Speaker,
so we should look at the text.
Banks were cleaned up at a cost of 21 billion Ghana cedis. Now we are here. We have something called Financial Sector Recovery Levy in order to get that money back. We were here. Mr. Speaker, we granted respite for people to take water free, not to pay ECG bills. But now we have to pay COVID-19 levy back so that we can recover those monies. So you see, when a Greek man is bearing gifts to you, you should be very, very careful. This thing seems like a Greek gift. A Greek gift. So be careful when the Greeks come bearing gifts. That is calling on the minister to clarify this, whether it is a clear cancellation of the debt or it's a mere suspension, in which case they can come back and ask that pay these taxes which you were apparently forgiven. So, Mr. Speaker, in any case, these people are not really receiving any gift because they are part of the general society, which is going to suffer the even more bone-shaking tax measures that are being introduced. So, what at all is it? Some of them are not even registered with DRA as part of the qualification to even get the relief. So, to me, I'm not being scornful, but I am worried that it may not really benefit people in reality. So, Mr. Speaker, well, we have agreed to recommend it because half a loaf is better than bread. So I support the motion. I also support the view my ranking has earlier stated that it should not be limited to only 2021. It should extend to 2022 if it is clarified, so that those who suffered really under the pandemic can get benefit over a reasonably long time, rather than just this 2021, which is already ending in a few months' time. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is: all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it.
And act to amend the sixth schedule to the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, for a rebate for selected industrial sectors, suspend quarterly installment payments by specified self-employed persons and owners of commercial vehicles, and for related matters.
There are no amendments.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2020 is now read a second time. Yes, Honourable Member for who?
Mr. Speaker, please, you did not give the opportunity to the Minister to clarify whether the tax is a suspension or it's a forgiveness.
Honourable Majority Leader, what next?
Speaker, I think the understanding is clear that it is not being uplifted to be paid, the accrual is not to be paid. So momentarily is waived. That's the import of it. For the second, third, and fourth quarters. That's the import of it. That indeed is the import of it. Speaker, I guess you can move.
Yes.
Speaker, I guess you can move.
Yes. Item number 27. Motion.
There are no amendments.
Speaker, if I may hear you. We've dealt with item 21. We're coming to 22.
Item 26. Sorry, it's 27, yes. Oh, sorry, we just finished 20.
So, Mr. Speaker,
we just finished 27.
28 now. 28.
So we'll be going to 28.
Yes. Speaker, that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through the consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
I second the motion.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 29, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
I think I have a copy of this. I have a copy of it. Income tax in our home. There are no amendments. So I just rise to tell you that there are no advertisers. And then the last. That no museum. You hear any appropriation? We have COVID-19.
Honourable members at the consideration stage. The schedule.
Sixth schedule of Act 896 amended.
All in favour of the schedule being a part of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to amend the sixth schedule to the Income Tax Act, Act 896, to provide for a rebate for selected industrial sectors, suspend quarterly installment payments by specified self-employed persons and owners of commercial vehicles, and for related matters.
All in favour of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021. Item 30. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed, the motion for the third reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 31.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time. I so move.
Chairman of the committee.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion, say aye. Say no. The ayes have it. Motion.
An act to amend the sixth schedule to the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to provide for a rebate for selected industrial sectors, suspend quarterly installment payments by specified self-employed persons and owners of commercial vehicles, and for related matters.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed.
Financial sector.
Item number 32.
Mr. Speaker,
I think we've done that. Energy sector.
Item 14. 14.
14. Yes. Item number 14.
Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 15.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may now be read a second time. The Speaker, government, as we all do know, began reforms in the banking sector from August 2017 to December 2018 with the object of cleaning up the financial sector, building resilience and promoting the safety, soundness and stability of the financial system to support economic growth agenda of Ghana. Speaker, this was informed by the asset quality review exercise of the Bank of Ghana carried out in 2015 and 2016 on universal banks, which revealed that some local banks had challenges in respect of inadequate capital, high levels of non-performing loans, and weak corporate governance systems. Speaker, it is for this reason to stabilize the system and clean up the financial sector that government instituted policies to clean up the system and ensure financial stability going forward for the country. Speaker, this indeed is at the heart of the introduction of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy, which the government seeks to introduce. Speaker, accordingly, I beg to move for and approval of this bill. As was submitted, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion. I request the table to take the entire content, the Handel Department to capture the entire content of the report, and would move straight to the recommendations and conclusions. The committee recommends the House to adopt this report and pass the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 into law, subject to the amendments proposed in accordance with the relevant constitutional provisions and outstanding orders. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dato.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have a major worry with the Speaker. I say this because the financial sector is a sector that attracts investment, very competitive investment across the globe. Investors will certainly be looking at where their money will yield enough returns before they invest in that sector. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, we have 25% corporate income tax across board. Apart from that, we have imposed a tax of 5% called the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy, making it 30%. There you go again, Mr. Speaker. In Ghana, we are now imposing another 5% tax called the Financial Sector Recovery Levy, moving the tax on the financial sector from 25% to now 35%. The Speaker, making it one of the largest sectors, one of the sectors that pay the largest. The Speaker, now financial sector is now competing with the extraction industry, particularly mining, that pays 35%. So apart from mining, another sector that attracts 35% tax is the financial sector. Speaker, I think that singular tax of increasing the financial sector obligation, tax obligation, from 25 to 35% has a chance of distorting investment decisions going forward. The Speaker, Ghana competes with investment, Ivory Coast, with similar economic indicators. Mr. Speaker, and with Ivory Coast, a country that more or less is very similar to us, do not have financial sector tax amounting to 35% of their profit after tax. And so, Mr. Speaker, my worry is the fact that the government should tread cautiously, because we need a financial sector that is adequately capitalized, a financial sector that can support the growth of the private sector, the sector that is undercapitalized because of lack of investment as a result of government decision to tax the sector. I do not think that is the way to go. Yes, Mr. Speaker, government has incurred some costs because of government decision to close down certain banks. That is government. Mr. Speaker, that does not necessarily mean that government should consider the imposition of tax as an option of taking money from them. Mr. Speaker, that becomes a Robin Hood tax. And I do not believe that we, members of this House, particularly want to be part of that tax. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that government should be minded that investors are not Father Christmas. Investors are in to make maximum profit. And so investment can be driven away if the climate is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Ministry of Finance to reconsider the imposition of this tax, because its impact on the economy can be very severe than the very revenue that they seek to get. Mr. Speaker, we need a financial sector that is robust enough. I do not see the strength of our banks to be able to support one major big multinational company. We do not have the strength. So now that you are helping the banks to grow, we don't just go out there and impose taxes. Mr. Speaker, that will create a dead weight cost. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we should be very careful. So I'm only cautioning government that we should be very, very careful in the thread that we have decided, in the area that we've decided to go, because it will be very, very bad for the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Amor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My minority brother, throughout his statement, concentrated on the issue of investor interest. And it's quite surprising, because in the first place, Mr. Speaker, investors' interest is not just about the tax component. We have a number of factors that they will consider. So I think we need to check all these factors. But if we were to only concentrate, Mr. Speaker, on taxes, under the previous regime, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former president, when my minority brother was the then Deputy Finance Minister, they imposed 10 different taxes on us. And I want to quote what the president then said, that the taxes were necessary simply because they needed that to manage their fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out the difference between the purposes for which they increase those taxes and what we are doing today. Under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ayebiafo, he rather either reduced or entirely scrapped 15 different tax components. In fact, some of them were those they had imposed. Aside that, the PFM Act 2016 Act 921, Section 18, time and time again, I've been making this statement on the floor to even suspend our fiscal rules
and policies. So our brothers should understand the fact that we are not even in normal times and that there's an outlier situation. So what I'm trying to say is that the time in which we are, adoption of expansionary fiscal policies that they have been talking about because we are capitalists, it is a strategic drift to adopt that. But what we are doing today is to create opportunity for a mixture of the two, in which small proportion of contractionary fiscal policies will be adopted to actually take care of the inevitable needs that we are supposed to perform as obligation in the short term. Mr. Speaker, I'll end by saying that they have not been able to provide any alternative funding source. And for that matter, we need to accept this policy as the best so far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate regarding the imposition of the financial sector recovery levy bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill intends to impose a 5% levy on financial sector players, particularly. Mr. Speaker, the tax is expected to be imposed before net profit and before taxes. But, Mr. Speaker, even what is more intriguing is the fact that this levy is seen as a final tax and is not allowed to be deducted in the income tax of these companies. Mr. Speaker, what this technically means is that the government intends to collect these levies even before the companies declare profit. So if you take this 5% before the company declare their net profit, what it technically means is that if there are expenses after that, which will lead that financial institution to make a loss, you have already taxed a company that is making a loss. And so I cannot imagine any levy that contemplates the possibility of taxing a loss-making bank. And that is the impact of what has been presented before us. How do we take the step to ensure that for those financial institutions or banks who, after having deducted this levy and having them also deducted all additional expenses they incurred in running their business, when that leads them into a loss, they don't suffer double jeopardy? Because no tax laws in this world tax somebody who makes a loss. And yet this one has the potential of taxing a financial institution that makes a loss. This is a very bad law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other challenge is that we are intending to impose a major burden on the financial sector without giving the banks and the stakeholders the opportunity and make input into the development of this bill into an act. The people who are speaking for the industry player is the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance, who are imposing the tax in the first place. So are we being fair to industry players by sitting here and imposing a burden on them without giving them the opportunity to input into this bill? And that is a major injustice to the industry players who have already suffered a lot. But, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the government spent 21 billion Ghana cedis in the banking sector cleanup. 21 billion, and we're expecting to get about 219 million a year from this. Mr. Speaker, at this rate, it will take 105 years to get 21 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not to recover 21 billion. This is just an excuse to get money to fix their mess. Otherwise, how do you recover 21 billion at a rate of 290 million? That will take you 105 years. Mr. Speaker, none of us will be alive. And that is exactly what we are doing. And pretending that we want to recover 21 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is a Trojan horse. It won't recover any 21 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, as a house, if We have spent 21 billion as a government. Shouldn't we be interested in analyzing whether this 21 billion was judiciously used and applied or not? How come we are giving a blanket check to recover 21 billion, but we have not assessed whether the money was properly used? And Mr. Speaker, we are not talking 21 million. We are talking 21 billion of the taxpayers' money. And there are very serious issues regarding how that money was used. And Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad that we have missed a unique opportunity to call the Bank of Ghana to account for 21 billion that most people feel was unjustly used. And we are asking to tax the Ghanaian businessman who could actually be running at a loss under COVID to pay taxes out of losses. Mr. Speaker, this is a very bad law. And I want to implore all members of this House to throw this out immediately and begin the process of rebuilding our financial sector and give justice to the financial sector players to make an input into this, because we cannot set a precedent of taxing losses of businesses that are struggling under COVID. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to call all my colleagues that anybody who tells you this is a profit tax that will not be passed on to the consumer simply does not know how a business runs to make a profit. If I am going to make a loss after taking this levy, I better pass it on to the consumer, because I cannot pay taxes on losses. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot be encouraging that in the era of COVID-19. So I want to employ my colleagues on the other side to be bold enough to tell the government that this is a bad law and must be put somewhere, so that we are given an opportunity to reconsider the steps we will take, because the 21 billion under this condition will take 105 years to recover. You and I will not be here on this earth. So this is a lie. It is not to recover the money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The very foundation of all the points that Honorable Adongo made was an error. The suggestion that this is some kind of full turnover tax, and that if you are a loss-making tax-paying company, somehow you could still be paying this tax. It's a complete error. And I think as a member of the committee who listened to the explanation by the Bank of Ghana, once you have your turnover, Mr. Speaker, you take off all the other expenses that ought to be taken before tax is applied. And that it is after all those deductions that this tax would incident on your profit just before tax. This explanation was clearly given. Therefore, for a member of the committee to mislead the House like this, that is some turnover, and that loss-making companies will be paying this tax, is unfortunate, completely unfortunate. Once Mr. Speaker, you clear this error on the way, almost all the points that my good friend raised would collapse. But it is important, Mr. Speaker, that I point out that the utilization of the 21.5 that government says has so far been put into the financial sector cleanup was explained at the committee meeting. In fact, the question was put by Honorable Adongo, and the answer was provided to the satisfaction of the committee. We further required the Bank of Ghana, working with the ministers, to give us a written breakdown. Not we have to come here again and to urge the House to take a decision against such an important intervention by government on the basis that we don't know how the money has been used is completely unhelpful. It is mischievous, and I think we should not accommodate this kind of attitude. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be read the second time. And Mr. Speaker, In doing so, to refer you to your committee's report, page 6, in particular paragraph 6.2, cost of and it reads, the committee noted that government's intervention to provide bailout for depositors and investors of the affected financial institutions has come at a huge cost of 21 billion Ghana cedis to government. Mr. Speaker, we are very doubtful of this number, and we are demanding a holistic breakdown of this from the Minister of Finance and from the Bank of Ghana. We want to have a clear understanding how much it costs the taxpayer to undertake this activity. To just say 21 billion, how much of it was used for purposes of recapitalization, we need to know. How much of it was used to pay depositors, we need to know. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the receiver has informed depositors that he is not able to pay them because government is not making enough money available to him. I'm talking in respect of who are savings and loans company. I've read an official correspondence from him that government is not making enough available money for him, the receiver, to pay depositors. We need to know, how much do we owe in respect of those affected by savings and loans? Whether this 21 billion is an understatement or not, we need a breakdown to understand what the Ministry of Finance spent this 21 billion Ghana cedis on. So, Mr. Speaker, the Acting Minister for Finance, you have work to do. Yes, clean up was compelling, but be transparent with how much you have spent money. When initially banks were asking for 400, 500 million Ghana cedis for purposes of recapitalization, they were denied the opportunity. Yet you turn around and spend 21 billion. Couldn't it have been the case that some of them could have been saved in order to save jobs and even save the depositors their money? Mr. Speaker, my other concern has been addressed, and that is in page 7. And I expected that the chairman of the committee, that would have been his response. The levy is payable in respect of profit before tax. Profit before. So you delete, when we get there, we'll look at it. Because the argument is that let it be on net profit. But, Mr. Speaker, our fundamental problem with this is that have the stakeholders in the banking sector, have they been consulted adequate enough on this process and on this bill? Because we seem to be, and that cannot be the intention of a tax regime. We all read the principles of taxation. The banks that fared well are the banks you are asking money for banks that failed to fare well. How fair is that? And whether the banking sector have been involved and consulted adequately enough. Could the percentage have been 3% instead of the 5%? And what would the yield be? So, Mr. Speaker, we demand full particulars of the claim by government that it spent 21 billion on the clean up. Mr. Speaker, as you are also aware, the consequence of liquidation is sale of assets. How much has government realized from the sale of assets of these financial institutions? We need to know. We need to know. Sale of assets. What has happened? It is not as if the banks just got bankrupt overnight and that liquidation and sale of their assets, we need to account for it. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to it. And I strongly think that the banking sector was not consulted enough on the matter. and it should be on net profit and not on gross profit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Financial Sector Recovery Levy on banks to raise revenue to support the financial sector reforms and provide for related matters.
The Financial Sector Recovery Levy is now read the second time. Item 16.
The Speaker, I beg to that notwithstanding standing order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration taken, and at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favor of the procedural motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 17, Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Because there are no advertisers, we're saying if you are safe, 1, 2, 3 million.
Very well. Chairman, clause 1.
Imposition of levy on profits before tax of a bank.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, there were no amendments.
Your report, look at number 7, amendment proposed. Page 7, item I, amendment proposed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was misled by the other paper. Mr. Speaker, clause 1, amendment proposed. Line 1, at end, delete profit and insert profit. The first profit is with the S, and insert profit singular.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II. Sorry. Kindly wait. Amendment clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Item II. Clause 4.
Clause 4. Amendment proposed. Sub-clause 1.
Honourable member, hold on. Let's go to clause 2.
Delete
before we get...
and insert the following.
Hold on. Clause 2.
Excellent supply of goods and services.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 2. All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Not an allowable deduction.
All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4, item II. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 4, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete and insert the following. 1. The levy is payable in respect of profit before tax.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 4 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Assessments of levy payable.
There is no advertised amendment to clause 5. All in favor of clause 5 being a part of the bill, say aye. Against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended. So clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Payment period of levy.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1. After on, insert or before.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Item IV.
IV, clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph A, delete and insert 31st March.
All in favor of the proposed, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item B.
Clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, at the beginning of line 1, insert despite subsection 1, and at the end of line 2, insert or before.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And clause 6, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Administration of levy.
There is no advertised amendment to clause 7. All in favor of clause 7 being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is of the bill. Clause 8.
Collection of levy.
All in favor of clause 8 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Payments of levy into consolidated fund.
All in favor of clause 9 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Recovery of levy.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Chairman, amendment proposed, clause 10.
Clause 10, amendment proposed, line 1, delete collection and insert payment.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 10 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Regulations.
Clause 12.
Interpretation.
All in favor of clauses 11 and 12 being part of the bill, All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 11 and 12 are ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Financial Sector Recovery Levy on banks, to raise revenue to support the financial sector reforms and provide for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, to indulge you and seek your leave. When you were on clause 11 on the regulations, I failed to catch your attention. But just matter of policy, the minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide for the efficient and effective implementation of this act. The Speaker, the way the Bank of Ghana is created by the Constitution and the law, they are not subject to ministerial direction and ministerial control. This is our financial sector. My view will be that in making any instrument, the minister must consult with the Bank of Ghana. That's my view. So clause 11, we have to improve it. The minister may, by legislative instrument, in consultation with the Bank of Ghana, make regulations on this matter. I don't know whether that improves it, and whether, because there are times that when we ask them questions, they say, oh, it's not Ministry of Finance, Bank of Ghana, as if to separate them as distinct autonomous institutions. So I just wanted to hear from Minister what his thoughts are on this.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think minority leaders' suggestion is harmful, but to be consistent, that is what we have in all the legislations of the Bank of Ghana, that the minister that will bring the legislation in accordance with the principle that you have just canvassed. The minister would necessarily have to consult the bank. As I indicated, it's not a harmful amendment, and if the House is pleased, the House could adopt it.
Leaders, please consider this. This is a levy. The Bank of Ghana is independent in its supervisory role. But this is money, and it is revenue we are getting. How does the Bank of Ghana come in? This is the minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide for the efficient and effective implementation of this act. So I'm not here.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by you. In fact, this is even not a Bank of Ghana initiative. This is tax, except that the taxpayers are regulated by the Bank of Ghana.
Very well. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021. Item number 19. No, sorry, 18. Motion, yes. Where is the minister responsible for? Leader, yes, would we get another minister to move the motion on behalf of the minister responsible for finance?
On behalf of
yes.
The Speaker, 2018. The Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be moved today. Speaker, so move.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 19. Yes, 19.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be read the third time today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Chairman. Chairman, who is seconding the motion?
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Financial Sector Recovery Levy on banks to raise revenue to support the financial sector reforms and provide for related matters.
The Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, what next?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, this is of the procedural motion. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Motion number 39.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I would move that COVID-19 Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be now read a second time. No move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. And in the process, I would like to present the committee's report. The committee determined that it was an urgent bill and had to be treated in accordance with the Constitution and outstanding orders. The object of the bill is to introduce a COVID-19 health recovery levy on the supply of goods and services in the country and import of goods and services to the country to raise revenue to support COVID-19 expenditures and for related matters. The bill contains 7 clauses. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hansard Department to capture the full contents of the bill so I may go to the conclusion. After careful consideration, the committee is of the view, Mr. Speaker, that the bill is in the right direction as it will enable government to continue to provide the vital interventions and relief packages to address the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on businesses and households. The committee, therefore, by majority decision, recommends
to the House to adopt its report and pass the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the House. And Mr. Speaker, if I may add, we had to take division on this particular matter, and all 12 members of the committee belonging to the NDC voted against the decision. But all 13 members, myself included, Mr. Speaker, voted, and it is the reason we have majority decision. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I think item number 5.5, that is the heading of your should be amended. It says inability to reach a decision, but you did reach a decision by a majority. So that is not a true reflection of the report you have given. So I suggest you change that to read decision by majority.
You're right. That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the motion that was moved by the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance. Mr. Speaker, this very tax is a regressive tax. Mr. Speaker, regressive tax in the sense that the structure and design of value-added tax seeks to take more from the poor than the rich. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of a pandemic where businesses are struggling, households, mainly individuals, have lost their jobs, and people, citizens are complaining of joblessness. Others are complaining of reduced sales. Some are complaining because, Mr. Speaker, their take-home pay is not enough. This government, Mr. Speaker, as insensitive as they are, has introduced a tax in the middle of pandemic that seeks to reduce the take-home pay of an ordinary Ghanaian, the disposable income of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us. This tax will increase the prices of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, this singular tax will increase import taxes. Mr. Speaker, it will increase the prices of goods and services for almost everything. Mr. Speaker, that is why we, the members of the minority, this side of the House, opposes this tax. We opposes this tax. This tax is wrongly timed, very wrongly timed, because, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of pandemic, no one introduced taxes. At the time that countries have introduced stimulus packages to support businesses and households, when you come to Ghana, you have imposed a tax that seeks to take money from the poor. Mr. Speaker, we won't accept this. We won't accept this, and we will vote against this we will vote against this en bloc, because the people of Ghana deserve better than this. We deserve better than this. But, Mr. Speaker, the worst of all, Mr. Speaker, we are in this House. Our Minister of Finance had appeared before us. He has asked us for a mandate to spend 1.2 billion Ghana cedis for COVID-related expenditure, COVID-19 related expenditure. In the end, Mr. Speaker, we never knew of TAP 2. We never knew of Plan 1 and Plan 2.
Yet the minister went ahead and spent 8.1 billion Ghana cedis for COVID-19. 8.1 billion. The Speaker, and they are telling us that we should support them to approve additional tax that seeks to take money from the ordinary Ghanaian for the purposes of spending on COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we demand accountability on COVID-19. We demand accountability on COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 expenditure is everywhere. It's everywhere. Every ministry, without accountability, Mr. Speaker. So until this government accounts for the money that is expended so far on COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, we can never be part of a tax policy that seeks to take money from the ordinary Ghanaian to a government that spends the money and fails to account for it. Mr. Speaker, and so I urge the minister responsible for finance to suspend this tax policy, 1, and 2, come and account for COVID-19 expenditures first. First, get us all satisfied, and then tell us that you are imposing an additional tax. Until that time, Mr. Speaker, all of us from the minority side will not support this tax policy. We will not support this tax policy. Mr. Speaker, because this tax policy, 1, is wrongly timed. 2, Mr. Speaker, at the time that countries are giving stimulus, the insensitive NPP government is taxing the ordinary Ghanaian. Taxing the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, we won't accept this. We won't accept this. So withdraw the tax. Withdraw the tax. The honorable member for Swami, please withdraw this tax. Because this tax has no place during times of war. You are the one who claimed that COVID-19 has devastated our economy to the extent that people have lost their jobs. Businesses are collapsing. There's serious joblessness. People are finding it difficult to pay rent. Others are struggling to survive, even to buy 3 square meals. Yet you want to tax us.
Teachers are suffering.
Mr. Speaker, in today's Ghana, ordinary Ghanaian is suffering. Teachers are suffering. Everybody is suffering in this economy. We are suffering, Mr. Speaker. So taxes have here. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I call on our colleagues to join us in rejecting this tax because it is a bad tax. It is a bad tax. The Speaker, all the key government workers, nurses, teachers, police officers, Speaker of Parliament, everybody, members of Parliament, we are all suffering. We are all suffering. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you are also suffering. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we should reject this tax. We should reject this tax. Mr. Speaker, I end my submission. I end my submission by saying that, Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana, they are watching us. Ghanaians are watching us. This is the time that all of us as members of Parliament must stay together and give them some reliefs and give them some stimulus to support them and not to be seen as members of Parliament, representative of state, imposing taxes and increasing their hardships. This is not the time. This is not the time. Mr. Speaker, posterity will judge all of us if we vote in favor of this. This is a bad tax and we should reject it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the world continues to be wonderful. This world we live in continues to be very wonderful. And this is not the time I expected that some of my colleagues want to reject this type of contribution government is seeking from all of us in the country
to support us fight a battle unprecedented in the annals of history in the world. Mr. Speaker, he is saying that we have spent 8 billion and now he's asking for stimulus to be paid. Where do we find the money to do that? You yourselves are talking about borrowing to the extent that we have gone beyond 70% of where we should borrow up to. How do you want us to buy buses to vaccinate you and me and everybody in this country? Mr. Speaker, we know what to use tax money for. And we are talking, and you are shouting, we will not accept, we will not accept it. Mr. Speaker, when we are taxing on profits of corporates, you say no. When we are taxing on profits of corporates, you say no, you allow. When we are taxing on personal incomes, you say no, you allow. When we are seeking for levies and on goods and services that we procure to fight a genuine war, you say no. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of a pandemic, you don't expect that we should levy people. When we are fighting, you want us to come and account for you before you look for money to continue to fight the war. Who said that we are not going to account for what we have spent on COVID? Mr. Speaker, this is an issue we should all soberly reflect upon. Remember last year, the finance minister had paused to come here to plead with Parliament to allow us to suspend the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Said that we could overspend our budget deficit that has been capped in law because of COVID. The battle is not over, Mr. Speaker. But for how long can we continue to overspending? We hit a provisional net budget deficit, negative 12%. You were talking about it. Now you want us to go 20% for you to lambast government for running the economy badly? Is that what you want us to do? And you are talking about poor people. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the reports, there are exemptions to this regime. The levy we are going to take from Ghanaians, we are singling out certain items that are very much consumed by the poor, so that the poor will not suffer just like those of us who can pay. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. You are talking about Ghanaians who are poor, cannot pay. Listen very well. Last week or two, National Security intercepted some Ghanaians, some of our staff workers, health workers, who have picked some of the buses, and they were selling these buses. And some of us, the Ghanaians, were ready to pay 200 Ghana cedis for a single jab of AstraZeneca vaccine. 200 Ghana cedis. You think that Ghanaians should not be happier if we could levy to buy vaccines to cover everybody in this country so that we take ourselves away from the COVID battle? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, our president has said that what he doesn't know to do is to bring back light, but he knows how to bring back the economy. This is exactly what he's doing to try to bring back the economy that is getting very bad. We are talking about businesses that are collapsing. We are talking about investments that profits should go to so that banks can expand. We are talking about good things. How do we do it? Mr. Speaker, there is no pain without pain. And I quote, there is no pain without pain. You want to have everything good, but you don't want to pay for it. Mr. Speaker, we are not charging market prices. Neither are we charging market values for some of the things that we are doing. We are only seeking Ghanaians to contribute their little quota to help us fight the battle war, the COVID war. And you are saying no. The poor are suffering, they are dying. The rich are suffering, we are dying. And then you are saying that you don't want these things to happen. If this is from this chief, what else can this be? Let us reflect on this matter soberly. And if I take Honorable Atikwasi, my own colleague, he knows this, he copied. You will be amazed. So we need to ask Ghanaians to help us fight the battle. You know the truth. Now when we brought the vaccine center here in Parliament, and said everybody should go for free. We all rushed to go to take the vaccines. You don't want the poor people in the villages to take some of the vaccines. How will we bring them into the country? How do we do it? And we're even fighting for these vaccines for our wives and our children and our relatives, our drivers and everybody. What about poor people over the country? Shouldn't they take it? You are taking it for free and pay money so that we can also vaccinate some other people who are going to sue for it. You say no. Tell them. You say no. Mr. Speaker.
Vaccine now from $6 to $26 currently. Hey, so you need to sit down.
Mr. Speaker, I believe very much that the finance minister is on good track to try to see how we can salvage the economy. We cannot continue overspending and having deficits up to what level?
Hold on, let me listen to
we know the implications.
Hold on.
This is the on people.
Minister, can we hold on?
But this tax is very.
I'm asking you to hold on. Yes, can I hear your point of order?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Health is imputing improper motives to the decision by members on this side to call for accountability by suggesting that it is only born out of mischief for one to call for accountability. Mr. Speaker, by our standing orders, I think that is impugning improper motives to members for a mere call for accountability. I don't think it is born out of mischief. It is born out of the oversight that is required of us as members of Parliament. And so I will wish that he is called upon to withdraw and approve for impugning improper motives. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, did you say it was born out of mischief?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Can you withdraw reference to mischief and continue?
What did I say?
Mr. Speaker.
What did you say to withdraw? Mr. Speaker.
Don't withdraw anything.
What is it to withdraw?
You are taking it for free. You don't want it for anybody.
Mr. Speaker.
You said Parliament. You didn't say them. All of us.
Mr. Speaker.
And you are fighting for your family.
All I'm trying to say is the fact that there are still expenditures we have to make towards the battle.
Withdraw it.
And what we have spent already is that huge. And therefore, I'm urging my colleagues to help the finance minister raise the necessary funding for us to continue our battle. Mr. Speaker, the good news is the fact that
make it easier for me. Withdraw reference to mischief and proceed, please.
Mr. Speaker, what should I withdraw? What have I said wrong? What should I withdraw? What have I said wrong? No, I don't know what I should withdraw.
I thought I asked you and you said yes. You use mischief. Or didn't I hear you right? I'm suggesting that if you used mischief,
Mr. Speaker, make a statement. I ask a question that if this is not mischief, what else can it be? What should I withdraw now? And I will say,
Honourable Minister, frankly, there's so much noise here, I hardly hear some of the things that are said. So when you raised the objection, I asked you. So I based my ruling on what you said. So please, mischief is against our rules. Withdraw and proceed.
If I think it is not a good fit.
Mr. Speaker,
Substitute is not a good fit.
I will take your guidance and withdraw that question that I asked my colleagues.
And substitute.
So I can continue.
Please proceed.
What I want to try to say is the fact that when we are trying to raise
adequate resources to continue to fight the battle the way we have fought it so far. And my colleague Atufosin stands up and speaks on behalf of my friend side of the divide, continuously saying we reject it, we will not accept it, we will not do this. Mr. Speaker, what is the implication of that? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the good news is the fact that, yes, we have spent money.
You still have a repeated
But the whole world, when the WHO told us an assessment last month, the two countries that got this right for COVID battle is Ghana and South Korea. What else again do we do? Now we are faced with another activity which has a very massive cost implication. Vaccines are nowhere to be found in the world now. There are several middlemen who are peddling that they can sell vaccines. Overnight, prices are skyrocketing. And AstraZeneca, that was sent to us by COVAX, at the time it was $4 per dose. Now people are quoting $26 and you cannot get it anywhere even to buy. So if we sit and think that our budgetary estimates and our revenues in the budget alone, without any contribution from society, how do we fight the battle to get our people free from this, how do I call it, pandemic? Mr. Speaker, we are on a good course. We are fighting a good battle, and this is not about any one of us in the chamber should try to take us off the course that we are treading. We shouldn't be divided. When COVID came, Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate my colleagues on the opposite side of the political divide. They have supported government in all the things that we have done. Finance Minister came here, asked for the fiscal responsibility to be suspended. My colleagues accepted that. Where we are now is a critical situation we need to continue to fight the battle with. And if you don't bring in extra resources, what else can we do? Mr. Speaker, COVID, we are spending money soon. Our roads have gone bad. Our schools, all the monies are going. When schools reopened just last term, we had to procure COVID-related commodities for all the schools, close to 1.1 billion Ghana cedi. How do we pay for all these things? Mr. Speaker, on this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all my colleagues, both sides of the political divide, that let us reflect soberly on this matter and let us continue to push the finance minister to use this levy to build resources for us to fight the battle. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is very clear that our side of the House will do anything humanly possible to support this government to succeed. But unfortunately, I have sat in this chamber this evening, and all I have been doing all evening is impose one tax after the other on the very poor people. Mr. Speaker, it is on this basis that I reject in entirety any additional imposition of tax, whether you call it a COVID tax or whatever name you call it. Mr. Speaker, only a few months ago, we said that our economy was in the right group of people's hands, and it is the reason they could give free water. And it was the reason they could give free electricity. Mr. Speaker, I did not know that under this government, when they say something is free, it is post-paid. Today, we now know that when Nanado tells you something is free, remember it's post-paid. Mr. Speaker, we gave people 1.2 billion, and we are taking 1.4 billion for 4 years at 5.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is extortion.
Tell them.
Mr. Speaker, these people did not ask you to give them free water. But even what is worse is that some of the people who will be paying taxes are those who are drinking from boreholes in the villages. Yes. There are people who are sleeping with lanterns. They didn't get free electricity. Yes. Mr. Speaker, these people, when they go with their meager income to buy a tin of milk, they will be taxed to pay for COVID. Mr. Speaker, how can a burden share now become the burden of the poor to shoulder the entire burden of COVID? We are asking the poor now to shoulder the entire cost of
COVID, the very people who are sitting at home and don't have jobs, the very people whose businesses have disappeared, the very people who withdrew all their capital to survive under lockdown, Mr. Speaker, the very people who don't even know when the next meal is going to come, they are the ones who, this is a burden kill, and we will not support you to kill the poor. Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad that we are sitting in this house at a time when the poor rather requires relief. We are deciding to impose tax upon tax. And my group, my friends on the other side, keep begging us to impose more taxes. We are tired of imposing more taxes. I beg, just ignore this one and take the rest we have already imposed. That is enough to break their back. We cannot add any more burdens. Mr. Speaker, in an era of COVID, if we agree that the one who is badly hit, better managers of economies find innovative ways to take more from the rich to finance the development of the poor. I have never seen economic principle that rather takes from the poor to finance for the rich. And this is what we are doing here. And we are being called upon to support a government to keep breaking the back of the poor. Mr. Speaker, we cannot support this. There are about 5 taxes that we have imposed. Almost all the taxes are regressive taxes. Why? Did they vote for us to kill them? Did they vote for us to give them a second pandemic? That COVID is not enough, but Akufo-Addo should not be the second pandemic. I cannot support a second pandemic. Let them live with their COVID. If you cannot assist them to survive, don't kill them. As Anjufo said, when you begin Mawasia, if you can't get anything for your father-in-law for Easter, I beg you, don't tell her she's a thief. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are against any to impose another tax, whether you call it a COVID tax. And it is so strange that when we ask for accountability, they say it is mischief. Then what work are we doing here? Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues on the other side, who believe in the poor and represent the poor in their various constituencies, to rise up and be on the side of the poor, to rise up and support the poor. And I'm asking you to be bold. This is the time to be bold and speak for the poor. Mr. Speaker, let's stand on the right side of history. And the right side of history is not that at the time when COVID came and all countries were supporting the poor, we were oppressing the poor. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I oppose the imposition of the COVID levy. Thank you very much.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I rise to. Put yours down. Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Mutalawa is Ahmad. Mutalawa is Ahmad.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members. Can everybody resume his seat apart from the honorable member for Fijasi?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I rise to support the motion, and in doing so, yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would want us to avert our mind to the fact that the government is absolutely pro-poor. It is pro-poor in the sense that whatever measures it has taken for the past year under COVID, socially inclined. And sometimes you want to wonder what is the economic powers that support this thinking. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why we would want to play politics with a measure that is temporary, that is subject to review in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the objective clearly spelled out. Infrastructure, which is going to help in building of more hospitals. Vaccines. The cost of vaccines was around $5. Currently, because of high demand, Mr. Speaker, we are around $20. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to checkmate this government. A government that is actually since December bringing active cases of COVID down from about 7,000 or 9,000 to about 2,000 now. It's a performing government. It needs money to get the poor safer, and we cannot checkmate them. We need to support the government. We need to be rational. This tax is rational. It is going absolutely to give free vaccines. A vaccine that cost in January $5 is about $20 now. So where are you going to get the money from? Mr. Speaker, if you go to UK now, because of the active vaccination program, the cases are going down, and therefore there is a sense in investing in vaccination. And where is the money going to come from? Where would the money come from? Mr. Speaker, it is not as if Ghana is the only country, an island of a country doing this. In Botswana, they have increased their VAT by 2%. We are not in Botswana, but coronavirus, there is no precedent. So you are working your own experience by virtue of common sense practice. And absolutely, the only way to do that is to recover some money. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not taxing the poor. It is actually making money available for the poor. In a sense that if today we are supposed to pay for persons, you and myself can afford. So the very poor person you are speaking for, they cannot afford. And for that matter, who should provide for them? And that is why I am thinking that on this occasion, we will not play any politics with this tax. A measure, subject to review in 2 years. And we are saying that it's not possible. It should not be done. And somebody is boycotting it. The good people of this country would have to know that for that matter, our friends on the other side are not seeking the health interests of Ghanaians. If you don't support this tax, you are not seeking the health interests of Ghanaians. What you are saying is that more infections, more deaths, and then who will go and vote for you? It is as if we only look for power. It is as if we only look for power. MPs and political parties, is all you need is power. This is the time to keep for the poor. And where is the money going to come from? You expect more people to die, then who will vote for you? For some of us, when we were supposed to vaccinate, MPs were bringing their family members. You have the right to espouse to your children. Yes, the state has paid for you. You have been inoculated. Yes. For the ordinary Ghanaian, you are saying no. What are you talking about? And it is not as if the MPP or the majority is saying this. The majority are saying that it is good for MPs or the minority to be inoculated, but for the ordinary Ghanaian, no. That is the meaning of not supporting this tax. And we are going to let Ghanaians know of this. Who do the press conferences? Who will tell them that you have been vaccinated, but you don't want them to be vaccinated? We will tell the story for them. We will tell the story for them. We will tell the story for them. They have been inoculated with themselves and their families. Yes, they don't want the poor to be inoculated. We will tell your story. We will tell your story. Mr. Speaker, may I know which member of parliament came here for the vaccine and paid for it? Which family member of yours paid for it? Which driver of yours paid for it? Is it not the taxpayers' money? Where did the tax come from? Where did the tax come from? Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of poor people in the Fidanza Sakari, but all they need is free vaccination, just like those on the other side have. They just want equality. They want equity. You have had yours, and you want to deny the ordinary Ghanaian of this. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I will have to complete my contribution. But I want to say that what is good for the goose is equally good for the gander. What is good for the MP is also good for the ordinary Ghanaian. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion, Mr. Speaker, and to reiterate much more strongly the voice of the Honorable Atuforsen, ranking member for Finance, that we, the NDC caucus on this side, we don't appreciate the imposition of this COVID-19 health recovery levy. And we stand united opposed to its imposition because, Mr. Speaker, there is what you call policy incongruity. We should not even articulate our objection. We have been that we should not demand accountability. Mr. Speaker, the new Patriotic Party government, then in opposition, and those of them who have your party manifesto with you, reference it. It was a campaign based on from taxation to production. At that time, there was no COVID in Ghana. In the period leading up to the 2016 general elections, there was no COVID. But you were convinced as a collective at the time that Ghana needed to move from excessive taxation to production. Today, is it not intriguing that the same new Patriotic Party is now saying back to taxation with the imposition of these taxes? So, Honorable Minister for Health, the policy contradictions. Now you have COVID, and you think that the best way to recover from COVID is to impose a COVID-19 health recovery levy. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to your committee report, in particular, paragraph 5.1, but for purposes of my debate, paragraph 5.4, our members on the Finance Committee did not hesitate in registering their opposition because any tax added is inelastic and therefore regressive. It does not distinguish between the burden of the tax on the rich and the poor, and therefore we all carry the burden of the consequence of the taxation. Mr. Speaker, so because of the regressive nature of the tax, if you come to page 5, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, the minority members express a view that government has not accounted for the over 8 billion that is spent in the name of COVID. In a democracy, what is wrong, Mr. Speaker, if we so ask as we are asking, that account to us of the 8 billion, how much went to stimulus, to stimulate businesses and to support the private sector to protect their jobs and to create or protect additional jobs? How much of this 8 billion was spent on expanding health infrastructure? How much of it was spent on oxygen when we had shortages of oxygen in many parts of the country? How much of it was spent on including nose masks? In the budget hearing, we have come across very interesting numbers for PPEs. Every ministry acquired it at its own price, different price, no uniformity. The same PPE. And in some instances, different prices for different PPEs. So we are simply asking for accountability of the 8 billion. How did you spend it? how much went for stimulus? And we cannot ask that as representatives of the people. We cannot ask our Minister for Health on the floor of Parliament. You have accounting and management background. I don't. We did not suspend the Fiscal Responsibility Act to inspire irresponsibility in terms of spending by government. That was not our. When we said that we're suspending the Fiscal Responsibility Act, it was not to give you a license on a free spending regime. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, government has exceeded what it ought to get from the Bank of Ghana from 10 billion to 22 billion dollars.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is misleading the House, and I want to put certain things in the right perspective.
Honorable, kindly tell me what.
Nobody has said that.
Kindly tell me what he has said, which is misleading.
Mr. Speaker, he's saying that we are not accounting for the 8 billion we have spent, and he's asking and giving us a template of how these bodies should be accounted for. I'm saying that when it comes to accountability in this country, no COVID exercise, no COVID act, the Public Health Act is suspended, has never suspended accountability institutions and structures in this country. The Auditor General has a responsibility to audit these expenditures and lay a report to us in Parliament to exercise their oversight responsibility.
Very well.
So why are they asking for accountability when we are fighting about you having completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, your point is well. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, the next time any ministry, department, or agency wants to spend money, you should just submit it to the Auditor General and say that Auditor General conduct an audit. I know there are internal audit structures. We simply are saying that in this report, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a member of the Finance Committee. In page 5, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, the government has not accounted for the over 8 billion signed by chairman of the committee. Chairman, has government accounted for the 8 billion? No. So we are demanding accountability. And I'm saying, for instance, when you say you spend money procuring vaccines, you have 600,000 of some vaccines for free from COVAX. So that cannot be an expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that this government is drifting away from its policy pursuit of from taxation to production, back to taxation and no production, because this will not stimulate production. That is our argument. And then, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Minister for Health took his turn, this is the bill, COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021, with the accompanying memorandum. Nowhere in this bill have we indicated how we intend to spend the 1.4 billion. So probably if you want, you should have made provision here, use of the fund, then state it. Then it becomes part of this legislation. Then I know that this 1.4 billion, this is what government intends to do with it. You can add it to your wholesale consolidated fund. That is what this bill is saying. This bill is not complicated to me. How you intend to use it? Mr. Speaker, today there is COVID. Tomorrow there may not be COVID. Where is the sunset clause? Where is the sunset clause in this? Assuming COVID ends tomorrow, what happens to this? Assuming COVID ends tomorrow, what happens to this? So we simply, Mr. Speaker, we want to register our strong protest and table, we want it recorded, opposed to the imposition of this COVID health recovery levy. As a collective, we stood opposed to this particular tax because we think that it's a regressive tax. It will impose further hardships on the Ghanaian. It makes no distinction between the rich and the poor. It is an anathema to the MPP's own manifesto promise of moving from taxation to production. That is a somersault of policy, when even during COVID times, you are coming with these new taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, let it be registered that we don't support this. There is no convincing argument in the bill as to what government wants to use the 1.4 billion for. We could decide that health infrastructure, 400 million, COVID-19 vaccines, 500 million. Then we know what use you want to put the money. And then further, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the fact that you benefited from the suspension of the Fiscal Responsibility Act does not mean that you should behave in terms of not prioritizing government expenditure and controlling government expenditure. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think the issues raised by colleagues, especially those on the other side, give an indication that they want to oppose, or perhaps to indicate that they are unable to support this levy. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are in a very democratic setting. They want it registered in their hands that all of them are against it. So be it. But, Mr. Speaker, what's the purpose of this? In 2020, as we do know, government had to inject millions of cedis into the health sector and undertake social interventions that affected everybody across board to address the COVID-19 pandemic. This included the provision of personal protective equipment, procurement of additional health facilities, motivation of frontline staff, provision of stimulus packages, supportive revenue measures, and provision of free electricity and water to the populace. Mr. Speaker, is it not the case that people, the poor in society, benefited from the provision of free water? Or is it not the case? So how can anybody say that this is against the poor? Mr. Speaker, in 2021, further interventions include, among others, the procurement of vaccines for free distribution to the population and provision of additional health facilities and revenue measures to support the more vulnerable in society. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult. It's right to perhaps demand that maybe we need to compartmentalize the revenues, what we are going to commit them to. However, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult. And I don't know of any bill that would suggest to you that the bill will make definitive allotment of allocations. Mr. Speaker, if we had the Minister for Health, when we started, the vaccines at the very outset were sub $4 per vaccine. Today, if you had it, it's in the region of $26, $27 per vaccine. Mr. Speaker, you are going to provide for 20 million people 2 dosages. In other words, 40 million at $26 per vaccine. Assuming it remains stable at 26, how much is it? Mr. Speaker, it is free, paid for by the state. Procuring it is going to be purchased by the state. Mr. Speaker, protecting lives and livelihoods is certainly a shared responsibility. We have, every time we're talking about broadening the tax net. What do we mean by that? When we say that the tax net should be broadened. All that we mean is that we should not keep on piling taxes on the rich in society. We should broaden it, means that we should bring into as many as are eligible to pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, where we are now, and I hear the minority that harp on this point, that we indicate that we want to move from taxation to production. Mr. Speaker, we can only move from taxation to production when we inject sufficient stimulus into the economy. How are you able to do that? Mr. Speaker, there are only three ways to do that. Either as an individual or even as a country, you sell your assets, you divest. Are we in a position to divest assets now? And the assets that you divest, would it be enough to cater for our needs? The second route would be to borrow. If you go to borrow, it will provide you temporary convenience. Today, tomorrow. The third way, you have to pay, and pay interest. The third route, Mr. Speaker, the third route is to try to organize and indeed raise resources from internal sources. This is what we are trying to do. Let anybody ask that what you are doing, go and borrow to provide convenience for the people, to stimulate the economy. If you do that, you pay tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, I really am struggling to understand the opposition. However, it is your democratic right. You can't oppose. I disagree with you. The basis of disagreement, I cannot walk with you on that path. I will grant you your democratic right to oppose or not to support it. Mr. Speaker, we are granting it because we are not throwing chairs at each other. We are granting it as a collective. We have resolved to agree to disagree. So we disagree on this point, but I believe that what government is doing is the best under the circumstances. For which reason, Mr. Speaker, I will implore us to support this. The issue that my colleague again raised about the report, and he alluded to a minority opinion as captured on page 5 of the report. It says the minority members expressed the view that government has not accounted for the over 8 billion that is spent in the name of COVID. That was not the view of the entirety of the committee. It's a minority opinion which found itself, properly so speaking, expressed in the report. So you cannot say that that's the opinion of the committee. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I agree. If people say that let us probe into the use of the amount so far expended, I agree. That's the business of Parliament. What I don't like is a budget is being presented to go into the lamentations of Ezekiel. I don't subscribe to that. Let's use our committee systems to trace and track the use of resources. They are the national resources. That's what we should be doing. You don't just wait until we come in to approve the budget and then you raise issues. We are approving the budget today. Tomorrow, let the committees begin to work to trace and track the use of resources allocated to the various sectors. That will give worth to Parliament and to the committees of Parliament. That's the way to go. I thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy on the supply of goods and services and imports to raise revenue to support COVID-19 expenditures and to provide for related
This House has the COVID-19 Health Recovery Bill 2021 is now read the second time. Item 40.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128 sub 1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage we shall not be taking until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. COVID-19 Health Recovery Bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Imposition of levy.
Chairman of the committee, well, there's no advertised amendment to clause 1.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment from the committee.
Are you participating?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if we look at clause 1(1)(b), if you read it together, that is imposed by this act a COVID-19 health recovery levy on the import of goods or import of services the country other than exempt. It appears to be income.
Sorry, I understand that there's advertised amendment in the addendum order paper. Trying to find it. That is in clause 1. Very well. Yes. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, clause 1, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph B, line 1, delete the country.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 1 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Enhanced supply of goods and services.
Clause 3.
Enhanced supply of goods and services.
Clause 4.
Relief from levy.
Clause 5.
Collection and administration of the levy.
Clause 6.
Regulations.
Clause 7.
Interpretation.
Now there is no advertised amendment in clauses 2 through to 7. All in favor of clauses 2 through to 7 being part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy on the supply of goods and services and imports to raise revenue to support COVID-19 expenditures and to provide for related matters.
All in favor of the long title bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021. Item number 20 on the addendum order paper. Motion by the Minister. It's on page 9 of the addendum order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the procedural motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion M21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion for third reading, say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is
the
carried.
special levy to be known as the COVID-19 Health Recovery
The COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, what next?
Mr. Speaker, we go to the order paper addendum, page 10.
Sorry?
The order paper addendum, page 10.
Yes, please. Item number?
Item 26.
26, yes. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the procedural motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 27.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriation Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the Appropriations Bill is designed to provide for the withdrawal of monies necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2021 fiscal year from the consolidated fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Mr. Speaker shall take the chair. Please proceed while this comes.
Mr. Speaker, the work program of government is captured in the budget statement and, of course, is clothed in the economic policy of government. The Speaker, we have been served with
Yes, Majority Leader, you may continue.
The Speaker will be served with a regulars of a work program from government, which we have debated, and indeed we have allocated resources to various sectors. These resources, these allocations, and indeed the work program must be funded with sums of money to be issued from the consolidated fund and other public funds. Mr. Speaker, we're also going to have retained internally generated funds, various ministries, departments, and agencies, and of course, payment of money which will be authorized by the minister responsible for finance. The Speaker, these have been encapsulated in the bill referred to as the Appropriation Bill. And we are here today to interrogate the Appropriation Bill and, Mr. Speaker, approve of same to enable government to begin in earnest the prosecution of government programs and projects for the remaining parts of the year, which is why I move this motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, I proceed by submitting the committee's report on the Appropriation Bill 2021. I require the Hansa Department to capture the full content of the report so that I may proceed to paragraph 6, recommendations and conclusions. But before I do so, the Speaker, correction. Paragraph 6, the last but one sentence of that paragraph. First day of January 2020 should be first day, it's in bold, first day of January 2021, and ending on the 31st day of December 2021. So with your permission, Mr. Speaker, our recommendation of the committee. The committee recommends that the sum of money not exceeding 129 billion 32 million 804,201 Ghana cedis be approved and authorized to be issued from the consolidated fund and for withdrawal from other funds for the purposes of financing government operations during the financial year commencing the first day of January 2021 and ending on the 31st day of December 2021. The committee does recommend the House to pass the Appropriation Bill 2021 into law in accordance with the relevant provisions of our Constitution and standing orders. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any contribution? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that Appropriations Bill 2021 be passed. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to say that, Mr. Speaker, the amount of 129 billion and 32 million that the minister responsible for finance is asking us to approve, being the total appropriation for the year 2021, Mr. Speaker, the summations of all the motions that you have taken on this House, and there's the need for us all to support it. Mr. Speaker, apart from to say that if you are to refer to the budget statement, page 209 of the budget statement, as part of the financing, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance informed us in page 209 under financing that they will be raising Eurobond for the year 2021. And under the Eurobond, they are going to raise an amount of 24.5 billion Ghana cedis to finance these appropriations. Mr. Speaker, today the ministry has raised some Eurobond. Mr. Speaker, this Eurobond that they raised, they went to the market with the hope that they could raise $5 billion US. $5 billion US. Mr. Speaker, but if you are to look at the financing, page 209 of the budget statement, sovereign bond, 25.4. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to about $4 billion US to finance the budget. Mr. Speaker, the ministry just raised the Eurobond. There is a communication, a public communication out there that they were successful in raising 3 billion Ghana. This means that our appropriations that is before us is dead on arrival. The very appropriations that we are about to approve. So, Speaker, unless the minister responsible for finance tells us how he's going to fund the already financing gap that has been created. Speaker, even before we approve the Eurobond, we approve the Appropriations Act. It has already suffered a financing gap about 6 billion Ghana cedis. Financing gap for about 6 billion Ghana cedis. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I will await the minister responsible for finance to tell us how he intends to fund this appropriations bill of about 129 billion Ghana cedis before us. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, there's nothing much because we have done a diligent work. We've tidied up. The numbers add up. But my only concern is how to raise the additional 6 billion Ghana cedis to finance government operations. How to raise the additional 6 billion Ghana cedis to finance government operations. Because, the Speaker, the bond has just been issued. Government of Ghana official communication is out. And the government has admitted that they have failed to raise 5 billion. 5 billion. You are not successful. You are unsuccessful in raising. That is for today. It's out. There's an official government communication out. You haven't seen it. Minister of Finance, you haven't seen it. You brought it down to 6.3 because the rates were so high. There's official communication out there. The Speaker, we all read. And the information is out there for everybody to see. You were unsuccessful. So tell us you're unsuccessful. But what I want from you is that not only you're unsuccessful, but I want you to tell us how you are going to finance the 129 billion. Because already there's a financing gap of 6 billion. I want information from you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will start by correcting an erroneous impression created by my brother Atuforsen. Mr. Speaker, if you read page 67 of the budget, paragraph 297, government came to this House last year and got approval to raise $3 billion and up to $5 billion. So the impression that government came to ask for $5 billion is not the right statement. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been very diligent in looking at the bill before us We believe that government has been very prudent and very transparent in reporting to the House on what it intends to do.
Yes, a minute. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable colleague, the Honorable Patrick Boama, is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, the document before us, page 209, Mr. Speaker, and our 2021 budget statement. And in the 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that financing and the Eurobond, government has said in the fiscal table that you are going to raise 24.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent from the Eurobond market. This is not what I'm saying. This is here. It's here. So forget about the test. Look at the financing, what you have programmed in your financing. This is what you have programmed, that you will be borrowing 24.5 billion from the bond market. And what you have raised today is equivalent to 18 billion Ghana cedis. So all what I'm asking is, there's 6 billion. Tell me how you are going to fund it. Are you going to go back to the market? Or you are going to do something different? Tell me. That's all. I just want an assurance from you, Mr. Speaker. He cannot impugn wrong motives in what I said. He should make reference to page 209 of the budget statement.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget about the text, but I'm referring to an exact statement in the budget of what government seeks to do, and of which this House approved last year. Mr. Speaker, government wants to be very prudent this year because of the situation in which we find ourselves in. And I believe that the object of this bill, as stated in paragraph 4, of which government is asking for 129 billion Ghana cedis, out of which 80 billion Ghana cedis has been earmarked for other government obligations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill has come at a time that government has performed creditably, especially by devoting over 5 billion for retained internally generated funds for other ministries, departments, and agencies to undertake their obligations. Mr. Speaker, we're seeking to also repeal the Appropriations Act of 2019, Act 1008, and other decisions that this House took. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this motion on itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is just to provide some answer to Honorable Atu in respect of the issue that having programmed 5 billion in our financing, now that we have secured the 3 billion, what are we going to do? The Speaker, Honorable Atu well knows that we could have picked the entire 5 billion. The price, we could have repeated the experience of this country in 2016, where we picked Eurobond at a price of 10.75%. We could have done that, but we decided not to do that. We believe that the macroeconomic fundamentals of our country right now should support a better price for our borrowing, and therefore we decided to earn at 3 billion. And look at the weather. Under a favorable weather, we will go for a facility to come up to the 5 billion, a facility that would respect the kind of macro economy we have been able to get. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I wanted to put a question. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to what the chairman has said, the honorable member is involved in some discussion, and he knows that we were even looking at going beyond the 5 for some very serious considerations. But you watch the weather and see what is good for the country. So certainly we'll come back when the storm has subsided. He should know that. So bringing this to me, Mr. Speaker, was not really anything that we should be litigating. Speaker, I will invite you, as you said, to put the question. I to do with that.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, are giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, that's not your seat.
I want to contribute to the motion on the floor.
Yes, but
because the question has not been put.
Honorable member, you are not at your seat.
At your seat. Not here. Not here.
Mr. Speaker, I am now back to my seat, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. But, Mr. Speaker, I remember in this House, we passed the Capping and Realignment Act, and then there are some agencies that we have imposed the Capping Act on them. But, Mr. Speaker, those agencies, when they appear before the committee, the allocation given to them in 2021 budget, all of them are complaining that with their planned activities, they can use, with their planned activities, Mr. Speaker, the amount of money allocated to them, they can use it to undertake their intended program. And then we were given the assurance at the committee that during the mid-year review, they will look at any other available resources so that they can top up to those agencies. If you look through the budget, the capping proceeds is about 200 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. If I refer you to the budget, Mr. Speaker, National Health Insurance has been capped an amount of 273 million Ghana cedis. Get Fund, 280 cedis. Road Fund, about 782 million Ghana cedis. So we need an assurance from the minister responsible for finance here. So the Hamza will capture saying that during the media review, those agencies will be catered for. That we are passing the appropriation, the minister is not giving us his words, so we can't hold him responsible for that. So, Honorable Minister, before you hand over the baton to the substantive minister, give us the assurance that those agencies that are complaining that they are underfunding, what are you going to do to them during the media review? So that we'll be clear in our mind that going forward, they can also undertake their planned activity. This is the assurance I want to get from the Minister responsible for Finance, Honorable Chairman Bonsu. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few observations, I think it is in order we need to pass the appropriation so that and run effectively. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against the motion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to make government expenditure for the 2021 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honorable members, Appropriation Bill 2021 is accordingly read a second time. Item 2.8. Is that item 2.8? Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the other paper then.
Page 11. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128 sub 1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed the consideration stage of the Appropriation Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Consider motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to item 2.9. Appropriation Bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Sum of money to be issued from the consolidated fund for 2021 financial year.
Clause 2.
Retained internally generated funds.
Clause 3.
Payment of money on authorization of minister responsible for finance.
Clause 4.
Repeal.
Clause 5.
Commencement.
There being no proposed amendment to these clauses, I put the question. And the question is that clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Schedules. The first schedule.
Section 1.
Second schedule.
IJF retention breakdown.
Third schedule.
Summary of expenditure by MDA, economic item and funding.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the third schedule on the page 11 of the bill, the item 9.9, other government obligations. So, Speaker, the amount for the other government obligation in the bill read 72,718,658,667 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the day, we had approved the reports of the Committee on Finance for the other government obligations. And in that report, the total amount that we approved for other government obligations is 80,869,525,482. That is what we approved earlier in the day for other government obligations. So I expect to see the same amount in the bill, 80,869,525,482. But here in the bill, the amount is reading 72,718,658,000. So if the chairman of the committee can explain why that, or they should explain to us why we have the difference in the figures.
Honourable Member, you have the report with you. You have the report of the committee with you. Read the last two lines under the 5.2. Because it stated there, what you read will constitute payments of other government obligations whilst the rest would cover discretionary payments. Is that they should tell us the amount that will cover discretionary payments? I think they lump the two together, but they should split them so that we see the differences. Yes.
The total amount we are appropriating is 129 billion. That is not the issue I'm raising. The issue I'm raising is that the paragraph you refer me to, Mr. Speaker, the other government obligations is reading 80.8 billion. But in the bill itself, Schedule 3, we have also on page 11 other government obligations, but this is reading 72.7 billion. That is why I'm having challenges with the different figures. Which one is the correct one? Because the earlier one approved 80 billion. Here we have in the bill 72 billion.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm saying that in the report, the 129 billion 32 million 804,201 expenditure in 2021. Then they continued. The committee noted that 80 billion 869 million 525,482 would constitute payments of other government obligations, whilst the rest will cover discretionary payments. So they just lump them together. And I'm saying they should separate the two so that we see.
The point I'm making is that I don't have any difficulty with the difference between the 129 billion and then the 80 billion. The difference will go into other discretionary payment. But the 80 billion that is stated in the report, that figure should reflect in the bill that they brought to us as other government obligations. But in the bill, the other government obligation is reading 72 billion.
Yes, Minister responsible for finance. Is there another issue? Let's take the issues, then we come back to the minister. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are seated there. We don't even have copies. So all that people are doing, we are not following. We are not following because we don't have copies. We don't have copies. We are not following. So all we are doing is just looking across road, and we don't even know what you're talking about because we don't have copies.
Honorable member, you should have drawn our attention long ago, because I have a copy, and table office ensure that all members get copies of the appropriation bill. Honorable member, please respect the maize. Honorable members, do you have copies now? Honorable members, we are at the third schedule. The Honorable Deputy Minority Leader raised an issue with the figure captured under other government obligations, and that is not what we approved in the committee's report. We need a response from the Minister responsible for finance. Let him respond to this.
Mr. Speaker, the ranking member would relate to that we're trying to fish it out where the additional to that is situated. So we are in communication with them, but the ranking member has just come, so let's listen to him.
You are informing the House that the answer is with the ranking member.
No, Mr. Speaker, I haven't said so. The
What
point
have
I'm
you
making
said?
is that we're trying to resolve it. I had to come in here, and he was part of the team. He was part of the team. That is why I'm saying that because he has just entered a new, let's listen to him. He's part of the committee that worked on it. I'm not saying that the answer lies in his mouth.
Well, but I threw the question, and you have to provide the answer. Now you are saying we should listen to the ranking member. Ranking member, please. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have, as the Deputy Minority Leader tried to explain, is a classificational matter. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that above the other government obligation, we have an item called the multi-sectorial. The multi-sectorial, for instance, is part of the other government obligation. But in order for them to, they've decided to break it down, take it out of the total of other government obligation and created a separate line for multi-sectorial. But multi-sectorial, being subscription, agency, general government services, are all part of the other government obligation estimate as approved. So the 80 billion includes multi-sectorial. So, Mr. Speaker, if you take the 72 from the multi-sectorial, then you will get it. And, Mr. Speaker, we also notice that the issues, if you look at it carefully, the total actually add up to the total appropriations of 129 billion. So in terms of the total, nothing is missing. It is only classificational issues that maybe, Mr. Speaker, we have moved items that should have been originally part of the other government obligation and created a separate line item for them. But as long as the total is concerned, it balances and it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the fourth schedule. The fourth schedule.
Summary of expenditure by program, economic item and funding. Summary of expenditure by program, economic item and funding.
Honourable members, the question is that the first, second, third, and fourth schedules stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The first, second, third, and fourth schedules are ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2021 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the question is that the long title stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we come to the end of the consideration stage of the Appropriation Bill 2021. We now move to item 3.0, motion, Minister for Finance. Item 3.0, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we are very clear in our minds about the involvement the involvement of the multi-sectoral and GRA commitments, which come to 8 billion, which then is what affected it to raise it to 80 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I want to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Appropriation Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. Yes, please.
I second the motion.
This is a procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to item 3.1. Motion. Minister for Finance.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriation Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2021 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Appropriation Bill 2021 duly read the third time and passed. Where's the green flag? Honourable Majority Leader, any guidance?
Mr. Speaker, I believe we finished the programmed agenda for today, and you may call for the closing remarks from the Minority Leader, and I will follow suit. Speaker.
Honourable members, before we move to closing remarks, I will have to take you back to item 2, formal communication by the Speaker. I have a message from His Excellency the President, dated I have a message from His Excellency the President, dated 26 March 2021. It reads, Mr. Speaker, Annual Report to Parliament on Staff of Presidential Office, January to December 2020. 11 of the Presidential Office Act 1993 at 463, I submit herewith for the attention of Parliament the annual report on the staffing position of the Office of the President for the period 1st January to 31st December 2020. The documents are attached, and I don't intend to read all the contents of the message. And so I call on the Hansard Office to capture it in its totality. And I'll end with accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration, yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, and this is to the Right Honorable Speaker, Office of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. So we have the report from His Excellency the President on the state of the staff in the Presidential Office. Honorable members, I now read a formal statement from me to the House, and this is in respect of the petitions that have been laid by Honorable Mahama Ayarga on Monday, 22nd day of March 2021. Honorable members may recall that on Monday, 22nd of March 2021, I gave my ruling on the objections raised to the petitions that I had admitted and which were consequently laid on the table by the Honorable Member, Honorable Mahama Ayarga. On the day of laying of the petition on the table, objections were raised as to the appropriateness of the procedure adopted by Mr. Speaker and the Honorable Member, and also on the content of the petitions, which were argued to be sub judice. I have decided that in the light of the varied opinions that have been expressed on the matter, it is necessary for me to provide to the House my well-reasoned view on the issue. Honorable members, in arriving at my conclusions and my ruling, I was guided by the following considerations. 1, whether the procedure adopted by me in admitting and permitting the laying of the petitions were valid within the rules of the House. And 2, whether Parliament may consider a petition which contains similar or same facts pending in a suit before a court of competent jurisdiction. That is the sub judice rule. I take issue 1. Whether the procedure adopted by me admitting and permitting the laying of the petitions were valid within the rules of the standing orders of Parliament. Honorable members, Order 76 of the standing orders of Parliament regulates the issue of petitions before the House. The provisions of the order are further elaborated in Appendix A of the standing orders. It provides that an application for Parliament to consider a matter other than a paper shall be in the form of a petition which shall be presented by a member of Parliament. That member is under a duty to ensure compliance with the order and Appendix A. The provisions of the order require the following prerequisites to be undertaken by the member before the petition is laid before the House. 1. The member must indicate his name at the beginning of it. And 2, the member must give notice of his intention to present the petition by entering his name on the notice paper reserved for that purpose. With regards to the petition itself, the orders provide a style in which the petition may be drawn and further provides guidance as to its form. That's A. Appendix A provides that 1. The petition be signed or thumb-printed by at least one person. 2. The person signing a petition must write his name, his address. 3. The petition be written in the English language. 4. A petition must be signed by parties whose names are appended. 5. The petition is by a body under its common seal. 6. The petition be without erasures or alineations. 7. The language of the petition be respectful, decorous, and temperate. 8. The petition must contain a prayer at the end of it, stating the general objective of the petitioner. In presenting the petition, the member in whose name the petition is presented to the House is required to confine himself to 1. A statement of the parties from whom the petition comes. 2. The numbers of signatures supporting the petition. And 3. The request being sought for in the petition. After the presentation of the petition, the Speaker shall order that the member lays the petition on the table without question put. The member may, however, also move a motion that the petition be read, printed, or referred to committee. Such a motion has to be duly seconded before the question is put on that motion. It follows that where a member presents a petition, there are 2 possible routes to be taken by the member. That is, where the petition is laid upon the table without question put, and where the member moves a motion for the petition to be read, printed, or read to a committee, which requires that the question be put. In the event that the member asks for the laying of the petition on the table, the standing orders do not make any provision for action that may be taken by Parliament after. In effect, while the standing orders provide for the form or procedure that a petition may take and subsequently be presented before the House, it does not provide for or regulate the action that Parliament may take on the petition, nor the powers that Parliament may exercise in that regard where a petition is laid on the table. In line with this, honorable members, it is my opinion and ruling that 1, to the extent that the honorable member complied with the provisions of Order 76 and Appendix A of the standing orders, the admission of the petition by me and the subsequent laying of the petition on the table by the honorable member was within the standing orders. 2, in the absence of clear provisions in the orders regarding action to be taken after a petition is laid on the table, I may, pursuant to Order 6, provide for action to be taken and a procedure to be adopted after the laying of the petition at the table. Issue 2, whether Parliament can consider a petition which contains similar or same facts pending in a suit before a court of competent jurisdiction, the sub judice rule. Honorable members, the term sub judice is a rule of court, which literally interpreted means under consideration or before the court or judge for determination. At its most basic, the rule limits comment and disclosure relating to judicial proceedings in order not to prejudice the issue, influence a jury, or affect the eventual determination of the matter before a judicial body, as not to render the eventual decision brutum fulmen, which means empty boast. The breach of the rule is often enforced by the court through its power of contempt. The rule does not appear to apply prior to the commencement of a judicial body or after the proceedings are terminated. It may, however, apply when proceedings are imminent. Honorable members, our Supreme Court has, in the case of Republic versus Bank of Ghana and 5 others, ex parte Benjamin Dufour, unreported 2018, noted that a matter sub judice, when a person engages in an act or omission which tends to prejudice or interfere with fair adjudication of a case. Historically in Ghana, the rule has been applied to prevent lawyers, media persons, and other parties from commenting on matters in respect of which they are appearing before the courts or matters which are pending in courts. For the purposes of lawyers, this has been codified under the Legal Profession, Professional Conduct and Etiquette Rules 2020, LI 2423, which provides Regulation 38 that, I quote, a lawyer who is participating or has participated in the investigation or litigation of a matter that is still pending before a court shall not make an out-of-court statement or grant an interview to the media on the matter, unquote. So, Regulation 40 of the same LI provides that when a lawyer acts as a prosecutor, he or she shall refrain from making extrajudicial comments that have a substantial likelihood of heightening public condemnation of the accused. The rule has also been applied in a limited manner to protect the identity of minors in proceedings before the courts. For instance, Article 39 of the Children's Act 1998, Act 560, states that, I quote, no person shall publish any information that may lead to the identification of a child in any matter before a family tribunal, except with the permission of the family tribunal, unquote. Of the parliamentary powers. Honorable members, as noted, Order 76 of the Standing Orders and its associated Appendix A regulate the issue of petitions before the House. However, while Order 76 and Appendix A regulate the form a petition should take and the procedure through which the petition may be laid on the table, as well as when a question or may be put, the orders are silent on the substantive issues or the scope of matters a petition may relate to. It is worth noting, however, that under the 1992 Constitution, the legislature or the legislative powers of Parliament are only subject to express limitations placed on it by the Constitution. As it contains the subject of that Parliament may receive, no such limitation exists in the Constitution. Similarly, Parliament has not passed any law restricting its own powers in this regard. To the contrary, the Constitution contains several provisions which, when read together and in context, confirm that in order for efficient performance of its functions, Parliament must have the authority to inquire into any matter of public interest and without substantive limitation. In particular, under Article 103, Parliament has the power to, quote, investigate and inquire into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation, unquote. Article 115 provides that, quote, there shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament, unquote. And under Article 298 of the Constitution, Parliament is vested with all residual powers to act on any matter which is not expressly or by necessary implication provided for by the Constitution. Honourable members, it follows that in Ghana, the scope of issues that may be the subject of a petition is unlimited, either in law or by parliamentary practice. In fact, the necessity of maintaining the power of Parliament to inquire into any matter without being bound by any undue restrictions, including in relation to the sub judice rule, has been judicially recognized by the common law courts. For instance, in the seminal case of Stockdale versus Hansard of 1837, the court stated that the legislature was, and I quote, the grand inquest of the nation and may inquire into alleged abuses and misconduct in any quarter, of course, in the courts of law or any of the members of them, unquote. Similarly, in 1845 decisions of Howard versus Gossett, the court emphasized, when discussing the scope of powers of the legislature, that members of the legislature are, quote, the general inquisitors of the realm, unquote. The court further stated that, I quote, I fully admit it will be difficult to define any limits by which the subject matter of their inquiry can be bounded. It is unnecessary to attempt to do so now. I will be content to state that they may inquire into everything which concerns the public for them to know, and they themselves, I think, are entrusted with the determination of what falls within that category. This position finds echo in Ghana's Supreme Court, which in the seminal case of Tufor versus Attorney General, 1980, Ghana Law Report 637 at 651, took the position that, quote, the courts do not and cannot inquire into how Parliament goes about its business. This constitutes the state of affairs as between the legislature and the judiciary, which have been crystallized in Articles 96, 97, 98, 99, 103, and 104 of the Constitution. Of particular importance to us are the provisions of Article 96 of the Constitution. They confer on Parliament freedom of speech, of debate, and of proceedings in Parliament. The article also states categorically that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place of Parliament, out of Parliament. The courts can therefore inquire into the legality or illegality of what happened in Parliament, unquote. It is worth considering then whether this constitutional authority of Parliament violates the constitutional powers of the judiciary. As noted in Ghana, the substantive powers of Parliament are only limited by the Constitution. In the absence of express or necessarily implied limitations on its powers, parliamentary authority cannot be said to be otherwise limited. In this connection, it is worth pointing out that while Parliament has not limited the scope of issues that may form the subject of a petition, it has exercised its powers under Article 110, which allow it to regulate its own procedure, to provide that in speeches before the House, I quote, reference shall not be made to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of Mr. Speaker, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. This is Order 93-1. While this order guards against parliamentary interference in cases under consideration before the courts, it also confirms that there is no existing blanket rule that forbids all references to all matters which are sub judice, as the order is subject to the opinion of the Speaker. This is further confirmed by a prior parliamentary practice in respect of this order. The Speaker of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic on 19th November 2019 had the opportunity to rule on the sub judice rule. In that instance, Mr. Speaker was invited to address the question of whether or not a member may refer to a matter pending before a court. Mr. Speaker, in his ruling, noted that a member is entitled to refer to a matter pending before a court of competent jurisdiction, as long as in making reference to that matter, the member does not seek to pass judgment or influence the matter. See as reported in the official report of 19th November 2019, volume 108, number 18. In 2014, the Speaker of the 6th Parliament of the 4th Republic was invited to the sub judice rule in relation to a motion that had been moved on the floor of the House. The Speaker, based on search at the court registry by the clerks at table, ruled that a motion that the House investigates the acquisition of Merchant Bank by Fortis Equity will prejudice the parties to various cases actively pending before the courts on similar or same facts. See as reported in the official report of 6th January 2014, volume 86, number 1. The rulings of the speakers reflect the efforts to balance the sub judice rule and orders 2, 20, 21, and 93(1) of the standing orders in a way that ensures that the hands of Parliament are not tied in such a way as would undermine its constitutional role, the, quote, grand inquest of the nation, unquote, or completely extinguish Parliament's constitutional right to discuss or inquire into any public matter. Further, Order 93(1) and the rulings confirm that even though the House is not legally bound by the sub judice rule, it has sought to balance its constitutional right to discuss any matter with the need to maintain respect for the courts. It is submitted that it cannot be said that all references to matters sub judice, even where they do not affect or prejudice the interests of parties to the action, are forbidden ab initio. I have quoted a practice in the UK, in the House of Commons, the practice in India at the Lok Sabha, and in Canada. I have quoted them in extenso, and the full contents of the ruling is available for any member who may be interested to go through it. Now, the purpose of the existence of this rule was further expounded on by Speaker Steve Peters before the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, and the report is also quoted in the ruling. In line with this, honourable members, it is my opinion and ruling that 1, an order by me that a member lay a petition which may contain relate to a matter pending before a court on the table with a question being put does not contravene the rule on sub judice. 2, a blanket rule that any matter which is sub judice cannot be referenced during a motion, debate, question, or petition, irrespective of how it is referenced, is likely to unduly restrict constitutional rights to discuss or inquire into any public matter. This will be imposing restrictions which is clearly against the letter and spirit of Order 2 of the standing orders of our House. Order 2 of the standing orders clearly says, except otherwise provided in these orders and in the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, these orders shall not restrict the mode in which Parliament exercises and upholds its powers, privileges, and immunities. The third ruling is that, consistent with prior parliamentary practice, I may exercise to provide for occasions in the sub judice rule, and this may be permitted in order to prevent a real and substantial danger of prejudice to a proceeding, and to ensure that a member, in making reference to that matter, does not seek to pass judgment on or prejudice the matter. In conclusion, consequently, honourable members, it is my ruling that admitting and laying of the petitions do not contravene the rule on sub judice. That a committee of Parliament, which I had ruled earlier on to be a committee of 7, be a committee of 9, chaired by the Honourable First Deputy Speaker. The committee is directed to consider the petitions and duly report to the House at the commencement of the second meeting. In consultation, the committee is to be composed as follows. 1. Honorable Joseph Osei Wusu, Chairperson. 2. Honorable Alexander Afenyo Markin. Member. 3. Honorable Joe Gatti. Member. 4. Honorable Patrick Yabuama. Member. 5. Honorable Samuel Ata Achia. Member. 6. Honorable James Kuriche Aveji. Member. 7. Honorable Castiel Ato Forsen. Member. 8. Honorable Isaac Adongo. Member. And 9. Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare, Mrs. Member. Honorable members, this committee is to sit during the recess and to consider the 2 petitions and report to the House at the second meeting. Further petitions and have admitted them and referred them to the table office to be programmed for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I've taken my time to do this for good reason. This will guard the committee and also our deliberations of the new standing orders. And I want this in the official report of the House. Anybody who has any issue with it is at liberty to take it up at the proper quarters. With this, I thank honorable members for your patience and endurance, and I'll call on the leaders to now give their closing remarks. Thank you so much. Yes, Minority Leader. Honorable Katie Hammond.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just before the speakers, the leaders start to speak, just a little clarification for, so that we have, for the sake of completeness of what you said. Speaker, in your recitation, in your what is the judgment ruling, you made mention of the famous phrase "brutum fulmen." If my understanding of brutum fulmen is right, you do not have to make a decision which eventually proves to be hopeless, if not useless. Speaker, if we go by what Speaker is directed at, and obviously that is how we're going to go, if your committee makes a decision, and then subsequently, say the Supreme Court makes a decision which is contrary to what we have adjudicated over here in this
Honorable member, don't anticipate. Wait, when we get there.
Our standing orders are now completely.
I'm very clear in my mind. The issue we are addressing is whether the admission of the petitions were proper or not. That is it.
Well,
the second is for the committee to go through it. When, during the debate, any of you violates Order 93.1, the Speaker is there to put the person in line. So, please, let's move on. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. The first meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament officially ends today. This meeting, though exciting, nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, leaves some sore memories which as a House we cannot be proud of, and we should all commit ourselves to work to improve that, ensure that the events of 6th January, which culminated in your election as Speaker, is never ever repeated for the good of our country and for the good of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, the 8th Parliament was inaugurated on the 7th January 2021 with the two main parties, the NDC and NPP, having equal representations of 137, with one independent. This Parliament has been described by many as a hung Parliament, the first of its kind, I believe, since independence. And Mr. Speaker, as I have continuously repeated, it probably meant the Ghanaian people are tired of our excessive partisanship, particularly the excesses exhibited in the previous Parliament, and voted for cooperation and collaboration between the two major political parties to work to improve the lot of the Ghanaian and work to improve the quality of life of the Ghanaian and make Ghanaians benefit from our democracy dividend. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated at the induction seminar for our members of Parliament, there are some provisions of the Constitution that naturally we will need to bond stronger, particularly as I refer to Article 1742 of the Constitution and Article 181 of the Constitution, where decisions will be required by a 2/3 majority of the House. That will mean that the leader of government business will have to consult more and reach out to our group. The challenge, Mr. Speaker, at the present Parliament, it does not only lie in the equal strength of the two, but also in the number of new members, a total of about 151 members, representing 55%. Over 40% of the members are new, but we take solace in the fact that there is a marginal increase in the representation of women from 38 to 40 in the current Parliament. Notwithstanding the representation or improved representation of our women, we still need to do more to increase the participation of women in decision making and in public life in general. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate high attrition rate of members is affecting the imperative of building a strong Parliament. Its implications for good governance and parliamentary democracy are worrying, since better Parliament thrives on experience. And I track our experienced MPs going forward and deal with the threat of the monetization of our democracy. It's disheartening to see some members serve just one term and then exit. Mr. Speaker, I pray that Hansard Department will capture the rest of it. And Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, for purpose of emphasis, your election to the high office of Speaker was not without its own drama. A tragic drama of a sacrilege happened on the floor of this House, and it remains our day of shame, a day that the reputation and image of this House probably sank to its lowest ebb ever. We witnessed some depressing scenes of the snatching of ballot papers and worst of all boxes, invasion of the chamber by the military, defying an express instruction by the marshal not to invade the House. Mr. Speaker, we would need to investigate this matter and bring the matter to closure with a determination never to ever let this happen to Parliament and to our democracy. Civil society, opinion leaders, and well-meaning Ghanaians have expressed their misgivings and disgust about the happenings in the House of 6th January 2021, and some have gone even further to condemn our conduct in no uncertain terms. And as I've said, on 7 January 2021, with particular emphasis on the invasion by the considered an attempted coup against our parliamentary democracy, we would need to probe further onto those matters. Mr. Speaker, you held a fort which witnessed the swearing in of the President-elect and Vice President-elect into their offices as is respective of our Constitution. But we may need an amendment to our Constitution, particularly the transition between 7th December and 7th January, and a national conversation on it. We probably will need an exhaustive and holistic review of the 1992 Constitution, which have served some purposes for us. Mr. Speaker, as you just presided over the approval of the Appropriation Bill, we witnessed our own Osaichi Mensa Majority Leader stand instead of the Minister of Finance to read the budget statement in accordance with Article 179 of the Constitution. Whilst we are confident that he was in full control, we saw that the budget of Parliament was kind of reduced in a way to the disadvantage of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, it took some strong intervention from you for the President to later restore the 523 million for the operations of the Parliament of Ghana, which will witness a major take-off of constituents for 7 members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that was evident in the ensuing debate on the motion to approve the 2021 financial policy of government was a matter of public debt. And I should express my disquiet that it's only today that we got the annual public debt report laid before Parliament, even though it was part of the 3 important documents that were supposed to be by the Minister of Finance as a prelude or precedent to the reading of the 2021 economic policy and budget statement. We need it for purposes of debate. We need it for purposes of analyzing debt, which has grown from 122 billion to 291 billion, over 161 billion in just 4 years, pushing our country to debt distress, or what others may describe as heading towards epic. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity once again to congratulate you and to state, whilst quoting you on 15th January 2021, when you said, "I intend to live by the oath I swore on the occasion of my election to this office, to respect, obey, and abide by the will of the House. I'm fully committed to being fair and impartial, but to being firm and resolute." I trust that you will continue to walk the talk. I'm proud that I had the opportunity to nominate you, and with God's grace, the miracle of you emerging as Speaker just happened. Let me thank your 2 Deputy Speakers, particularly the Chairman of the Appointments Committee, who this time round, even as we come under heavy criticisms, our performance was observed by the U.S. Ambassador as terrifying, to borrow her words. At the Appointments Committee, we have endeavored to scrutinize the ministerial nominees of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and to subject them to the minimum test of the Constitution and other requirements of law. The public have expressed some disquiet about some of the approval processes. We will learn and be guided by it. But let it be said that we have acted in accordance with law, and we have acted in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. I should thank the First Deputy Speaker and the Second Deputy Speaker and commend them for learning the ropes, particularly the Second Deputy Speaker, who is warming up to the task. To the Chairman of the Appointments Committee, undoubtedly an experienced Deputy Speaker, who is only repeating the opportunity. I also use this opportunity to thank my colleague. Now he has several accolades: Majority Leader, Leader of Government Business. Whether his mandate as Minister for Finance have expired this evening, I won't be able to say Nana Sumpahine, and that next time when you have opportunity, make sure that Parliament gets a better allocation whilst you are there. You must do something before you die. You don't wait and then Ken will come and take over from you. And I don't wish you death anyway, just to borrow the words. To my colleagues in leadership, I should thank you. This has been one of my most difficult moments to be minority leader and leader of the caucus of 137. And it's taken some sobriety and exercise of judgment and assuming full responsibility for my actions, but it's not been an easy one. So I should thank my colleagues in leadership and to all members. Speaker, we depart today for Easter, and for those of us who are Muslims, we probably will walk into Ramadan midway into April. Let me pray that Allah wa Ta'ala will grant you, the deputy speakers and leadership and members of parliament, with good health, wisdom and grace as we celebrate, and to the Muslims as they observe Ramadan. To the clerk and his team, we cannot stop commending you for your support services to the House and to members of Parliament. It's disappointing that we don't have the new standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I trust that you and leadership are still committed to the roadmap of getting the new standing orders improved, to improve the delivery of this House. So once again, let me say a happy Easter to all of you. God's travel mercies. And Mr. Speaker, once again, to wish you well in the high office of Speaker of Parliament. And to the media, you have done your best, sometimes not reporting us accurately. I don't want to reduce just producing any story. And sometimes when you go to the body of the story, you are in doubt where the headlines were descend from. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, to commend you and to commend the hardworking majority leader and his colleagues, and to remind him that this parliament is not the previous parliament of 169. Let him be reminded. Very soon, when ministers begin to travel post-COVID, you will need cooperation and support. And to your leaders, I see the Honorable Apenyo warming up to practice and procedure. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
It's now the turn of the majority leader and leader of the House.
Former Finance Minister.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make these few remarks as the House prepares to adjourn Senate. Speaker, the first meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament, which commenced on the 7th of January 2021, ends today, the 30th of March 2021. As usual, we must express profound gratitude to God Almighty for journeying with us at the end of the meeting in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We humbly implore him to endow us with the spirit of wisdom and togetherness as we strive to transform progressively the fortunes of this great country of ours. Mr. Speaker, the House has diligently undertaken quite a number of eventful obligations during this meeting. The 8th Parliament was officially inaugurated on 7th of January 2021. The Speaker, the events leading to the election of the Speaker and the swearing in of members must be buried in the sands of history. The Speaker, as the minority leader has alluded to, that day was the day of shame for Ghana's parliament. And we must bow down our heads in shame for what happened. The minority leader has alluded to the invasion of the premises by security forces. We must also relate to some occurrences in this house, which if they had happened outside, would have attracted appropriate sanctions. They have constituted electoral offenses. And perhaps some people will be in jail by now if it had not happened in Parliament. That is why we must bow down our heads in shame. The Speaker, the House held 35 sittings within an 11-week period. Permit me to highlight some of the businesses transacted by the House during this meeting. The meeting commenced with the coronation of your good self, Mr. Speaker, as the Speaker of the 8th Parliament, after having served as a Member of Parliament for 28 unbroken years, spanning the 1st Parliament to the 7th Parliament, and the 6th-term Member of Parliament for the Nadoli-Kalio constituency, and 1-term Member of Parliament for the Kalio constituency. The Speaker, indeed, this is the first time in the annals of history that the Speaker of Parliament is from a political party other than the one in government. And once again, let me take this opportunity to congratulate you on your assumption of the position of the Speaker of Parliament. Members of Parliament then elect of the 8th Parliament subscribed to the oath of allegiance which was administered by you. The House thereafter elected the first and second deputy speakers, which ushered in the honourable member for Bekwai, Mr. Joseph Osei-Wusu, as the first deputy speaker, and the independent member of Parliament for Fomena constituency, Honourable Andrew Amakwensiama, as the second deputy speaker. With Parliament duly inaugurated, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president-elect at the time, and Alahaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, the vice president-elect at the time, were sworn into office as president and vice president, respectively, for second term as stipulated by Article 57(3) of the 1992 Constitution. This event took place within the presence of Parliament. The Speaker, it was only the second time in the Fourth Republic that such an event had happened within the presence of Parliament. Speaker, as you are aware, the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic has as many as 122 honourable members elected to the House for the first time. As has been the practice of previous parliaments, the House, under your leadership, organized an induction and orientation seminar to assist honourable members of Parliament, particularly the fresh members, to understand the basic rudiments of parliamentary practice and procedure to enable them their constitutional mandate effectively and efficiently. In view of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to ensure adherence to social distancing protocols, the seminar was organized in 2 batches. The first batch, comprising first-time MPs, had the induction and orientation seminar from Friday the 5th February to Monday the 8th February 2021 at the Aqua Safari Beach Resort at Adan. The seminar focused on key areas such as roles, duties and responsibilities of an MP, institution of Parliament, the MP and good governance, the rules of procedure and conduct of parliamentary business, privileges and immunities, and the conduct of members of Parliament, among others. The seminar for continuing members of Parliament, which took place at the same venue from the 26th February to Monday, the 1st of March, also dealt with topics such as parliamentary democracy and consensus building, evidence-based decision-making in the legislature, time management, parliamentary oversight. I believe the seminar has equipped members, particularly the new ones, with the requisite knowledge to effectively discharge their constitutional roles and treat members to apply themselves to the dictates of standing orders, the 1992 Constitution, and take keen interest in the proceedings of the House and learn from experienced colleagues. It's only through learning that one can be on top of the rules and procedures of the House. The Speaker, the House considered the composition of standing and select committees, appointment of members of Parliamentary Service Boards, and the nomination of members to represent Ghana at the Pan-African Parliament and the ECOWAS Parliament. The House approved the present nomination for 30 ministers of state and 16 regional ministers during the meeting. May I take this opportunity to commend the Appointments Committee for the thorough and expeditious manner in which the ministers designate were scrutinized. Nominees, especially those that had the privilege to serve the previous government, took turns to account for their stewardship. Let me use this occasion, Speaker, to once again congratulate colleague ministers of state and regional ministers on their appointment. I have no doubt that given their enormous experience, they would assist the President of the Republic in the development of the various sectors of the economy. We need to particularly work hard to overcome the socio-economic challenges imposed on us by the COVID-19 pandemic through pragmatic policies and measures. In accordance with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, the President presented a message on the State of the Nation on Tuesday, the 9th of March 2021, after which members were granted the opportunity during the ensuing debate to critically examine and appreciate the contents of the message. The Speaker, the conduct of members of Parliament during the presentation of the message by the President, we must admit, was most unfortunate to see. The Speaker, heckling is part of the conduct of business in any parliament. But the level the Ghanaian parliament is descending to is, if we must admit, reprehensible and must not be allowed further space to grow. The Speaker, in fulfillment of Article 179(1) of the Constitution, I had the rare privilege to present on behalf of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo the budget statement and economic policy of government of Ghana for the 2021 financial year on Friday, the 12th of March 2021. Drafter Parliament, under the auspices of your Right Honourable Speaker, organized a post-budget workshop for members of Parliament and selected members of staff of the Parliamentary Service from Saturday, the 13th of March to Monday, the 15th of March 2021. The objective of the workshop was to enable members appreciate the linkages between key sectors of the economy and the 2021 budget in order to enhance the quality of debate on the financial policy and budget statement of government. It proved beneficial as the House witnessed a rich debate, even though we had very little time for the debate. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to commend the various committees of the House for working diligently to consider the sectoral budget estimates and presenting their reports to plenary for debate and approval within a rather very limited time frame. Mr. Speaker, during the meeting, 6 bills were presented to the House and referred to the Finance Committee. They are as follows: the Appropriations Bill, the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill, the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill, Income Tax Amendment Bill, Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Bill 2021. The House debated and passed the Appropriations Bill after a thorough consideration to give government the authority to spend in the 2021 financial year in order to prosecute the work program of government. Speaker, 10 annual statements by audit committees of various agencies, 3 budget performance reports in respect of the Ministry of Planning, the Ministry of National Security, and the Ministry of Roads and Highways, 3 annual reports, including the annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2020 fiscal year, the interim trade partnership agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana on one part and the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland on the other part, among others, were also made and referred to appropriate committees for consideration and report. I entreat the various committees to endeavour to consider the reference made to them during the recess to enable the House to deliberate on them during the second meeting of the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, during the meeting, about 38 statements were admitted by you, and they were made by colleague members to commemorate important national and international events. About 21 committee sittings were recorded. About 71 committee sittings were recorded during the meeting. Speaker, permit me to comment on the bizarre events that occurred on Thursday, the 7th January, during the election of you, the Speaker, which was considered by the citizenry as a blight on the image of our Parliament. The Speaker, we as a House must take collective responsibility of this regrettable action. We need to work towards redeeming our image to gain back the confidence and trust of the people we represent. Never again should this House witness this. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, all members of this House have been provided with copies of the Code of Conduct for members of Parliament, which was adopted by the 6th Parliament, and treat colleagues to peruse the document and get acquainted with the ethics of the House. The Code of Conduct is strictly adhered to by members who go a long way in changing the negative public perception of this Parliament. The Speaker, 2 petitions relating to matters that are being dealt with in the courts of Ghana came to be ferried to Parliament for Parliament to probe into the pith of the matters before the courts. Some of us disagreed with your acceptance of the petitions to be considered by the House, and we did not mince words. At the end of it, Mr. Speaker, you caused a 7-member committee to be constituted to determine the appropriateness or otherwise of Parliament considering the matter that is before the courts. And 9 members. Mr. Speaker, the House awaits a report from the committee. It is anticipated that democracy will be afforded further illumination when the House comes to debate the report from that committee. Mr. Speaker, today we have heard your treatise on how you came to admit the petitions. I would not proffer any comments on that, except to say that, as you indicated to us, you exercise your discretionary powers. Discretionary powers that are exercised by the Speakership should be exercised within the ambit of our standing orders and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I make no further pronouncement on that. In spite of the few unfortunate occurrences, it is important to acknowledge that we have had, on the whole, fruitful discourse this meeting. The Speaker, I hear my colleague Suhini beckoning me to go to court. If a ruling comes from the Speaker, anybody can challenge the ruling in this House. I have said, the Speaker, did I hear the minority leader telling me that I should confine myself to my speech? These are interesting days. The minority leader telling me that I should restrict myself to my speech. The Speaker, I've always said that I can challenge your ruling anytime. I don't intend to do that because we must all join ranks to protect the Speakership. Even if I deem your ruling wrong and I have to maybe litigate it, I think the proper forum for me is to come to you so that we debate or discuss that matter behind curtains, but not to formally challenge. If I challenge and the Speaker loses out, I'll bring the image of the Speakership down, and that will not be helpful. That is why even when I disagree, I express my disagreement strongly, but never to challenge the Speaker's ruling. Mr. Speaker, I therefore take this opportunity to express my appreciation to you and your deputies for the generally efficient manner in which the business of this meeting have been conducted. I commend you and your 2 deputies for this hard work, and I have confidence that you will discharge your role as Speaker, guided by demonstrable fairness and impartiality. Mr. Speaker, ask him whether he's sure. Mr. Speaker, I must also thank my colleague, the minority leader, for his cooperation. Mr. Speaker, we agree to disagree. On matters of policy, he expresses his strong disapproval, but that's the beauty of democracy. Mr. Speaker, may I also express my appreciation to the clerk and his staff for working to enhance the business of this House. The Parliamentary Press Corps deserves commendation for always ensuring that the business of this House and activities of Parliament in general are brought to the doorsteps of Ghanaians. In a few days, Mr. Speaker, Christians all over the world will be celebrating the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Whilst on recess, our Muslim brothers and sisters will also commence and end the Eid al-Fitr fasting and prayers. It is my fervent prayer that Ghanaians, Christians and Muslims would use these occasions to reflect on the need to love one another and live in peace. It is only within an atmosphere of peace that we can develop our nation. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic did not spare the House of its ravages as it impacted on the discharge of our constitutional mandate during the meeting. As members of Parliament, our work requires us to often physically meet to transact the business of the House. As a result, quite a number of members of Parliament and staff of the Parliamentary Service and ancillary staff of the tested positive for the virus after the House conducted a mandatory testing of all members and staff. Following this development, the House had to resort to sitting on Tuesdays and Thursdays as a means of reducing the number of hours we meet as a collective body. Again, the House has to be suspended for 3 weeks, from 9 February to 1st of March 2020, as a measure of reducing the infection rate in the House. As we rise today for the Easter break, I entreat all members, likewise staff of the Parliamentary Service, to continue adhering to the COVID-19 safety protocols. Members of Parliament should also continue educating their constituents on this deadly virus. On this note, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that we'll take time off our busy schedules during the recess periods and have some rest in order to resume the second meeting refreshed and poised to continue with the work entrusted to us by the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and thank colleagues extremely for indulging me. I thank you once again.
Honourable members, in view of the fact that we are it's almost 12 midnight, 3 minutes to 12. I will summarize my closing remarks. No extended sitting. Members, all too soon, we have come to the end of the first meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament of Ghana. This meeting has indeed been very eventful and tiring, and I want to thank all members for their resilience and hard work in ensuring a successful end of this meeting. I know that you will continue to work in your constituencies during this Easter break, but I hope that you find time to rest and come back more refreshed to continue with the work of the House. I thank all honourable members for the support they have so far given my colleagues, the first and second deputy speakers, and my good self in handling the affairs of the House. It is my hope that we will continue to foster in the execution of the work of the House for the development and growth of our motherland, Ghana. This meeting started with my election to the position of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. I must admit that the election process left much to be desired. It is generally expected that members will exhibit qualities that are acceptable to the citizens of Ghana and will uphold the dignity of the House. What happened brought the dignity of the House into disrepute, and it is my fervent hope and prayer that such acts will not be witnessed again in the annals of the history of Parliament in Ghana. State, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was sworn into office for his second term after the inauguration of Parliament. Relations between the House and the office of President has so far been very cordial, and I pray it remains same as we continue to join forces for the betterment of the good people of Ghana. We will, however, continue to ensure that the House is respected and well-resourced to perform its role creditably. Excellency the President has also had the opportunity to come before the House to present the State of the Nation address. In the address, he had the opportunity to outline his plans for the development of the country. It is up to the House to pass the necessary legislation to ensure the realization of these plans. I'm sure, regardless of the composition of the House, we will be poised to approve of policies and legislations in support of these plans. The depth of arguments that characterized the debate of the State of the Nation address was very exemplary. I commend the new members of Parliament for the confidence and depth of knowledge exhibited in this debate. Honorable members, congratulations. My insistence on the effective use of the standing, but I'm glad that you took. It is my expectation that you will soon master the standing orders and debate in the House will be enriched thereby. In fact, the next meeting, I will insist to the letter that we follow the rule of law, and not the rule of man. I must also commend members of the Appointments Committee for their commitment and quality in vetting the nominees of the President. The long hours they put in the vetting of the nominees, as well as the depth of questions, cannot be overemphasized. I must say that most of the nominees also performed creditably, and it is my hope that they will translate that into various ministries for the good of Ghana. I hope other committees will emulate the quality of work of the Appointments Committee. A good precedent has been set, and future parliaments may draw inspiration from it. I take this opportunity to commend the First Deputy Speaker and the members of the Appointment Committee for a good work done. Congratulations, honorable members. Honorable members, for the first time in the history of the Fourth Republic, the budget and financial statement for 2021 was read by our own, the Majority Leader, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu. I must commend him for a good show. Now that the nominee, in fact, I spoke to his former school, St. Peter's, and they were so proud of him. Very proud that their own read a very lengthy budget and financial statement, and he did so well. Congratulations. Now that the nominee for the position of Finance Minister, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, has been approved by the House and sworn in today as the substantive Minister for Finance, I'm sure the Majority Leader will revert to his role as leader of government business and creditably champion the work of government in the House. I will once more commend the House for the insightful debate on the budget and financial statement for the year 2021. I will further applaud the various committees for the hard work they put in, ensuring that the House passed the Appropriation Act in just a little over 2 weeks after the presentation of the budget. The people of Ghana are surely grateful. The orientation workshops were organized for new and serving MPs on their role and responsibilities, code of ethics, rules of procedure and conduct of parliamentary business, privileges and immunities of members of parliament, scrutiny of legislation, among others. Although induction seminars have become a routine activity in the Charter of Parliament, Sorry for the interruption. The orientation workshops were organized for new and serving MPs on their role and responsibilities, code of ethics, rules of procedure and conduct of parliamentary business, privileges and immunities of members of parliament, scrutiny of legislation, among others. Although induction seminars have become a routine activity in the calendar of parliament, this seminar was particularly important considering the fact that 124 first-term members constitute about 45% of the membership of the A Parliament participated. It is therefore commendable that the induction seminar was well organized to seamlessly usher in the new members to the House. This meeting also saw an upsurge in COVID-19 pandemic in this country. The infection rate, active cases, and fatalities all went up significantly. Parliament was not spared. Parliament was not spared, as a number of and some parliamentary service staff were exposed to the virus. The Noguchi for Medical Research was contacted to conduct tests of MPs and staff of the parliamentary service. Those who tested positive were made to self-isolate and they were given the necessary medication and medical care. A number of staff of the parliamentary service were also asked to proceed on leave in order to decongest the presence of Parliament. Further to that, Parliament went on a 3-week break as part of measures at controlling the spread of infection, in addition to weekly disinfectation and fumigation of all offices, the chamber, and other areas forming the presence of Parliament. There are a few members who are still recovering from the infection. I wish them well and pray that they soon recover fully to join us in the second meeting. We also thank the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research for their invaluable support. As we go on recess, I would like to remind members that the COVID-19 pandemic has not waned. Neither has the first dose of AstraZeneca vaccine made us all immune to coronavirus. We are as vulnerable and susceptible to the virus today as we were when the pandemic broke. Please continue to wear the nose masks, observe social or physical distancing, and all the other protocols whilst we are on recess. We need to make sure that our return to the House after the recess would not mark the return of COVID-19 to Parliament. Honourable members, I'm aware that a number of you are yet to fully settle in, because issues concerning your accommodation are yet to be reached. I know the issue of transportation to attend to the business of the House also remains a challenge, particularly for the new members. Leadership and I are making the necessary efforts to ensure that all these issues are ironed out within the shortest possible time. As we are already aware, the Parliamentary Service Board constituted, and we hope to inaugurate it soon to ensure that issues concerning Parliament and the Parliamentary Service are addressed quickly. I cannot help but recollect the events which we refer to on the 7th of January 2021, because it has become a blot in the institution of Parliament. The sights and sounds of the morning of 7 January 2021 should be that we work together to consign to the dustbin of history, remove that blot, and re-establish the integrity of the House. Beyond the events of 7 January, you will agree with me that a lot more has to be done to strengthen the integrity, the dignity, the aura, and independence of the institution of Parliament. May I take the opportunity to thank the clerk and staff for the hard work they continue to put in to ensure that the work of the House goes on unimpeded. We cannot thank them enough for the long hours and dedication they put in, and they put in their work for the benefit of the House. The House is grateful. For the Parliamentary Press Corps, we cannot leave them out, as we appreciate all who have some diverse ways. The Parliamentary Press Corps have supported us by creditably reporting on proceedings of the House. It is my desire, I must say commitment, to source more funds to train and empower the Parliamentary Press Corps to perform better. Even as we train the members of the Press Corps, I urge our employers to grant them enough time to specialize and give Parliament the benefit of the investment we make in them. My prayer is that all members of Parliament will return to the business of the House after the recess, hopefully refreshed, energized, and with a deeper appreciation of the task that confronts us in this Parliament. For the Christians among you, I wish you a happy Easter, and I pray for renewal of your faith as we observe the death and the resurrection of Christ our Lord. I am also informed that our brothers and sisters Muslims will commence the Ramadan when we are on recess. What I can say is to wish all of you traveling mercies, God's guidance, and an enjoyable but prayerful Easter season and Ramadan Mubarak. I thank all of you for the patience and tolerance, particularly the endurance to stay from morning till a few minutes after 12 midnight. Honorable members, I thank you. I have just a small request to make. I want to invite the Majority Leader, if he is minded to say it, because I'm sure during the recess we will be receiving the nominees for various deputy ministerial positions. And I may want to ask for the consent of the House that if I so receive them, I should refer them to the Appointments Committee so that they could start the work, the public hearing, before we resume the second meeting. By the time we resume, reports will be ready for us to consider the nominations. This is a request. It's not an imposition, but I think it will facilitate the business of the House and that of government. And so I want to get the sense of the House in respect of this matter. On the right path. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I've had some discussions with my colleague in this, and I think it's good that the House vests in you the authority. Once you receive the names of the nominees, that you don't wait to summon Parliament to be in plenary before you communicate same to the House. Mr. Speaker, you may, on behalf of the House, refer same to the Appointment Committee who could then sit and program them. The Speaker, it does appear that because of the proposed or the intended Ramadan for our Muslim brothers and sisters, it may become difficult even after they have done the programming to begin the vetting. But at least the 2-week or so programming would have been done such that immediately we resume, in all likelihood, on the 18th of May, they could begin the vetting process. I'm informed that their own fasting may end on the 12th or 13th. If it does end on the 12th, both 12 and 13th will be non-working days. If it happens on the 13th, 14th will be non-working days for them. So the wiser thing for us to do is to resume on the 18th, by which time we'd have done the programming. So immediately upon resumption, they could begin in earnest the vetting process. So, Mr. Speaker, to vest in you, as we have agreed, the authority to refer the nominees to the appointment committee for them to begin their work on them. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Leader of Government Business, have consulted me on this matter. Article 79(1) is instructive on this matter. Mr. Speaker, it provides, with our indulgence, I quote, the President may, in consultation with the Minister of State and with the pre-approval of Parliament, appoint one or more deputy ministers to assist the minister in the performance of his functions. We've just approved of the President's ministers, who can only become functional properly only after today that appropriation have been passed. I should assume rightly that the President now will be engaged in some consultation with the substantive ministers in the determination of the deputy ministers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I have no objection with vesting the power to you that should you receive such communication from the President, you remit same to the chairman of the Appointments Committee. But probably, Mr. Speaker, without consulting the chairman, we are further vesting in him too, that when you so refer to him, he can proceed further to do the public advertisement, at least for a minimum 14 days, if he can, to solicit public opinion on it, so that, or Mr. Speaker, he is hazarding that he may want to vet some ministers by Zoom, or he will get the Appointments Committee to concur with him by Zoom. We will be available for that. But as leader have indicated, Mr. Speaker, at Business Committee, I indicated probably, depending upon COVID, may even have to spend some days in Mecca at the Kaaba, and therefore I'll factor, depending upon whether I'm able to make it or not. This is an opportunity to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, we are vesting in you, and I hope my colleagues on the Appointments Committee will wait for chairman's directive. But you have our full power to advertise, and then we'll see if we can consider them as appropriate. But, Mr. Speaker, once leaders have raised this, then maybe we should just co-joint it so that tomorrow you take the same decision. In the absence of Parliament, should the Speaker wish to travel, he writes to you formally. At that time, Parliament is not sitting. When the President...
The President, not the
yes,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, when the President is traveling, I believe under Article 60, as his own. Yes, when he writes to you for the elected representatives to be aware of his whereabouts and for the Vice President to act. We normally will not be around. What is our position on that matter? Because as you receive the communication, Order, Mr. Speaker. Let me end it there. Thank you.
Majority, you are waving your finger.
Mr. Speaker, it's good that you stop the minority leader in history. You don't know where he's going to lead us. Mr. Speaker, assuming the president and the vice president are unavailable, are you saying that no formalities should happen? The speaker should just get and be sworn in. Mr. Speaker, we should stop him. Mr. Speaker, we should stop him.
Honorable members, we are masters of our own procedure. And that's just the procedure we are outlining because of circumstances of the day. But I must insist that the hearing is public hearing. And so I don't want to hear about Zoom or virtual hearing. That one is out of the question. It's public hearing. Chairman and members of the Appointments Committee should take note that is public hearing. With this,
Mr. Speaker, for the record, my suggestion of Zoom was for a meeting of the committee, not the consideration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, I'm not too sure not all your members were born before computer. I think that some may not be compliant. So please cross-check before you take that decision. With this, I will proceed to adjourn the House sine die. The House is accordingly adjourned sine die. The House is